What are you measuring?
I'm measuring the door frame to see if my model can make it.
You can always tilt it sideways, right?
Yeah, well, I have model bases on it, and one of them is starting to crumble, and I want to move it as little as possible. But I could probably.
Oh, okay, okay. I think Naomi had that included already, no? In her email. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Okay, and we're live already? Okay. Sounds good. Can I stop the live broadcast? What time is it? Okay, let me do that. Yeah.
Have to do this since it's not a job.
Thank you. If you need anything, where we can find you?
So I'd be out here on the left. There's like a table right there.
Okay.
So I'll be sitting at the desk unless I'm like flipping a bird or something. So normally I'd be there or I'm like walking about.
Excellent. Your name is?
I'm Anna.
Anna?
Yes, what's your name?
Amar.
Nice to meet you, Amar.
Thanks.
but I don't know. Reclaim host. Oh boy. I got it. But why am I on here twice?
Is that the laptop that is here?
Hey, Zoom keeps on crashing here, so yeah, I know. I know. So I don't know what to do though, because put it on the laptop. Right. Yeah, this is not working. Let's stop it and I'll just. Mm-hmm. I'm back on the Zoom. Okay. Great. Perfect. Thank you, Victor. No, that's okay. All right. Share. Okay, get this camera to work.
Oh, what's happening?
No one cares, but it's happening. It's I got tested. I was flying on Sunday, so I got my test on Saturday. Okay.
All right, I think we're ready. Welcome everybody to the ARCH5990 final thesis reviews. This is a very exciting day for all of us. You have been working very hard on what you will be presenting today and tomorrow morning for an entire year, really, with a thesis seminar in the fall and the thesis studio in the spring semester. I'm just going to introduce briefly the kind of the summary of the year. And let me just change this. We're also being streamed live on YouTube, so hopefully some of your friends and family will be able to join us to this. So these are the final thesis presentations, the culmination of your 5-year course and studies at the Tulane School of Architecture. We have great reviewers with us over the next couple of days. Unfortunately, several couldn't join us due to various reasons, but this morning we have with us Margarita Jover and Andrea Bardon de Tena, both from Tulane, who are so gracious to share their time with us and provide us with feedback. And this afternoon, we'll introduce the panel that will be joining us then. Just quickly, a thesis at the School of Architecture, as you know by now, is explored first by researching an architectural topic and developing a position on the topic, which is a thesis. Or as we often put it, also a hypothesis framed through a series of questions embedded within the discipline of architecture that you're setting out to resolve and answer and challenge. And then developing a proposal through which the topic is explored. In the fall semester, students, you conduct research and process work that leads to designing a project established through the research and in accordance with crucial principles and parameters embedded within the discipline of architecture. And the outcome of these collective activities is considered an architectural thesis. So it's a big task to resolve. We look at the kind of the underlying pedagogy that we're trying to incorporate and explore through our series of investigations. It's establishing a framework, an architectural project, as a practical and theoretical framework for formulating a thesis. It's taking a position through identifying and locating your personal trajectories and interests within the larger field of architecture and the extended environment of societal, cultural, and political thinking. And then it's developing a proposal, which means translating the well-researched and analyzed topic into a design proposal and contribute to current and historic discussions within architecture and society. The way this plays out over the course of the entire year, you conducted research broken down into 3 parts. You looked at the project as a thesis where you analyzed other people's work, curated work, and developed a series of diagrams and mappings that analyzed that work and depicted that work. You looked at your own work and tried to identify a thesis or thesis components within it. And then you were provided with a series of prompts, project briefs that allowed you to choose an individual or, in a couple of cases, a team trajectory in pursuit of architectural ideas, again, addressing relevant issues relevant to the discipline. This was then followed through pretty seamlessly, I would say, in the spring semester with a design proposal, and will be capped by a thesis document that includes everything the fall semester and the spring semester. So just quickly in the fall, again, this is some of the work that you produced, looking at and analyzing other architects' work and putting that in context and developing a framework for it. Some really amazing graphics came out of this. You then identified and kind of revisited your own work as a thesis, a series of thesis projects, right? Identifying the thesis embedded in the work, although you didn't know it at that time, but I think most of you found out that it is actually identifiable, and then placed that again in the context with other work and other lineages that you followed. And then lastly, you were presented with a series of briefs, as I already mentioned, altogether 5 actually. And today and tomorrow morning, we're going to see a synopsis or responses to these briefs. Some responses stayed closer to the proposal that was given to you, and some deviated a little bit more. And this was really just to provide you with a set of guidelines that you could choose from in order to test your thesis and again, develop your work with more specificity. The first brief concerned itself with the idea of a storm shelter, originally based on an article by Richard Campanella, that encouraged you to look at coastal environments affected by the consequences of the climate crisis and develop responses that anticipated or dealt with the after effects of devastation through storm and extreme climate. Again, through the program of a storm shelter. So we'll see a few of these projects. The second brief is a competition in San Antonio, Texas, and the students will present this with more detail, that has an existing cave within a suburban context as its premise. And the idea was to think about threshold, path, and boundary conditions for this cave and develop a visitor center. Third brief is the ACSA competition, which this year is through a site in Atlanta, looking at the utilization of timber in the urban context through the use of a multi-use and mixed-use complex. And the fourth is a competition for the port of Beirut in Lebanon, which, as we all know, was destroyed and devastated by the explosion a couple of years ago. And this is, the competition is asking for a re-envisioning of the port or a portion of the port in response to this disaster. The fifth brief allowed the students to choose their own trajectory, which some of you picked up on and pushed their own ideas forward. And I didn't illustrate that here. And then lastly, students were asked to develop a roadmap or a timeline that allowed them to really structure and construct their trajectory over the course of, like the end of last fall and the course of this semester, to give them some guidance. And kind of identify how they should be moving and thinking through their project over the course of the semester. And that's it for my introduction. So let me see. I'm going to stop the share. And with that, are there any questions anybody has that the reviewers have? You've seen some of this before. Okay, so let me see what happened with the camera. Okay, and then we have Valentina and Natalie first. I don't know why these cameras are not working anymore. Virtual. Okay, so let me pull this up. Okay. Close this. Okay. So I'm not sure. Let me just check because for some reason the webcam is not working. Technology. Let me just see if I can. Okay, great. Okay, you might want to make this full screen.
Okay. Hello, I'm Natalie. And I'm Valentina. And our, well, let me move this. Our thesis is called Rehabilitating Charity, Systematizing Environmental Strategies for Community Wellness. Okay, so Charity Hospital held a legacy of public care, providing healthcare to anyone regardless of economic status or insurance. It was the second oldest hospital in the country until its closure amidst the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Charity has occupied 5 other buildings before its current iteration, which is fondly nicknamed Big Charity. So Big Charity was built in 1938, and its legacy includes a ripple effect with the opening of other public hospitals in multiple cities in Louisiana. In 1997, LSU took over hospital management and also played a critical role in Charity's closure. In July of 2005, LSU presented a plan to the state legislature to receive funding for a new private hospital, which was denied. Shortly after, Katrina made landfall and Charity sustained some flooding in the basement. However, the building did not sustain considerable damage beyond this because it was ready to open for new patients within a couple of weeks. Unfortunately, LSU had no plans to reopen and instead battled with FEMA to receive funding to then build their new private hospital, which they were granted. So Charity was condemned due to LSU's neoliberal agenda and officially closed in September of 2005. Just as Charity prompted an opening of public hospitals in Louisiana, its closure also led to the closure of these same hospitals. So many identify this period of post-Katrina privatization as an example of disaster capitalism. Not only did hospitals become privatized, but also public housing developments in the area like Iberville and Faubourg-Lafitte were replaced with mixed income housing and led to the displacement of most of the original residents. So they get their new facility in 2015, and currently Charity is undergoing plans for redevelopment and will likely never be used as a hospital again. The graph represents the effect that these hospital closures had on Louisiana residents. So since the safety net, public outpatient and inpatient health clinics throughout the state has disappeared, it has changed the way that the mentally ill are cared for. So the first response strategy is now overwhelmingly incarceration instead of treatment. With this in mind, the adaptive reuse of this historic building has a sociocultural charge. So this context leads us to the question, what is Charity's new role in providing community and public wellness? And because it is well documented that access to nature improves mental well-being, our thesis statement outlines the following. Charity Hospital's closure disrupted a safety net of support for the public's mental and physical well-being. The adaptive reuse of Charity into affordable housing with environmentally informed building strategies aims to rehabilitate its legacy of improving the wellness of the surrounding community. So this is a map of the concentration of folks who pay more than 30% of their income on rent, indicating an affordability crisis, overlaid with the highest average daily temperatures. And we can identify spatial correlation between high surface temperatures and a lack of affordable options for residents. And then adjacent to the site, we can see Faubourg Lafitte and Iberville, which were demolished after Katrina and replaced with fixed income housing. So 70% of the original residents were displaced. And we can also see the lower mid-city neighborhood where 100 homes were demolished to make way for LSU's new private hospital. And in addition to that, Charity's proximity to Duncan Plaza, we seek to connect back to the building's social cultural context. So the grid of Duncan Plaza Center is a consideration in the design process. Yes. So given the unaffordable housing landscape and the effects of climate change, Charity's legacy must continue to provide low-income workforce housing and to mitigate urban environmental strategies that lead to the overall community wellness. Ways to improve mental health of the community lie in our environmental and social strategies, which include a cooling facade with a cavity for passive ventilation through apertures in double loaded conditions, and also social axes of engagement referencing the axes of Duncan Plaza. You can see copied onto or referenced on the site of Charity. Okay, so we started the process of design by analyzing the structural grid of the building as a goal of keeping the structural components intact to pursue a more economical and more environmentally sustainable strategy. So the structural patterns combined also with the path of the sun became a key vehicle for our design decisions. So first you can see we decided to subtract massing of the original building in favor of creating more outdoor spaces for public plazas. And then we turned inward in the building and looked at the various vertical cores that exist. And in pink, you see the original cores of the building. And then in green, these cores were added later on to meet life safety code. And we are proposing moving these cores, shifting inward to provide more pleasant spaces and have a more cohesive facade strategy. And then finally, the corridors of the building originally reflected its use as a hospital, but moving forward to allow for passive ventilation and single loaded conditions, we are prioritizing circulation on either side. And then this is an elevation that is drawn as unfolded. So we began doing this to kind of get an idea of the scale. Below you see a standard 300 by 300 city block. So that's 9 blocks approximately at that scale. And yeah, just to kind of get an idea of the overwhelming effect that the facade design can have. And then implementing a schematic idea of what we would like to implement with having the placement of vegetation to absorb heat, improve air quality, and to create an adjacency to thriving ecosystems within an urban context for biophilic purposes. So superimposing the structural grid on a typical elevation, both north and south facing elevation, we can determine a pattern of base sizing, which then determines unit sizing. So in order to make units more affordable, the larger bays are divided in half to provide micro units, and the smaller bays house a single unit with more bedrooms. Since the building holds multiple orientations towards the sun, there are different strategies where on the northern facings are vertical planners, on the southern facades, there are more lush vine panels. In single loaded conditions, the units push away from the facade to create an air cavity with fenestration removed and circulation occupying the other side of the bay. So alternating vertically on every 3 floors, planter boxes rest inside the facade as and breeze over moist soil substrate contributes significantly to cooling capabilities. Stainless steel net panels also attach via the openings created by removing the existing window fenestration, and this also allows us to preserve the existing facade as much as possible. So plants cool the environment through varying mechanisms. For example, shading is most significant for cooling the area directly underneath a plant. The leaves will absorb solar irradiance, lowering the infrared radiation on the surface ground below. And evapotranspiration is another mechanism that refers to the movement of water from soil to the air, and it is most significant in cooling the air diffusely around the plant. This is an important part of the water cycle, and it assists in improving air quality. So plants were arranged based on type of plant because the type of plant relates to the type of cooling mechanism largely that it contributes. So choosing from all three categories here, grasses, shrubs, and herbs, vines, and trees, allows for an optimized cooling capability. The most effective plantings are small and dense, as smaller leaves stay cooler for longer, and dense vegetation creates more shading. So creating combinations of these optimizes cooling capacity. And then beyond this, the plants were selected based on maintenance requirements. We would like maintenance to be relatively low, native plant guidelines, seasonality, and productiveness towards surrounding ecosystems. Oh, and then over here you can see placement of, let me move our little, it's important. You can see placement of the vegetation based on orientation on the facade and sunlight needs. So this is the resulting unfolded elevation that incorporates both of the facade strategies with more gradient conditions in the smaller faces of the building. So this is the ground floor plan, and here we see an array of plantings across the site, as well as the base of cooling cavities seen here opposite of the circulation cavity or component. Also, the axis of Duncan Plaza dictates subtractions from the ground floor massing, creating passageways throughout the site to connect all plazas on the site and to pull passersby from the street into them. So you can see that here and also here. The center component, okay, on the right, programs such as an auditorium, an art gallery, and pools are tucked between surrounding buildings and away from busy corridors. In the center, this space allows for flex space for programming and resident events, while the leftmost portion of the plan includes small-scale markets and studio spaces. And then each vertical core is accompanied by a small lobby with plantings in it as well. Yeah, so this is a render of the Southeast Plaza, which is the plaza with proximity to Duncan Plaza. This structure remains from the massing removed from the original building, which provides ample space for more vegetation to grow. And it also provides shading from the southeastern sun. So this is a view into the primary atrium from the plaza on Tulane Avenue, and it is a forested atrium, creating kind of indoor park of sorts for the public, and also viewing mezzanines with hanging planters and residents on upper floors. So it kind of creates a threshold between those public spaces and the more private residential areas. And then this is a typical floor plan. So you can see aggregated unit plans across, across the footprint. And then the cavity placement you also see is determined by the facade orientation. And a view into the cooling cavity within a southeastern facade, and between the existing shell of the building and the proposed units, making space for wildlife habitation. And then in the end, we see Charity Hospital undergoing rehabilitation as a positive force for the surrounding community, facing challenges such as unaffordable housing and urban heat island effects. and climate change effects. The cooling facade contributes to the mental wellness of occupants as well as the surrounding community, and also contributes positively to surrounding ecosystems. Thank you. And our model is pinned up.
So how many houses, homes, or apartments do you have?
I think there's around 900, maybe.
Maybe
It's
more than
it is. We need to do an updated calculation actually, but yeah, it should be around that. There's 1 million square feet in the building, so it's quite right.
Big.
There's a lot of room. Yeah.
And do you have collective facilities like seen on the ground floor that you have in other places? I skipped.
Yeah.
I may have it.
I believe. So you can see at major nodes here, here, and also here surrounding the main cores. There is plenty of space for collective communal spaces.
Is that in every level?
Yes.
Yes.
And yeah, and those two on the left and the right have this like sunroom condition. So there's a lot of extra lighting in those particular areas.
Yeah.
How many floors?
There's 19.
That city block is to scale model.
Yes.
In plan.
And it's half of a city block because our 3D print failed. So picture walking half of a block. Yes.
I mean, congratulations, first of all. So first, the topic is really timely. The retrofitting of an old building that has been hospitalized. I don't know the word, but
Contentious, yeah.
delicate history of use and disuse and their words. And I want to know a little bit about the disaster capitalism that you have mentioned at the beginning of our claim, and how maybe your thesis positions as the alternative to that, which is what you're doing to retrofit a building for a different use. And in this case, is social housing with and with nature and public space, etc. Rehabilitate. So the environment, or retrofitting an environment for well-being of society. So I have a question. I mean, I think the framework is really great. The drawings are exquisite. The perspectives brings you to an atmosphere that is really tied to nature, experience of nature in a really domestic way. So you can feel that through the plans, through the elevations, the model, and also the perspectives that bring this atmosphere that's very important as almost as an alternative to social housing that was produced in the post-war Europe. So my question is in terms of the scale of the operation and maybe reflecting on these mega buildings being a container of the same or
Absolutely.
if there is a possibility of challenging perhaps a little bit further the type of houses that we propose, that is might not be only social housing, but mixed use of different like apartments of high luxury thing with social housing to avoid the ghetto condition. If it's just a question, you know everything and you know nothing. I think it's a totally contemporary topic, and in a moment that this type of actions are needed, it's just a question of the scale of that in a given place, and if this same project can have an alternative where mixed income is considered.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
as a small critical thing about the type of project.
Right.
You might have an answer or just the conversation.
Yeah, we definitely have discussed that. Thank you for that question. That's an important one. Do you want to? Okay. Yeah, so that was a conversation from the beginning, I think, because we have seen that mixed income often will prioritize the higher incomes. So we wanted to keep it all at low income or workforce housing, and create really pleasant spaces on the small scale to avoid that condition that you're talking about in the post-war. And I think we could definitely push it further, but I think prioritizing like cross ventilation and enough space within the building, enough lighting within the building, and then also that adjacency to the vegetation at each unit is really striving to make it a more pleasant condition where you don't just feel like, you know, shoeboxed in there.
No, I think the experience and the quality of the housing is great. So I see all the, you know, the bedrooms with natural light and the living rooms. This I think is really clever to have a double facade. So recurring the construction of the apartment inwards, have this corridor on both sides of the climatic buffer that is also the access. So that is really clever. And the quality of the houses. It's just that I'm just thinking about the village, whole village being too similar in terms of society.
Right.
You know, but I understand that your answer in terms of statement of saying you know, that is the village of the workforce.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think we were really considering those ground floor spaces such as the atrium and the plazas. So I think that was another effort in creating those public spaces where you can feel like you have community surrounding you, but I also definitely understand what you're saying, and I think that could push further.
Maybe a narrative that can be complemented in your explanation of the project is what is this in the context of the larger New Orleans in terms of numbers. So you know the data-driven amount of social housing, and what is that? Is that 50%, 30%, 10% to make it the statement?
That makes sense.
Or positions that are
Yes, totally.
I think also to touch back on the mixed income housing idea, I think from the beginning, as we talked about with Faubourg-Lafitte, for example, I mean, it was a low income housing development that then got turned into mixed income housing and displaced many people. So like there's that history adjacent, like across the US of that displacement. And I think that we automatically just weren't interested in
continuing that, as a statement. Exactly.
As a statement.
Maybe it's a way of starting almost. Precisely doing that as a political statement.
Definitely.
It is interesting to do that statement and not making it, you know, where you're trying to please everyone, you know, or fit in the trend that kind of. I think there is something. 900 is a huge number.
Yes.
Which is great. Specifically, any development for housing, if you have 100, 200, that's already a huge number. 900 is really. But the city needs this, and there are initiatives supporting this. Following up on this, you know, the question to me, looking at your presentation, which is great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is have you thought about phasing? Is this a project where you start and you take 3-4 years for the project to happen, or have you thought about a way to phase this project?
We had some conversations with Cassius Peeler at the beginning of the design process, and I think some of the things that we talked about sort of fell off as we began like designing rigorously. But yes, I do think that there are smaller scale initiatives happening in New Orleans, like you mentioned, to have this communal housing or this social housing. And then outside of New Orleans, in places like San Francisco, there are larger initiatives where people are buying a larger scale building altogether and sharing that space. So there are some precedents out there, not in New Orleans and only in, I think, San Francisco and maybe DC. But it is something that I think could be further developed and thought about more.
Connecting to the previous comments, well, congratulations for the presentation.
Thank you.
And the graphics. It's been great seeing all the progress and knowing about the history of the charity because I always try.
Yeah.
So that'd be great. And I have the same question that Margarita was bringing, like the number of units and the size of it. I understand that the starting point can be social housing and affordable housing, but I will make maybe whenever you present two ways of justifying, like one, the numbers that they were talking about how the neighborhoods need that amount of housing, but also I was curious about how this complex building will have management. I was it's nothing to do like the scale or anything, but I was talking the other day about Byron, and he was telling about how in the urban build projects, some people have resale the houses, gaining a lot of money. And I was like really curious about that movement of having a first goal of making affordable houses, and then how that whenever the first user has freedom to sell it or not.
Right.
So I know that that's more like a theoretical and economical and management thinking, no? But it's really, I'm curious at how this building would be managed, no?
Right.
Who might pay it, if the property will become private and they can resell it or not, because that will make a big change of how the uses over the years will be changing, because it has a big maintenance maybe, and they can also sell it. Maybe young people with good income can arrive there.
Right.
So it will be really, I think over the years it will change.
Definitely. I think that's a really good point and a really nuanced point that I think, it would be good to have an outline of what the parameters are for this space and who is managing and what the regulations are for if you're there, what are our guidelines.
There's this issue of historic tax credit.
Yes.
Put to use, right? and it has something to do with the timeline of the building in terms of rental versus condos. But I agree on the comments that I think it's really good to make that stipulation. This is needed, because we have to think about this. And again, this has come to a lot of resolution on certain levels. But I think thinking further, right, if you were to continue with this conversation, which I hope you do, right, because it's important, right? What are the parameters? What are the parameters that make this possible? Like how can this happen? Right? It's good to have a vision and an idea, but I think you need to follow it up with, some kind of, step by step or some options, right, in regards to how this is possible. So it doesn't, so it's not just a vision, but it's something that actually can be put into reality. In a variety of ways. Right. And there's a reason why mixed use happens often, like there's funding and financial ties associated with it. And there's a reason why this doesn't happen specifically at this scale.
Right.
So in order to navigate that, I think it's important as a next step to think about what the options are.
A way of starting perhaps this conversation is just to look at historical models, the social condensers and the anchor buildings typologies over the years. I mean, even the Soviet Union examples and the communist countries and socialist countries, what Vienna housing complexes, and see beyond the design to see whether the policy that is behind to put that as a broader of that perhaps family and see what they can learn from each other.
Right.
And social housing in the city.
Yeah, right. It's in the lineage of that.
About this, during the semester, and I think that one important question is who's behind this, right? In Europe, it will be the city, the government will subsidize this. Here, it's less likely that there's less funding. So, if it is a private initiative, the question of policies is really important because you have incentives to do some of these projects, but typically they are done privately with this idea of mixed use where one is paying for the other. But to be so radical, great, just say this is how it's going to be all subsidized. But who's financing this?
Right.
where the money is coming from and how to make it viable.
Mhm.
And then the question, is it rent or is it, ownership?
Mhm.
Right,
Right.
and that's, that's a huge difference, because if it's rent,
Mhm.
there is no speculation.
Mhm.
You have to justify a certain income and then you
Right.
have access to it.
Mhm.
And if you have it, I mean, you won't leave it, because that's a great deal. So
Mhm.
if it becomes capitalist, where you buy it, you get into it, and then you flip it in a way, you
Mhm.
use it as a way of making money. That's
Right.
that's a different. There are guardrails,
Mhm.
for things like this, and not allow for something like this.
Yeah.
Cities
Right.
around Europe, where Paris, where New York City, where you have subsidized housing,
Mhm.
and the city is just rented.
Mhm.
You can buy it.
Mhm.
There's
Mhm.
that option.
Right.
I'm like uncomfortable
Mhm.
with the design.
Mhm.
How we build about
Yeah.
houses, how do we manage?
Mhm.
And I think the strategy, as Margarita was saying, having two offers, being corners,
Mhm.
the board, the shadow we need. So
Mhm.
I think it's really well justified and really well as a general strategy.
Mhm.
Making that kind of scripts.
Mhm.
But I was surprised about the vanity of the houses. I think they're really nice houses, but also lower income people. They could have like bigger spaces or more community spaces. Having this kind of huge envelope of concrete.
Mhm.
For example, I was thinking Camila habitación del Corbusier,
Mhm.
and we had like this kind of huge envelope, but a really nice strategy of double heights and simulation.
Right.
And that one without roof and face and like doors.
Right.
And that was nice. But I was thinking if it would be, if you have considered to experiment on height too,
Mhm.
or how type of mine, like more than 19 heights.
Mhm.
It's like big height to experiment also in section.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah. We had iterations that had only double height spaces, and we scaled it that like way back. And I think we were trying to, I think that's a really good point. We were trying to create like as few subtractions as possible from the existing building to make it like a more affordable endeavor, and to preserve more of the components of the building. But yeah, I think that might be something, one regret that we didn't keep more of that.
That's something you can think about for the communal spaces that you have,
Right.
where at least some of these spaces will start to have, since they are larger spaces, double height, alternate between floors, so more breathing room, something in this section that will start to create more connections between the
Well, it's a question of definition, right? I mean, we were saying, we didn't want to do too much. So the question is, what defines what's, I mean, there's a budget ultimately that defines what's too much and value engineering. Defines what's too much and what's not too much. But that's probably something that also, again, would be helpful to set, not knowing how much this costs, but to set some parameters in regards to, constraints.
Yeah.
Like how much can be done.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Right, because then if you start opening up end spaces, then why not open up other things?
Right.
If you're already going down that road, where's the limit?
Right.
And I think you were very wise to limit yourselves to certain moves, that are repetitive and not expanded where you were in the beginning.
Right.
Pretty exuberant in terms of information. And then we also had a discussion about the historic value of the building, right? And how much compromise or should be compromised. So again, I think you, like, for the sake of this proposal, you probably would have to define how much is too much.
Yeah.
Right. I think that the silent move of moving the exterior stairs inside is a really wise one. Because it costs money, but it's really wise in terms of the aspect of the building, or the dignity of the building.
Thank you. Yeah. Especially when we're starting from thinking about the elevation primarily, it was not something we wanted to have. Those, if you drive by it, those cores are not pleasant to look at.
And I think that what Cordula was saying about the construction strategies and the budget, it can be really well connected with the comment of Amar before about the phases. If the construction is with these kind of parameters, that the housing inside has a kind of construction that there is cheaper and faster because there are these kind of modules that they're building on places. You could explain the strategy with the budget related, with the properties and timing related, behind, and also with the phases of how this can be done over the time. So to like think into reality.
Yeah.
It will connect it.
Yeah.
The project will stay the same, but you will
Bolster. Yeah.
The question of phasing it to me is really interesting because even if you look at the plan, the building itself, it is already 3, if not 5 or 7 buildings in one.
Yeah.
So you can easily
Take a
you know,
chunk.
kind of take one section and start working on it and have it being used instead of just doing the whole thing at the same time. 1 million square feet.
Yes.
That's-
It sounds like a joke. 1 million square feet. Yeah. Yeah.
No daycare, right? You don't have a-
We didn't plan for one.
There
but
is one,
there,
of course.
yeah.
There's gotta be.
Yeah. It wasn't a conversation we had, but right.
Great.
Thank you. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm very happy that we got 3 minutes.
Finally, after 2 years.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kelsey. My thesis is about storm shelters in Central City and social infrastructure for disaster relief and recovery. So first, I'll just read my thesis statement. As established forms of social infrastructure, the churches of Central City provide environments for gathering and strengthening relationships and can increase aid to residents before, during, and after a disaster through the design of sheltered spaces and networks. So this was based off of the prompt by Richard Campanella. Oh, I don't know. I assume.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, got it. So this was based off of the prompt that was based off of Richard Campanella's article, "To Survive Future Storms, New Orleans Should Look to Its Past." And he was arguing that the current system of evacuating the city for storms just doesn't work very well. So there's cost implications. There's also safety implications of transportation, and then timing too, because for a mandatory city evacuation, it takes 72 hours. And then it's just a huge disruption to daily life for people to leave the city and come back. And then this also isn't really addressing the infrastructure failures that often happen after a storm. So he's proposing that instead of evacuation, we should go back to sheltering in public buildings throughout the city, which we used to do before cars. And so I was looking into different disaster recovery efforts, and I remembered this book that I had read called Palaces for the People by ARCH5990. And he had mentioned that he looked into the Chicago heat wave, which I think was in the 80s, and he studied that neighborhoods with more social infrastructure were more able to like adapt and respond to the heat wave. And then I found this map, which was overlaying a redlining map of the city as well as a WPA directory of the churches from 1941. And so what stood out to me from this map was this neighborhood here called Central City. It has the highest concentration of churches. And kind of what I took away from this is that in these poor working class neighborhoods that were redlined, they kind of had to fill their gap with social capital and networks through these religious institutions. And so I did some more research and tried to figure out like which churches were still existing today. And I found that a lot of them are still active. And then I looked into kind of a broader history of how a lot of these congregations were established during the Jim Crow era, and then how they've kind of been very responsive to social movements and like broader social challenges that have happened. And so, for example, like the New Zion Baptist Church in Central City was where the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was established. And so this kind of begs the question of what is the future kind of social movement or larger issue that these congregations can respond to. And so for more context on Central City, the neighborhood has a large presence of history and arts and culture. There's Mardi Gras Indian tribes and social aid and pleasure clubs, a lot of public street art. And then there's also this like very visible presence of community and desire for people to kind of connect to one another. But despite that, there's still a lot of challenges that the neighborhood faces. The average rent in the housing market has increased a lot over the past few years, as well as the Black population has declined while the white population has inclined. And then there is also this issue of displacement, which you can see Central City right here faces that as well. And then almost 50% of the neighborhood does not have access to a vehicle when thinking about evacuating. And then also almost 50% are living in poverty right now. So how can these churches kind of ease or mitigate some of the challenges that the neighborhood is facing? So I first started out by just looking at like a larger scale of the neighborhood and mapping out major corridors, current infrastructure. And then I also documented all of the churches that are currently there through elevations and plans and site plans to try and get more of like an architectural read. But I kind of decided to narrow it down to smaller congregations. So that means that they're less than 6,000 square feet. And these congregations have less resources available to them. Most of them aren't nonprofits, so that kind of limits their funding. And then they also are very small, so they would need additional square footage to accommodate more people during a storm shelter. And then they're still like very accessible. Almost everyone is within a quarter-mile walking radius of a church. And this is just a scale exercise, but I looked at the Superdome, and during Katrina, there was a lot of issues with having it be a shelter of last resort. It was housing about 15 to 20,000 people. There was like, it was just dangerous and not well maintained. And so kind of just showing that these churches would only hold about like 30 people. So it's just a huge jump in scale. And then I was looking at how to kind of break up these churches into different microgrids that could share resources. So each shelter or church would have solar panels and then battery backups for the electricity, and then also like rainwater collection, and then kind of the possibility for a shared database that would like keep tabs on residents and people and what they need and different resources that they would require. So these are all of the smaller congregations. There's 52 of them. 37 of them have sites that have the potential to hold a shelter as well. And then I found that almost 6,000 people do not have access to cars. So breaking this down, I found that there should be 30 people per church building that can be sheltered, and then about 120 people need to be accommodated within the actual storm shelter itself. So the first site that I looked at, which I picked honestly kind of randomly, but it's a small congregation on First Street in the neighborhood. So just getting into like the basic massing strategy, which I had to keep in mind that I wanted to apply this to multiple sites. So I started out with this 4x4 grid and then introduced a shared walkway in between the shelter and the church. And then the ground floor is kind of set back, and the programming is, it's potentially for a flexible event space that can be utilized by the church and the surrounding community. And then for the material, each ground floor is going to respond to the existing church's material. And then for the upper floors, I decided to round the corner for wind resistance to for hurricane resistance, and then introduced a program of immediate housing that could serve people with damaged homes, unhoused people, or people facing eviction. And then for the materiality, I wanted to find something that was hurricane resistant, something that could be unified across multiple sites, and then also something that is very recognizable. So I did some research into hurricane resistant materials. I found that polycarbonate is actually very strong, and people already are using it to kind of board up their homes. And then polycarbonate also can be adaptable across multiple site locations. And then lastly, it has the potential to kind of have this illuminating or glowing effect that would make it recognizable. So this is just a quick elevation study of those different material. So back to the site. It's a very small church and it has like a large parking lot next to it. And I actually went to a service and tried to kind of like observe what happened and how people utilize the space. And then, so the ground floor, like I said, is a kind of flexible event space. And then you have this shared walkway and introducing a trellis as well. And then this kind of operability, it can open up and respond to the neighborhood. And introducing these 2 circulation cores as well. And then the ground floor structure, which is glulam columns and beams. And then introducing the housing on top, which would be CLT, and it would be about 8 units per floor. And then for the polycarbonate, decided to wrap the building and utilize that space as the circulation and wrap it with this polycarbonate screen that is also operable. So this is the ground floor during an event space. You can see these 2 circulation cores and then this kind of back of house with a kitchen storage that corresponds to the existing church's kind of back of house condition. And then the condition during the shelter and how it can accommodate a lot of people. And this is a view showing that kind of shared walkway space in between the church and the shelter. And then for the upper floors, the introduction of 8 housing units and then this shared communal space that kind of splits the floor. And then these units can also expand to accommodate more people. And this is a view showing this kind of operability of the polycarbonate screen and how you can open it for views out to the city. And then looking at a little bit more detail at these units, they can accommodate more people through smaller interventions like furniture pulling out of walls or like lofted bed space as well. And then the section which is really highlighting this kind of operability and the ability of the building to kind of open up and have airflow and respond to the context, and then how it kind of hunkers down during a storm. And then a view showing approach from the street and how the building really fits into the context. And then this kind of glowing effect. And then I started to look into some of the logistics of how this system could be implemented. So kind of the more getting into the relationship between the congregation and the shelter. So the shelter could provide like a more accessible event space or workspace, and that could increase the church's outreach into the community. And then also like funding from the renting out the event space and the housing as well. But I think this was like difficult to get into, but I think like a lot of it would come from grants or multiple grants that would need to be applied for. And so then kind of zooming back out and looking at how this strategy can be applied to multiple sites. So applying the grid again, and then the shared walkway, and then introducing kind of different programs. So the first one was the flexible event space, but then there's also potential for a clinic or workspace to be implemented as well. And then the introduction of housing on top of that. And so this is just showing the kind of network that's starting to be formed and how these can become more recognizable and kind of glow or illuminate during a storm. And then that's just my sources. That's it.
So really the representation really seductive. Glowing boxes on the neighborhood. And really clear in explanation also on the fact that we will go out, zoom out, zoom in, and zoom out again. Because to tell the story about this as an infrastructure. You started with essay from Campanella, the idea of this distributed network of facilities that are an infrastructure, a dispersed infrastructure. Is that correct if I say, for example, that's a backup house for all in the neighborhood? So do you think the numbers of a backup house will be, in terms of numbers, enough for everyone in the neighborhood? Or is it 10%, or is it 20%, or is that based on normally how people is left out in the street?
So I started with the people that don't have access to a vehicle. So that was like 45% of the neighborhood. So there is potential for these to kind of like grow, I guess, like vertically. But for a basis, it's just the people that don't have access to a vehicle.
So that's really then, yes, it's a backup house for all who do not have car.
Yeah. But ideally, like if people were in their homes, they could still come and like have an air conditioned space if they need it, or like plug in and charge, things like that. That already happened. So
I think it's brilliant. I think, I mean, the premise is really clear and the resolution is clear. It seems to be keeping on site with resources, socially, but also economically, I guess. And it's contained, but it keeps its spirit of this glamorous design that has this balance as often it's not easy.
I think the presentation was great. With how you explain needs of the steps, how you related to other students, like even whenever you were zooming into already the typology of the chart, how you come back to the Superdome to check your numbers, check your surface, check what is the service that you want to keep. But I want to congratulate you too on that.
thank you.
And that's great. And the way of thinking the project itself, I think it's great that it's as a system. I have some comments about what the project itself and the strategy. For example, I was surprised that you are not proposing as a first thing like a space for storage or collection of resources, things like that, even though there's going to be, maybe I missed it. So that I think it would be nice to consider that kind of core of resources in an emergency, like collecting water that is always there.
Yeah.
I think that would be an important part of the shelter.
And when you say resources,
like water or food or supplies.
Yeah,
Yes.
supplies.
So maybe that would be a part of the program that I missed, but then maybe it would be nice to consider, because I think it's great how you think of these pieces as a system of infrastructure that it can be reused and rent and give money even to and I have to build other ones or to maintain the church. So I think that kind of economic system is great, but for the typology, I would also keep kind of specific.
Yeah, I definitely, that was something I like didn't really like the resources part. I know there was a lot more to explore on that, just for like literal square footage of like how much room do you need for this food and like water. So that's something that I think I want to keep looking into. But I did like, I designed like the kitchen and part of it, and then there was some storage, but didn't have like the numbers of exactly what I needed. So,
but I think that's a good point, actually. You know, I mean, with the limited square footage that you have, you know, how do you orchestrate it most efficiently, right?
Yeah.
And I think resources that also extend. I was just thinking about, you know, the hurricane shutters, right? You know, like I mean, every time a storm comes, you know, everybody frantically, you know, searches for their plywood panels, right? And tools, right? And you know, like basic equipment, generators, right? That can be distributed throughout the neighborhood. I think that's a very important aspect to consider, you know, as an aid and as an amenity to the neighborhood.
Definitely,
so,
But also, I mean, think about, you know, the neighborhood. People are, you know, help each other a lot. So there is a spirit of the neighborhood. So the resources, you can imagine that in the case of hurricane, people will bring the food they have at home, and that becomes part of the supply because, you know, they know that the power is going out and the food's going to go fast. So, you know, that becomes part of it. But even maybe I missed. Are you using the church as well? To go back to the plan where you show in case of need to use as a shelter, are you using the church as well?
yes.
Or, okay.
Yeah.
Because that's, you know, also the numbers. I mean, it is, you're saying it's about 50%, but the reality of it is, you know, people will squeeze in if they need to. If there is air conditioning, and you know, this is kind of a comfortable situation. But you can imagine that we can accommodate more people if needed, and solidarity in this case, you know, kicks in, and everybody wants to help everyone else in the neighborhood. They all know each other, and they all kind of congregate in that church. So that, and as you said it, you know, when you went there, people know each other, right? And if one is missing that Sunday, they notice like what's going on with this person. You know, are they okay? So there is that spirit of community that is very strong.
Yeah. And I think something I forgot to mention is a lot, like these congregations are really small. Like when I went, it was only like 15 people. And so there's kind of this like issue of it's just going to keep declining. So how do they kind of adapt to like the future and make sure that it doesn't just like die out? And like having an extra space that isn't solely for religion could kind of like reach a broader audience. So yeah.
But that, you know, that's what's happening on the first floor, you know, on a regular basis, right? The church is for Sundays, but that communal space is really important for that community on a daily basis, for people to come in charge, you know, be surrounded with neighbors and help each other.
There's several layers of infrastructure that are overlapped in that network. You also have the other infrastructure. If you go back to the Axon where you have other programs that are not the extra program you always add at the same time.
This.
Medical center.
Oh.
Yeah, flexible and workspace clinic. No, each of these nodes is a node within a network. Clinic is a node within a network, etc. So I think that's brilliant because it's almost like an exploded axon of different infrastructures that are overlapping these nodes. It's a multi-infrastructure node.
Yeah.
So in that sense, maybe in the narrative, it would be nice to see this clinic in its context, to see the flex event in its context, etc. So is that a small, medium, or large piece within the network? Etc. So to see that in terms of numbers as well. So same thing with the energy electrical substations that are also distributed.
Mhm.
So what is that? What is the role of this? We make it stronger in terms of discourse of systems.
Yeah.
Of systems.
And I think that kind of public system or public benefit inside of that kind of low tissue of housing,
Mhm.
I think it's great that you consider that the material is something recognizable,
Mhm.
but I think you could also explain how your strategy of growing in high is also like an urban strategy of how to be the public element inside of the tissue.
Mhm.
So it's already being recognizable only just by being this kind of more high element.
Yeah.
Like in Spain, many parts in the world, in Europe, like the churches with
Mhm.
the big,
In Napoleon, we have a huge tower.
yeah,
Yeah.
with the huge towers, and it's like the reference. It's like for society gets
Mhm.
together. So I think that kind of urban explanation you can incorporate it also
Yeah.
to your presentation
Yeah.
because it's there.
In a way, is a super dome section. So your diagram of the plan, put in section, and the
Mhm.
elevation of the super dome versus the elevation of that.
Yeah.
Would be a
That would be
nice
cool.
way. So instead of 30, it's like 100.
Yeah.
The kind of, I really like the driving force of data. It's really strong.
Thank
I think this is a great model, to use one material, going back to this idea of iconic,
you. Mhm.
the economy of material, I mean, polycarbonate, as we talked about it is a very affordable and makes sense in terms of shelter and protection.
Mhm.
And, as iconic as something that can blow and as something that is higher, but not, to repeat that in a variety of ways throughout the neighborhood is a really nice idea.
I think it's and the way you have found the scale, making the public element in that issue, I think that's really hard to do, like not going too big, or not
Yeah.
getting too small. So I think the scale of the pieces of the center are really well measured. And I think they were talking about that kind of ground level. I think the plan, whenever you make it full of beds,
Mhm.
or in Madrid, we are not used to natural disasters at all. And whenever COVID hit, then we realized how important were like all the sports event spaces, all this kind of big area that they were like just for events, and then they show their use as a social emergency public element. So I think thinking of that kind of really big area in Horizontal that it can be arranged for the everyday emergency, I think is like a basic great element.
And that's how you started out, right? You looked at the actual church itself first,
Yeah.
right? As
Yeah.
a place or as an opportunity for transformation.
Mhm.
But then at some point that shifted. When you discovered
Yeah.
that most properties actually had some availability, some spatial
Yeah, most of them
availability.
have a parking lot next to it, so it's like perfect for a site. And then the larger congregations, I think I kind of veered away from them because a lot of them like already do this and have the only thing that would be new is like introducing solar panels kind of. So I think the smaller ones were like kind of more in need. But yeah.
That's interesting to know that the big ones are doing that already and
Mhm.
how different what
Yeah.
That's interesting. I think to take into account in order to push that into reality,
Mhm.
because that needs to come.
Yeah.
What did you find out in terms of, I don't know if ownership is the right word, but I would assume that several of these churches are managed by the same entity often, right? Or how are they run? Is each a singular institution, or are they sometimes grouped, or?
I don't know. I know that a lot of them are part of like a larger congregation that's, but not necessarily like within the neighborhood. Like, I'm not really sure, but the one that I went to, like they had like a partner or whatever church in like Baton Rouge or something. But, and I know that the one that Civic Studios, like Aaron Chang works out of, they also have another church that they're like partnered with. I forget where it is, but just not in New Orleans. So I'm not sure like what the kind of outreach is or how that works.
That's almost like another infrastructure.
Yeah.
Because it's a different phase.
Yeah.
It's a different phase, so they're grouped and they're like nationally. National notes.
Mhm.
So I think that might be.
Yeah. It's just harder to find that information because it's like not very
Is that
accessible.
by the name of the church that you have already a phase that is a network?
I think it's the name. I'm pretty sure.
They're all
I don't
nonprofit,
know.
correct?
What?
They're part of a nonprofit.
No, they're not. So I was saying that the larger ones typically are, but smaller ones, just they're not as like, I don't know, they don't have the resources to kind of like make that extra push and become a nonprofit. And I think once they do, they just have a lot more funding accessible to them. So like introducing something like this as part of like a grant could potentially have them become nonprofits. Was the idea.
Can I do something about the design?
Mhm.
I was really surprised that we have 2 stairs. Just that I'm curious. Why
Yeah.
2 wheels, such a small element that they try to minimize everything.
I think it was just like code. I needed to have 2 exit stairs. I'm pretty sure. I don't even know. Yeah. It came up during one of my reviews that I didn't have a second one, so I put it in there.
Is
Yeah.
a requirement like the egress, but I didn't know for this small piece also requires somebody too. Okay.
Yeah, it depends on the occupancy.
Oh,
If
okay.
you have more than 8 units.
I'm really used now. I was thinking of it. So the
Yeah,
2
yeah.
stairs mentality, I really have it there, but I didn't know for this scale that applies. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We also have a structure. Structure is kind of dividing the stairs into.
Mhm.
It's true. But we-
I was also thinking there's no, since I was in the reviews, no building systems in the so this is HVAC. No, what's the?
You have the plan of the school?
No, I don't.
It's solar
yeah.
panels.
Yeah, you can kind of see in section. Yeah, it should. It doesn't in the model, but it should.
Great.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. No. No. Do I need to stop sharing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
That's great.
It's a good.
Where's the full screen on the Mac?
On the Mac, up there, the green, you can just click on the green there.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not it. I think you have to.
I was in the there, yeah.
What is it? She did, yeah.
I was going to go back to the Zoom first.
So sharing. How do we do
I think
this?
it's in view and then full screen mode.
So, yeah, sorry.
information overload.
Where is it?
Oh.
It just goes away after.
Does it? Okay.
No.
No, it doesn't go on it's
Where is it? Delete. Sorry, hide floating there. That one. Can you click through it?
Yes. Okay. Awesome. All set. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. My name is Hayden Boyce, and my thesis is called The Collective Commodity, Integrating Public Spaces and Mobility Systems to Create a New Standard of Walkability. And so this name refers to a critical analysis of the result of a century of reorienting US cities around dependency of personal car use. And over 60 years of bulldozing historic urban fabrics for parking lots and urban freeways. The result of this being cities that necessitate car use and punishing those who choose to walk, bike, or take public transportation. In short, what should be collectively owned and occupied public spaces and mobility systems essentially now only serve those who are privileged enough to afford and operate a car. And so what this has sort of left many cities with is disintegrated and separated public transportation systems and public spaces that basically, in many cases, positions those who need to take public transportation. Those facilities are often in a sea of parking lots or alongside of a very busy arterials. And basically, what I mean by punishing those who use it is it's basically relegating people who can't drive to basically forces them to use these very inhumane spaces. And so what I mean by walkability there are many definitions. The first that many are familiar with is this idea, what I'm referring to as walkability through proximity, the ability to fulfill daily necessary activities without the dependence of a car. So being as close as possible to all of these daily activities, being able to get to work or to the grocery store without using a car. And this is often achieved through the implementation of policy and zoning. Although there's the other side that on paper is not always apparent, and that's the idea of walkability through safety or walkability through comfort, the inherent level of safety afforded to pedestrians. And this is achieved through the physical design of space, so often using a lot of human scale elements, human scale trees, street furniture, and then of course the separation of pedestrians and automobiles to keep people safe. And so through this, I will be approaching this with the ACSA Timber in the City Urban Habitats Competition that locates the project in Atlanta, Georgia, at the Arts Center MARTA station in Midtown. That requires an urban marketplace, short stay housing, and community space. So this will basically essentially make it so that this site will have that those qualities of walkability through proximity. So all of the necessary activities can be fulfilled on the site. And then the major point of the competition is to promote environmentally progressive and innovative models of sustainable urban living. And so in that sort of lens of sustainability, viewing transportation as the primary goal to sort of achieve sustainability is very important, given that personal car use makes up the largest contributor to greenhouse gases in the US. And so just looking at Atlanta, it's very visually apparent at the beginning that there is this now lack of density. So much of the historic urban fabric has been bulldozed for interstates and parking lots, and much of the city is basically surrounded by suburban sprawl, which all but necessitates the use of a car. But the first steps towards achieving walkability in a city like this is to sort of view what the existing accessible forms of infrastructures are already there. So recognizing that Atlanta has one of the few heavy rail rapid transit systems in the United States. And so positioning that with what parts of the city could already be deemed walkable or could already be deemed mixed use. And then of course, lastly, the city is currently implementing the Beltline, which is a series of light rail lines, bus rapid transit lines, and a series of public parks and bike paths that circumnavigate the city. And then positioning this with the existing subway line and all the stops that come along with it. And then basically the initial idea to shift away from car dependency would be to orient each of these stops with public or transit-oriented development to sort of promote that density and walkability from the inside. Taking a quicker look and closer look at the Arts Center station itself, recognizing that it is positioned between Atlantic Station, which is a newly developing commercial district, and Piedmont Park, which is the largest urban green space in Atlanta, and then also just being a short bus ride away from Atlanta's Peachtree Station, which is the Amtrak connection in the city. So this positions the Arts Center station and sort of area itself as an urban node, something that can connect all of these different areas to the rest of the city via transit. And then even closer, looking at its direct connection with the Arts Center namesake being adjacent to the two largest art museums in the city, the Museum of High Art and the Woodruff Art Center. And then just importantly, looking at the existing station, because the Arts Center station, while this area has been referred to by the MARTA system as one of the most walkable neighborhoods in the city, the existing station, while in section very interesting, doesn't really offer a lot of room for pedestrians. So as is shown in the section, much of the pedestrian circulation happens through this, the connection between the subway and the bus loop is through this very compressed and cast in place concrete tunnel that basically in person is not very inviting. And the only sort of ways to get between these two modes of transportation is this very compressed core of stairs and escalators. And basically much of the site is basically relegated to that bus loop. So a lot of that surface area of the site is not really prime for development. And so basically the first formal move, flipping where the bus loop is. And so putting it on the same level as that subway entrance basically makes that connection much easier. So it has a very direct connection to that subway, makes it easier to transfer between modes. And then being that the bus loop now is kind of underground, opens the rest of the site up for development and makes it easier to view it as a pedestrian plaza. And then of course, lastly, putting this housing and retail core right at the center sort of positions the site as a mixed-use activated site. So looking at without the core there, seeing how the site is being used as this urban connection and node between all of these different amenities and also the connection that it has towards downtown, seeing that the site is now oriented with all the service area reoriented towards pedestrian friendliness. And so the next step being this large mass timber canopy that would facilitate the movement across the site. And then how that canopy is used to sort of position all of this different mixed use programming across the site. So the canopy itself facilitates movement and also distributes and densifies program. And then in the end, how that canopy is sort of interacting with the movement of the site and with the final massing of all the different programming. So the first plan is very easy to see, the direct connection that this underground bus loop now has with the subway station. It makes it easier for mobility. So now instead of having to go up and down a bunch of different stairs and escalators, there is now just one sort of grade difference that has to be made to go between the different MARTA modes. And then that sort of opening the north end of the site to be a retail center, to sort of activate that street front along Peachtree Street. And then moving up, sort of seeing how the canopy and sort of the landscaping facilitates this movement to be going from the different entry points of the site towards the center where the transit node is. And so in section, it becomes very apparent how this overall sort of idea of the canopy creates this defined vertical boundary of across the entire transportation hub, and how the implementation of different street trees sort of re-centers that as a pedestrian space, a human scale space, and then how that very large core of housing and retail and community use space sort of is able to occupy that same transportation center. Looking at some perspectives across the site, this would be the retail space. That would be the entry from the north of the site. Seeing how the canopy is being that vertical boundary while also offering different lighting and vegetation fixtures that recenters it as pedestrian space. And then very sloped and very, the slope of the ramps and the stairs across the site sort of eases pedestrian flow up that very sort of movement of topography. Looking at the bus loop now underground is no longer sort of this very compressed tunnel that leads to it. The bus loop is now, while underground, it has that direct connection, but there are still skylights above to bring light into it. And also seeing how these different fixtures hanging from the canopy can act as a lighting source. And then seeing how the canopy itself, being that it's extended across the entire site, you can sort of see how it acts as this pedestrian flow and sort of moves pedestrians across the site. And then the implementation of an urban marketplace to sort of activate that flow that's that sort of core circulation across the site. And then lastly, looking at how the sort of large canopy can also act as a beacon towards the surrounding urban environment, sort of inviting more people in, and how that canopy or the housing core on top can also do the same. And yeah, that is the presentation. So thank you.
Question about the housing that you're proposing on top. Do you have any?
Not in terms of drawings, but it would be sort of the competition that it's being or that it's responding to sort of asked the housing be a mix of studio, one bedroom and 2 bedroom units. So those would be distributed accordingly.
Do you have in the floor plan, do you have the cores of the building? You haven't considered.
No, this is more like a master planning and considering like the pedestrian movement across the site itself.
When is the competition?
It's in June.
In June. You probably need to add that to your submission.
And I think that would be important to see how is the pedestrian that they're going to the house going to interact with the flow of the station. That they have like a specific path or how to find it.
Yeah.
And overall, the project makes total sense. I really appreciated the large scale explanation of your proposal, site proposal into the context of the city. And not only that, but also in reference to the large challenges city face today, the idea of densification, but also especially reforming the mobility system. And how is that looking like in a city? Specifically in a place where you have these facilities. I think it's really clever to choose the site you have chosen, where you have already 2 nodes of museum and park. So the site, I mean, the site of the competition, I guess, is really appropriate for the thesis of the teams you're exploring. And in terms of the project, I think the large scale canopy is really smart. It's really effective to generate this new microclimate that it's not only about the articulation of a new topography that you have decided to sunken the bus to have it at the same level of the subway. It's not only that decision, which is a topographical public space move, but it's also the canopy as a infrastructure. I think this is really wise. Where I would challenge you is that the role of it or the design of the canopy, and perhaps doing more than just shadow and light. I think that it has the potential to generate a microclimate. And by that, I mean, perhaps parts of it have thickness and earth and plants, etc., that are thermically effective for what is happening below. So working in section with the rain on the side or the cycle of water, etc. So to go beyond like a hole of a mall that is, just a roof or ceiling, but something that is collecting and like an artifact, like a building that generates air conditioning, natural air conditioning by itself. So I think that it's really clever. It just needs a little bit more development on the capacity of the capacity of this artifact to change the place.
Yeah,
that is really promising. It's really good.
Yeah, I think I have a question about is all open, the canopy?
Yeah, the canopy, where the canopy is would all be open air. Yeah.
So it's all connected to the public streets and and then the boxes that you place, like the retail and that is like is it linked to the canopy somehow? Is there like individual boxes that they can build over the time, or like the market area that you were explaining, or is like a free market that is like vendors that they arrive?
Yeah, it would be a mix of different local vendors in the market that would occupy like fixed stalls. And then the other buildings themselves would also be responding to the canopy. The fitness center itself would not be for that building, would just be like the massing of that building would be that sort of move, like I guess like turning across the site. But the retail spaces, those are all responding to the grid set out by the canopy. And then like the spaces below, or the spaces like the interstitial space between those retail boxes would also be responding to the canopy with those hanging fixtures.
In a way, the relationship between the box below the canopy and the canopy is critically important, because in a way, what you're saying is that you can do whatever you want underneath the canopy because that sustains, the form it sustains. So it has a hierarchy. The canopy is more important than the building below.
Yeah.
But the building below needs to follow the logics of the canopy and perhaps be a little bit more linked together. So perhaps the difference of height that you're leaving between the canopy and the building needs somehow to be regulated, or it's that in section the relationship between the box and the canopy has to work to gain its strength of its wall. It can be a leg. 4 columns is like a leg of this table, and it has a pool.
No, I was thinking of how the model is done in white and brown, and it talks a little bit about having 2 words in the project, not 2 words. One is the kind of solid housing, solid topography, that kind of one, and then the other one that is including the boxes that they have made in white, and the other one that is that kind of big shadow of the canopy that has like more organic endings making a shadow. And I mean, congratulations for the presentation before all, and I really like the topic, and I think and I visited Atlanta last summer, and I am really curious to see what kind of things it's so different. But I think that kind of white wall, I would love to see if there's rules that they connected. Like for example, the housing has that kind of big presence, and like a visual person that it would be easier to identify on the context. And we were talking before about how to arrive to the port, to arrive to that shadow, and I would be lost if I have to arrive to my port, But if it would be like kind of that big element kind of growing underneath and connecting that kind of topography, maybe the boxes come from the topography or from the skirts of the building or something like that. I think it would be nice to see booths that connect that kind of white work, the solid work.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that can be possible to connect with the topography.
Looking at the model today, I think there is something really interesting about how the canopy is broken down into pieces. I know that we had some conversations about the canopy being this one unifying element and being literally one element, but I think there's something really interesting about the fact that it is broken down to the different pieces, because that is giving it a completely different scale to it in a way than if it was this kind of monolithic object unifying the site and working with its part. I think there is something really interesting that you ended up with here. Are you familiar with Miami?
Yeah, we had talked about that at our last.
The Perez Art Museum?
Mhm.
Okay. Did you tell? Because that was Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I see.
Good.
Now I see. No, because there is something of that. Have you been to that space?
Not in Miami, no.
Okay. I mean, next time you are there, put it on your list. It is really a great space, and it is achieving what you are trying to achieve here in a certain way. It is a museum, and you have this plaza, and it's creating that public space in a very interesting way, different levels. But also to going back to Margarita's point of how you can start using this canopy, because in Miami, there's a they started hanging these planters from the canopy, and that becomes an element that soften the space and start to create different scales and bring that into how it's more than just a canopy. It's more than something to provide shade, and break the scale of that concept. But I think again, to me, the most interesting thing is how the fact that the canopy is not a unified element is really interesting. And now the housing in the middle of it, which is substantial when you look at this building, the approach to it, because you have this canopy, all of a sudden the scale is brought back to something that is more of the pedestrian human scale than this, what can appear as almost a monumental building of housing sitting.
Can you show the ground floor or the underneath the plan where you have the bus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to the comment, Andrea's comment about the topography, I think there's a potential for, I guess, having even a ramp exiting for buses also here. So I think that entrance and exit from only one point, ensure that it's enough, or the bus can enter and then exit here. But so this topography, you have made a big, in section, you have made a big move of taking the bus and sinking it. But I think in that direction, there's also the possibility of opening up and opening like some topographical moves that allow light to arrive below into the subway. So when you're arriving, you have some kind of light, and then light, and then exiting the same thing. I think there's a potential of using the whole topography beyond the building to have more actions on the ground. So like a hole here or beyond that allow the understanding of the topography as public space. So topography, so orography, public space, and canopy are 3 layers of surfaces. Underneath, surface 0. So below sea, below earth, 0 and plus 30. Those are different levels that, and to the point of to your point of the top, so that is also changing, because that can also be like surfaces that move. I think sectional moves in this direction as well as this. I mean, you have done this one. The big move is this transversal, but I think in longitudinal you have also potential to create different microclimates.
Yeah, definitely.
Underneath soil, forest, and canopy.
I think that, you know, the idea of opening in this direction is interesting, but the big point, you know, for the proposal was to minimize the impact of the bus station. Before, it used to be at ground level and it was very visible. Now you wanted to kind of bring it underground, put it up at the same level as the access to the subway station. So that becomes one level and minimize the impact of it. You know, so I don't know if adding another exit for bus will not kind of go against this idea, you know, as much as opening the, you know, working with the section in this direction is something that would be very beneficial, you know.
I mean, I'm a great believer of cohabitation, so I know things needs to be separated, but I believe that cohabitation is more effective when you have two things that conflict, to have them sharing space, make them less, because otherwise this kind of bus will have a lot of small, I don't know, I feel that it's a little bit of a backyard. And by
but it's
opening
very
up,
open, right? You show that image where you showed the bus station and how open to natural light it is. And you know, the question is, there is that openness, right? So it is not, you know, it's not a contained space, you know, but it's never a pleasant space in the bus station. You know, and this is a great one, you know, for a bus station.
I don't think adding another exit, you know, like for convenience also, you know, and like really to kind of demystify that main entrance and exit. I don't think that's necessarily interfering too much with you know, the existing site. You know, I wouldn't be opposed to that either. You know, like if to be honest, looking at the plan, I think it makes sense to add another. You know, if it's just an exit or an entrance. Or I don't know.
It's a certain level of connectivity of that mode of transport.
Right. But I like the comment of really, I mean, and it's about the conceptual understanding of how you organize the site, right? The underground, right? The ground level and the canopy as three layers that really work in sync with one another, right? And are coordinated with one another. For right now, you know, if there was a critique, I would say, you know, the distance of the canopy to the ground, you know, in scale, like seems to be pretty consistent. Right, and you started to lower, right, the light fixtures, right, and the devices that have the hanging plants associated with them. But I think, you know, thinking about, you know, this idea of microclimate and what the programming is underneath and how the canopy can respond to it in height, right, and vary, I think is a useful exercise, right? It seems like it stays mostly the same, right, in terms of its proportion, right, or relationship to the ground.
Yeah, and going back to if you can go back to the plan, the one in the way, I think either the exit that I'm proposing, or I'm curious, what is that volume? This volume that is here, like, and then they take, like, by building.
Yeah, so that's the fitness center. So that was just sort of like a mediation between the two different levels of the site, the two major levels. So there's the retail space, which is on its own, and then of course above where the large urban plaza was. So that fitness center would have access to both of those levels, and also sort of like the orientation of it would, and then the next plan up is sort of this like turning across the site. I definitely agree that it's like the least interacting with the canopy and definitely could have more qualities doing that. But
what I was going to say is that Margarita, whenever we were in the plans, she was talking about things on the grade. And I think that piece is an example of how you have place on the grade, because if you don't have that area would be also great. So I think I will try to think if these pieces, I don't know if they could be on a stripe here, on a stripe here. So things that they are built on is that kind of a strategy of your open areas without interrupting these big public spaces and being part more of the substrate element that I'm talking about.
Yeah, like having more connections to the underground.
Yeah, being already like what builds that kind of perimeter, no? The public space and the the build amenities, no? So I think that's all one thing that I love.
In a way, so if you go into the competition of so you continue this project and submit the competition to June 1st, I think there's a potential for this canopy to also be used on top, because the housing might have this as a garden, as a highline. So maybe part of it is a highline, a part of private enterprise of sorts that makes the thickness with earth and trees, etc. And this fitness center also emerges as the housing is emerging and has an outdoor as part of this has a canopy continuing, and this is used by the fitness center upstairs. So you have a public area, private, and then a more collective, and this is also the same. So then you start to have in section a lot of complexities in terms of private, collective, public.
Yeah,
that occurs from the subway to the private apartment. That will be super cool. I think this section, longitudinal section, and the way you, I mean, I think it's great to have the program of housing to reach what the kind of.
Yeah, definitely.
Any recommendations for the competition submission? You have a month, about a month.
Yeah.
Between now and then, what should Hayden spend his precious time on?
I think the role of the canopy as a highline.
Yeah.
That is a series of orchards for the housing complex. And then.
So when you say highlight, are you assuming it's walkable on top?
Yes, so the canopy has, so you have a section of a canopy that have A, B, C, different types of sections. Ones are like more similar to light, that is just shadow and light. Others are full of earth, that you have trees, etc., and are accessible by the housing complex in parts. And or maybe it has like a communal or like cafe or something like that here in this level, and then above is housing. So that can be used by the residents. And then some other parts. So I think that the different section types of canopies can respond to different locations.
Right.
And sometimes the canopy with this fitness center can be, even the column can enter through and do things, you know, like this kind of sectional relationship. Yeah, but I think it's great to think that it can be paid by, so part of the canopy can be paid by the development of housing. So the increase in investment in the canopy or the hypostyle room is brought by the housing development as economic enterprise. Because if you live here, you want to have like a park at the bottom instead of having a station, right?
And I would try to clarify your drawings. I think now that we had this conversation about what I was explaining about the layers of the project, it would be really nice to have drawings more thinking of a competition, having axonometric or exploring axonometric that explains those steps, or sections that they explain better the relationships between or some diagrams that I think explain the circulation for the station, moments whenever the public space is used as a market. So I will try to make diagrams that explain that, and then a complete axonometric that shows the layers of the project.
Yeah. For sure.
And you need a housing plan, you know, and course. That seems pretty crucial.
Yeah.
Is the thickness of that determined by competition grid? So that is, you have decided this thickness, right?
Yeah. So it would be a single loaded corridor of housing going all the way up.
So a single, what is one corridor and like a hotel? One corridor and one facade and then apartments inside?
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess it's most apparent here. So there would be I guess it's like wood screen.
Housing or
it's
open market?
defined as short stay housing. So in the same light as like an Airbnb, something like that. But I imagine that there needs to be more of a mix of long stay as well.
I mean, for sure, I think I would do vertical floors and apartments, either 4 or 4 or 2. Because the corridor is really long. It's like
it's
really low quality. You know, it's type of apartments that you know, like normal. I mean, that has enough thickness.
Agreed. I think, you know, the most important thing, something I don't know if you mentioned at the beginning, the competition is asking for the housing on the corner of the site. So
Yeah.
you're already kind of off competition, outside of the competition by suggesting that the housing, everything should be concentrated on this, band in the middle where the station, the subway station, the bus station, and everything should be focused. So I think you need some explanation of that core idea, because they're going to look at your project and they're going to say, you didn't read the brief, you didn't understand the brief. So you have to make the point why you're going against the competition brief, and you think that this is a better idea. That's where you're going to grab the attention of the jury, and that is so important. At the beginning, set the stage to why you're going against their recommendation. Right.
And that cannot be done without deciding where the lobbies are, because of course there's a conflict of lobby with station, and I think this is in the section. So probably the lobby needs to stay at a level that it's not going down to the bus station and to the subway. So you kind of need to get through somehow. You cannot go to home from the station. No, you have to.
The station is from here. No, so the station is here.
Yeah, but I mean, that's one station is here. The subway is below that, and the bus.
The subway is below, but the entrance to the subway is here, and the bus is here. So the lobby can be here or it can be here.
Exactly, that's what I meant.
So
it needs to be elevated. It cannot be at the bus level.
It's not at the bus level, but even it could be here where you can open this. So, but that's something that you have to decide.
It would be accessible from the space on the back. So
it could be that, right. So you can access
this should be
direction in this direction here. Yeah. Which allow for that level here to be completely open somewhat, and that's the intention. So, and that becomes the separation between the bus and the train station and the housing that is completely at a different level, accessible. You're using the topography of, there's something that the computer needs to be plugged in, where there is this buffer zone of open space between the entrance to the lobby, and that the question of the cores and where the cores go to and where do they stop becomes visible and important.
Ones to think about.
Yes.
If you have questions or want to run things by us as you're working on this, feel free to do that.
Of course.
We want that to succeed. We want to link to be
Winning the competition.
So
We want you to be winning the competition, so we can.
Clearly, we all want to do the competition.
We want you to win.
Okay, so let's keep on talking about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you, Hayden.
Thank you.
I don't know how you will manage at the end, the back of the site, but I wouldn't submit any picture that is from the back because it can be really confusing. And if you are going to work out the accessibility, I think the picture from here from the model is great, but in the back is more confusing.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned that in the presentation.
But also, the idea of the exploded axon is really important when you're talking about all these levels and connections, because plans, it becomes difficult. The axon, isometric views are great.
Thank you.
And yes, I think I would play the in terms of northern forest, urban forest. That is, I would that are.
Yeah. That is something diagram that says, this is the proposed assumption, right? Or the assumption about this I should be laid on. And this is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Why? That needs to be very.
Is there a way to share the screen? It's full screen.
Share the screen and Zoom.
Okay. Yeah, do you want me to move to the folder?
And you can minimize this.
I think it's nice to be able to
See, okay.
see it.
That's a very good one.
That's what?
That is the green. The green.
French Quarter.
Okay, good.
Wait, how do you minimize the? Oh, let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, hello, my name's Alec. So my proposal is called Basin Street Skyway, establishing connections from the Lafitte Greenway. So this proposal seeks to improve connectivity in the area between the Lafitte Greenway and the French Quarter, specifically enhancing the connections between surrounding programs which have little to no physical communication with one another. Connecting paths linking these programs are established to create a new public infrastructure that works within the physical limits of its urban site to conceive a network of dynamic public spaces. These new intermediary public spaces respond to the context of the existing programs. They connect while overcoming site barriers to enhance general connectivity within the area and establish continuity with the Greenway. So to first get into a little historical background on the Greenway, before it was Lafitte Greenway, it used to be the Carondelet Canal, which was this long a waterway which connected from the top of the French Quarter up to Bayou St. John. And then where it actually connected to the quarter was the old turning basin, which is where ships could port before turning around yet and going back up to the bayou and ultimately Lake Pontchartrain. So it was originally built by the Spanish back when it was New Orleans was a Spanish colony, so that they could access the lake through the swamps and whatnot, as that was impossible at the time, for the resources they needed. And through its usage, the canal was used to transport both goods and people to and from the heart of New Orleans, connecting right down to the French Quarter. And then the actual basin itself was a very lively area with lots of industry and activity, being adjacent to Congo Square. And then there also used to be the Carondelet Walk, which was the first notion of a linear park going along the canal. So today it's become the Lafitte Greenway, which we know and love. It was filled in around the 1930s and was kind of a swath of industrial land until about a decade later. It was converted into the Lafitte Greenway and opened in 2015. And the Greenway is great because it becomes this linear green throughway park that stitches neighborhoods together from the top of the quarter up to the bayou. However, the connection between the Greenway itself and the quarter is lacking in because of barriers existing within the urban fabric, which disrupts the continuity between the Greenway and the quarter. So looking at my site here, which is along Basin Street adjacent to Congo Square, first to note is some of the programs that are already existing along the Greenway itself, including some recreational fields, as well as there's basketball court, and then most notably is the bike path, which extends all the way through the Greenway and then along Basin Street. And the bike path is probably the most used amenity that the Greenway provides. So first, getting into those barriers, on Armstrong Park above Congo Squares, the municipal auditorium, which has been abandoned since Katrina and is just really large building that takes up a lot of space. And then around Congo or Armstrong Park itself is this fence, which basically closes the park off from most of the surrounding area, kind of defeating the purpose of a public park. And then the main barrier is Basin Street, which is this very busy street going along the side of Armstrong Park between the French Quarter and the Greenway, as well as some of the surrounding parking lots. In terms of programs in the surrounding area, because it's kind of at this precipice of the quarter and then some of the neighborhoods above, you get pretty rich mix of cultural programs and community programs, being some of the oldest cemeteries in the city, Basin Street Station, which is provides like tours, Holly Jackson Theater, and then just the French Quarter itself being very culturally significant. In terms of community programs, we have apartment buildings, the Marius Playground, Covenant House on North Claiborne. Then we have the Treme Recreational Center and a Homer Plessy Community School. And then here's just a few photos for context. The one on the left is Basin Street looking towards the Municipal Hall, which you can see over the trees in the back. And then on the top right is looking in the other direction. So one way that the proposal can be framed is thinking about how it becomes a reversal of the High Line in a way, where instead of the development spurring the context in the case of the High Line, this proposal is the context is then spurring the actual development itself. And instead of a linear kind of sequence with these programs being connected, instead it becomes a more of a network of connections coming together from these programs. And the strategy that the ultimate strategy that I'm about to explain in more detail can be kind of distilled down into 4 main points, being established connections between selected programs, create new infrastructural paths, work within the physical limits and barriers of the site, and create new public space. So with all that said, after the barriers themselves have been identified, the opportunities can then be identified. First and foremost, of course, the extension of the Greenway into its surroundings and down to the French Quarter. And then taking the existing programs that are identified and imagining these new paths or these new connections that can be created between them. And those connections go on to inform raised or an infrastructural path, which can be raised to within the context of these barriers. And then at the intersections of those paths is where new space can be formed out and becomes a sort of raised public plaza, bridging some of the barriers, Basin Street and these parking lots. From there, the bike path is then connected, the existing one on the Greenway, to extend over Basin Street to then connect into the quarter, and then the bike path along North Rampart, which previously the 2 bike paths were disconnected. From there, new programs can be like new intermediary programs between the connected programs are made, between the connected existing programs are made along the infrastructure. And then last, this creates opportunities for growth that extend into the Greenway and its surroundings. So the ultimate form becomes this dynamic infrastructure with a main trunk that links the Greenway down to the French Quarter. And then based on the placement of this infrastructure, you can see how it makes this link that extends into the quarter down through Jackson Square, following along St. Peter's Street, making this very long overall connection from almost the Mississippi up to the bayou. And then overall, the paths weave around different dynamic elements around the infrastructure, creating openings that allow for a more porous surface, as well as where there's instances of this kind of dynamic furniture that becomes part of this wrapper that wraps around the structure. So here we can see the top floor of the project with some of the proposed programs along, and these programs are both cultural and utilitarian in nature. So the idea behind the proposal in the project is for this infrastructure that becomes both iconic in its urban setting in New Orleans, while at the same time very much being a neighborhood amenity. And that's reflected in the programs provided. So for instance, we have like a bike stop that separates the bike path from some of the pedestrian walkways where bikers can get off. We have a few public restrooms. Then there's a band shell that extends down to the ground floor where the seating also becomes a means of vertical circulation. And then an observation tower, which gives another perspective to the city itself, while also providing elevator and more stairs. And then the understory level continues a similar language and provides additional programs. And while the overall infrastructure is raised to bridge the surrounding barriers, the relationship between the ground floor and the upper level becomes very dynamic with varying means of vertical circulation, including multiple ramps, elevators, and stairs. So the project not only becomes an extension of the Greenway horizontally, but also then becomes an extension of the ground itself vertically. So here you can see the band shell, and there's also, oh, excuse me, I forgot some of the programs being provided include a skate park, a coffee shop below the program or below the band shell, a recreation space at the onset of the Greenway, which is expanding upon the already existing basketball court there. And then there's multiple elevators throughout along that connect to different levels along the procession. So first here we have the band shell, which has the coffee shop below it, and you can see in section how it connects to the ground floor, also acting as a means of seating. The observation tower in New Orleans, you don't get many opportunities to view it from a higher level. So the observation tower gives a visual connection to the Greenway, some of the aspects downtown in the French Quarter, and then of course is also providing an elevator and staircase, means of vertical circulation. Then here we have the onset to the Greenway, with a recreation kind of supporting with some changing rooms and locker rooms, as well as storage for equipment and whatnot. Here we have, looking out back towards the quarter from the top, you can see the bike stop with one of the elevators, the band shell in the back, and then you can see where that observation tower is towards the back. And then there's multiple openings on the upper level, which allow for some water mitigation strategies. So the lower level has multiple instances of water retention features and plantings, and that allows for water to drain from the upper story onto the ground floor. And then just an axon demonstrating the overall connections, as well as the connection with the bike path. And then the some of the vertical circulation elements, and then a final axon view. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
For the presentation, how you can explain the whole context, how you make all the connections to justify it. And the graphics are amazing. I think the is really linked to that urbanism thinking. So I'm really impressed about all the setup and all the strategy has like a meticulous thinking from the existing. So just one question on the existing big building that is there, municipal.
Yeah, the municipal auditorium.
You said that it's now with no use.
Yeah, I think after Katrina, it suffered from damage, and it just hasn't been used since. But it used to be used for events, and then I know they used to have like Mardi Gras balls there and whatnot.
There was a recent conversation about moving City Hall into that building.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
There's two large buildings in the park. One is that, and then there's the Mahina Jackson Theater, which is used sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
just they will have to do something during the rental of the space because it's really needs and connected.
Congratulations for being so skillful. It's a super sexy project.
Thank you.
Like really beautiful, and it's so the way you have designed the infrastructure as a linear park public space, elevated with grounds, connected to the ground, and yeah, I think it's really, it reminds a lot of Nehemiah and the Benidorm project from Karate, and many of these large-scale building infrastructure. It's a boat or a highway conceived as a building.
Yeah.
As like an horizontal building, topography, landscape. It's this kind of hybrid between architecture, landscape, and infrastructure, right? That makes this new artifact so powerful formally, but also I guess functionally. Maybe my only point will be to, as almost like as a piece of advice, that I think I smell a little bit of distrust of the ground floor. You know, that the idea that everything can be solved. I mean, not everything, because you have the gardens and everything, but the things can be solved with this new artifact. And I mainly think that things can be solved at the ground zero level, and that can be an added piece. So to me, it's not about solving the thing with the artifact, the sexy one, in my experience, but to reform the mobility at the ground zero with sidewalks and larger sidewalk crossings and large reform of mobility to allow the underneath the sexy artifact to work well.
Yeah.
And then adding value to this with another argument that is also again microclimate, rain retention, doubling different levels of public space, but you never will solve public space by making it at level X, you know, only. So that's why I think when you have the strategy of inserting new, like more density and new development, that's the way to go. Because if you're doubling public space, you need more critical mass, you need more action, you need to insert what you were saying, these other things that will happen along the way. So I think it's an excellent project, but I just smell a little bit of distrust from the ground, which is not, it's like culturally us, and I think it's somehow needed. Otherwise, this artifact might become irrelevant in its needs.
Are you suggesting that what he's solving with this can be solved for the ground level?
No, I think it can be complemented in 80% by the ground floor. So I think this alone, in my view, can fail easily if it's not supported by a strong operation at the ground floor level.
I think the idea is not to consider these two levels separate.
Yeah, it's a conjunction.
The success of the project is if they work as one.
Right.
If you start thinking about the upper level and the ground level, this is where I think the project starts to, you know, fail or fall apart. It needs to act as one. And the conversations were, you know, from access, multiple access points. It's never, you know, you're up and then you have the exit ramp and the access ramp to the upper level. There should be a continuous connection between the two, constant connection, and in terms of mobility, you know, pedestrians, bikes, and even, you know, the water management idea, because we talked about this. This is a huge service, and if you don't think about, you know, how the water is going down to the ground, and consider these two things as one, it is going to fail. I mean, looking at the model, just looking at it this way, it's a huge piece of infrastructure. I mean, you know, that's the almost, you know, the challenge of this project. It is not, you know, when you look at the scale of the surrounding buildings, this is a huge, you know,
it's massive.
Infrastructure that you're building. Right. But the fact, if you manage to make it where it is, you know, it is part of the ground and not an elevated element, I think that's, you know, that's the success.
Yeah, I totally agree. And in this perspective, you can see that the ground is managed, and you have explained to us that it's full of ramps, elevators connecting the two. So you're doing two levels. Right?
Yeah.
But then what I'm talking about is that this level, ground zero, is across the city.
Yeah.
Which is not the project now. So
Yeah.
it's like looking into the future, the idea that this surface you have created underneath the city, this kind of needs to be connected with
Yeah.
the city at large. And it's another project to do the project of mobility, reform of mobility, in a way that this highway, or this boulevard, needs to be reformed in order for that to work. Is what I mean. So, because then the project underneath is not only a shadow or a park that is below,
Contained within that.
contained with that, with as many vertical things as possible. That's fine, but it needs also to be connected with these other things that is another project. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying that this is super great, but in the future, when you present that, before you get into this, you need to present a study of mobility of the reform. What do you think the mobility should be for that to work?
Yeah. No, I totally
You know,
understand.
I mean, it's not, it's another.
Right, the solution is not just to say, okay, we're going to move on and ignore everything that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that's not, I mean, there's benefits that are arising from this as well, right? We're
Mhm.
whatever, you know, look at the shade that's provided.
Yeah,
There's clear
exactly.
amenity in the city.
Yes.
And if you look at the rest of the Greenway, the few shade structures that are there, those are the places where people congregate and populate because, you know, because of that.
Yeah.
You know, because it's usable during the day.
Shade and rain.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
You know, but also shade, you know, it can be pretty good out there. And but I agree, you know, I mean, there is, you know, the problem, you know, again, the reason why you chose this site or this area is because there are some problems at the ground level, right? Basin Street is pretty much an off-ramp, right, of the interstate, and right, and they're connected to other places, right? So people just, you know, rush through. There's, you know, no means of slowing down, right? And then Armstrong Park is a whole very charged affair in itself, and many people have tried to resolve or come up with solutions for, but nothing has happened and nothing has materialized, you know. So so I think that comment is really useful in that regard. You know, there's and you know, another reason for the invention of the project is that there is really no clear entrance into the Greenway, which in itself is a very useful armature and it is utilized.
Yeah.
But there is no portal from the most populated part of town to get into it.
Or
you know,
more, you
or
know,
the
it
church.
interrupts abruptly, you know, it just
Yeah.
ends where it's not connected to the city. So going back to, you know, point of how this is connected to the city, the idea is that the Greenway, this becomes the extension.
It's like the
and
fingers at
fingers
the.
to kind of feed into the neighborhood and then, you know, bring from the neighborhood to.
I have to say that I completely agree with the point about the ground level. With the circulation of the ground level, that we thought even more, maybe more of that. And I think, like, I have to comment that I think it would match to that thinking. You know, if we will solve the ground level plan, the ground level circulation in that way, I don't know if as many arms. Like I believe some of the arms are really well thought because of the open space, like in the park or in the Greenway that you have around. But whenever the arms comes into a narrow street, I don't think that would work as well. It will be a way of maybe avoiding. I was thinking about the one day, like Lisa, yes.
Yeah.
Whenever is what happens with the pedestrians, with the actual life that is happening right now in this world.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of the level 0 to be solved, and maybe these elements will get a little bit more simplified whenever the ground level has like maybe less connection, but in points that they are already accessible because of the ground level is taken care of.
Yeah.
So that's one thing, and also the way of materializing. I don't know if that can you have like a plan with many columns, or that kind of system of many columns. But whenever the streets that area and all
Was this one?
Whenever it's more, I don't know, the system it becomes more narrow, the spaces, the walking spaces. I know maybe thinking of bigger elements that they could already be like the stairs, something the elevators, the structural elements, and avoiding interrupting the circulation in the ground level of mats. So I don't know if that would help also much. So it could be linked to a way of materialize the structure of these highways.
It's not a high.
No,
yeah,
it's
the second
well, you know,
pedestrian
it is
area,
interesting to think about the structure because there's always this balance between you have less of it, but then any kind of bridging becomes more substantial, or have what appears to be more structure, but the impact of it is lesser because you're spending less, so your rooms are
size of the
correct.
element and the
Correct.
scale.
Correct.
That's something that I don't get it completely right now, the scale, but it's something we need to consider more if you want to do a tricky circulation in the ground level really happening. So I think it's something to be really measured about the amount of interaction that we want to integrate at the size.
It's really beautiful.
Thank you.
So,
I mean, there's also this argument that you create something that is attractive, right? And
Yeah.
Visually appealing, people will come there.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, with the Rusty Rainbow, right?
I mean,
or
part of the original
good or bad.
idea is also that it's supposed to kind of draw the crowd out of the quarter too. Is like you're supposed to see it and be like, that looks interesting. I want to go walk on that.
Just for the experience.
Yeah, exactly.
really, in a way, even, I mean, exuberance is its word. No?
Yeah.
I mean, you have moments of exuberance, and I also can feel contention in some parts. No? That you're skilled and you do this curve, but then you contain yourself. I mean, the perspectives, for example, they have in the previous ones that we see below, there's an intent of normality on the resolution of materials that, this pavement, for example, versus the foreign plan. No? This pavement is like, okay, let's make it feasible and cheap or something. And then you have this super form. Super luxurious. I would just go for maximum and be bold and it's almost dreamy in its color patterns, etc. Because that's exceptional.
Yeah.
I mean, I recommend really the Benidorm project, waterfront Benidorm, that has a pavement that is a topography in colors. Go for it. It's like New Orleans.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Great.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, so you can just click on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, I'm Katie Schultz, and this is my thesis, Post-Fossil Fuel Futures. So start with the thesis statement. With the shift away from fossil fuels already beginning, the future of fossil fuel infrastructural sites must be planned prior to abandonment. It is imperative to begin speculating a post-fossil fuel future in which carbon industry sites transition to healthier forms of productivity while actively reincorporating existing communities and their natural landscapes. My research began with an analysis of fossil fuel trends within the US based on the current situation in which the oil and natural gas industries are rising while the coal industry has significantly declined within the last decade. I was interested in first looking closer at the coal industry as a precedent for what happens to these industry sites as they retire. I found that within the past decade, 546 coal power plants have retired, and the vast majority of them remain abandoned sites without future plans for redevelopment. These sites are public health hazards and are eyesores for the communities in which they inhabit, and many communities are having trouble economically recovering from the closure of these plants. When it comes to examples of reuse, it mostly consists of coal plants transitioning to natural gas facilities, with a few examples of data centers or solar farms. However, on average, it takes around 27 years post-abandonment for redevelopment to occur. Oh, yes. Great, thank you. Based on the IEA's oil analysis, peak oil demand is predicted to occur by 2026, which will result in mass closures of oil refineries. Additionally, The Guardian is predicting that half of the world's fossil fuel assets will become worthless by 2036. These studies give reason to believe that a fate similar to the coal industry is near in sight for the oil industry. The goal of this thesis is to design a post-carbon transition framework for the petrochemical industry to avoid the same abandonment problem that we've already seen with coal plants. My research is focused here on Cancer Alley, which spans from Baton Rouge to New Orleans and has 1/5 of the nation's refining capacity. Within Cancer Alley, 46 people per million are at risk of getting cancer in comparison to the US average of 30. And these health risks are disproportionately affecting Black communities and communities living in poverty. I've chosen the Chalmette Refinery, which is located here, as a case study to develop my thesis. However, the idea is that the strategies implemented here could be re-implemented across any of these petrochemical industry sites shown in red. So looking closer at Chalmette, there are over 5,000 people who live within a 1-mile radius of the refinery, and 30% of them are living in poverty. The refinery was ranked the 8th highest releaser of benzene in the world, releasing 38% higher than EPA standards. Additionally, Chalmette is located between the Mississippi River and the Bayou Bienvenue, so we can't help but speculate how the oil industry and pipeline infrastructures have contributed to wetland and species loss within the bayou. Now looking closer at the refinery, some key points to mention is that the site is located at the intersection of St. Bernard Highway and Paris Road, which are two pretty busy commercial corridors. Also located on these sites are these historic oak trees called the Versailles Oaks, which are fenced in, but to one side of the oak trees is the St. Bernard Parish Prison, which we'll get more into later. At the south of these oaks is a lot of this really heavy refining equipment, kind of shown in this photo. And then the levee is located at elevation 26 feet, where the rest of the site is between 8 to 12 feet. And on the other side of the levee is this kind of soft edge condition of marsh and wetlands, which is shown in this photo. So based on all of this background research, I have made 3 main diagnoses, which I will dive deeper into later. But the first has to do with ecological problems of wetland loss and environmental pollution. The second has to do with social and public health crises and how the oil industry is disproportionately affecting communities living in poverty. And the third has to do with the economic reliance on the oil industry. And so these 3 diagnoses relates to these kind of 3 goals of the social, the natural, and the economic, which is used as like a design framework for my project. And also relate to 3 design goals of landscape remediation, environmental justice, and a post-carbon industry. So based on these diagnoses, as I shift into the design portion, I wanted to be designing with these lenses. And so I also was kind of trying to think about how this site could be reused and kind of working with the existing framework instead of completely starting from scratch. So I started creating this kind of plot grid based on the existing conditions. And then from there, I began to think about how the refinery could gradually phase out in unison with initial research of peak oil demand and phase into new programming. This diagram represents how some lots will close and begin the remediation and redevelopment process, while other lots are still in refinery use until eventually the entire site has transitioned into this post-fossil fuel landscape. And based on these plots, I started to analyze different opportunities for the sites, and I was really drawn to the intersection of St. Bernard Highway and Paris Ave as a strong opportunity for activation and connection to the existing urban fabric, shown here. And additionally, this plot has the Versailles Oaks and the really heavy kind of refining equipment. So that led me to investigate this plot closely for the purposes of this thesis. When analyzing existing conditions on the site, the main issue seems to be that this refinery is acting as a barrier between the existing community and the natural landscape along the waterfront. So my main goal is to blend these two conditions of the urban fabric and the natural ecology. Just as I am designing the entire site to be phased out, I am also considering the hierarchy of redevelopment on individual plots. So this diagram is showing how phase 1 is focused on remediating the site along the waterfront and refining areas to first ensure that the site is healthy for inhabitants to be present. And then second, the goal is to connect back to the urban fabric and provide programming which can be seen as an asset to the existing community. And last, and let's say years 50 to 100, future growth and intensification could occur on the site. So based on these goals, the site is broken up into 3 programmatic zones, which would directly relate to the natural, economic, and social goals. So I'll be going through each of these. So starting with the natural, the diagnosis is that the petrochemical industry has directly caused biodiversity loss and permanently transformed our landscapes. Additionally, pipeline infrastructures have caused severe wetland loss, which weakens our natural flood protective barriers. I started to focus on this relationship with the levee, and I was noticing how the current levee is acting as this barrier between the natural systems along the river and the hardscapes of the refinery. So my goal was to be able to first activate the levee and make the waterfront more accessible, but also to blend the natural systems across the levee. So as you can see in plan here, this is where the levee is located, and there are these existing ponds which are already there, and the idea is to be able to reflect those ponds across the levee to create these kind of stormwater management ponds. The topography is then terraced up to create tidal terraces, and that's also reflected across the levee with a gradual increase of topography to the levee. And this is where a lot of the heavy soil remediation is occurring. And then lastly, there are these piers which are extending off the levee to allow for kind of interaction with biodiversity and landscape and activate the levee. For the remediation efforts, I'm proposing a combination of mechanical-based and bio-based remediation strategies. So this diagram is highlighting the strategy in which the top layer of contaminated soil, which is shown in the green zones, will be excavated and moved to the red zones to create these remediation ridges in which the contaminated soil will be wrapped in an impermeable barrier and create these walking paths which are elevated and connect to the levee, while the green zones will be planted to aid in phyto and phytoremediation efforts. And these ridges are helping with the original issue of the highway and the levee acting as a barrier between the existing community and the waterfront. So the ridges help to stitch you across the levee. Additionally, a boulevard condition is proposed at St. Bernard Highway to help stitch pedestrians across and make the road more permeable. So this consists of an extensive and programmed neutral ground with more kind of crosswalk conditions as well. In addition to the goal of soil remediation comes the goal of reintroducing biodiversity to help provide habitats along this critical migration route for many endangered bird species. And so here in this section, you can see that the remediation efforts are focused on one side of the levee, while the constructed tidal terraces on the riverside allow for controlled flooding and wetlands while reintroducing biodiversity. So then within this perspective, you can see this active levee promenade in which the remediation effort ridges are kind of leading people onto the levee, with the levee piers extending offward for gathering spaces and allow you to kind of view the habitats of the tidal terraces, kind of provide bird habitats as well. In the end, the goal is that if these strategies are implemented all across these Cancer Alley sites, the levee can act as an ecological spine in which biodiversity is reintroduced and the landscape is healing. So moving on to the next goal of the post-carbon industry, the diagnosis is currently the United States economy, and specifically Southeast Louisiana and Chalmette, are highly reliant on the oil industry. With peak oil demand in the near future, economies which are slow to decarbonize will suffer while early movers will profit. Initial research found that if the US is not quicker to decarbonize, there could be a 1.6% loss in GDP. So the goal is to propose a new form of productivity which could act as an economic anchor in a post-fossil fuel future. I began looking into precedents for opportunities and specifically looking at size requirements, as many of these are larger scale interventions. The food, energy, and timber precedents are all located here in Louisiana and range from 10 acres to 200,000 acres in size requirements. Although the Chalmette Refinery is only 40 acres, the idea is that a system could be created across the 5,000 acres of Cancer Alley industry land in which these new forms of productivity could be implemented at a larger scale. But these strategies could also be implemented at a smaller scale. So on this site, an industrial composting center is proposed, which community members can drop off their waste, and then the compost which is created could be used for soil remediation efforts. Additionally, a research center is proposed as a way to continue research into remediation and renewable strategies for the future. Moving to the last goal of the social diagnoses is that toxins released from petrochemical industry really increase risk of cancer, respiratory illness, birth defects to those living within a 5-mile radius. Those affected are disproportionately communities of color and communities living in poverty. So looking at the existing site, the St. Bernard Parish Prison is the only programming besides the refinery on the site. So this obviously brings up conversations about how the US incarceration system views prisoners, and in this case, the intentional placement of the prison on a site that is in a public health crisis. I began doing research into the comparison of the US incarceration system versus Scandinavian countries and studied some Scandinavian precedents of rehabilitation centers with the goal to rehabilitate prisoners back into the society. So for this site, the goal is to propose a rehabilitation campus which can act as a social anchor for this community and rehabilitate prisoners back into the community and back into the workforce. The existing prison is laid out on a rotated grid system from the surrounding buildings. This grid system interested me in that it provided opportunities for connections into the existing urban fabric, so I began with this grid system. And then I began to fill in areas of public space and gathering and started to spill out these public spaces over Paris Road and into the Versailles Oaks in an effort to create broader connections to the existing urban fabric. And from there, building footprints and ground plane activation were added. And lastly, I was concerned about the issue of security and privacy. The goal was for the north end of the site to be more public and provide opportunities to rehabilitate back into the community, while the south end of the campus could be more private and higher security. So a gradient is formed in which you can see the red dashed lines in the buildings create a higher security zone. So this axon shows the program of the site with the public plaza and visitation center along St. Bernard Boulevard, with the middle of the site holding recreational, artistic, and educational opportunities. Housing and dining hall is then considered the higher security zone, with the south end of the facility, the south end of the campus connecting to the composting facility and research center to allow job opportunities for prisoners. And then this perspective is at the top corner of the site, looking at the plaza and highlighting how this could be a social anchor for the existing community. Although the prison is specific to the site, the goal is to create broader urban gestures which connect back to the existing communities and provide programming which can act as an asset and social anchor to the people within this community. So to summarize, the thesis aims to visualize a post-fossil fuel future which uses the levee system as an ecological spine in which biodiversity is reintroduced, plans for a new form of productivity as an economic anchor through the net zero transition, and proposes a social core to connect back to existing communities. And then I'm just going to finish on an animation. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so this is just walking you through a before section and then later on into the proposed section for the site.
I do have to say, and that's for all of you, this projection system does not do any justice to the drawings and the images that you all have been working on. Really, this is not doing justice. Yeah, this is not doing justice.
I'm sure it will be accessible to
Yes.
the website and social media.
It's on YouTube. You guys can check it out. Like, comment, subscribe.
I mean, first of all, of course, we all congratulations.
Thank you.
Super solid work. I mean, I will start with maybe with an anecdote or some sort to say that. Do you want to be the measure of millions? I mean, being an active figure as an architect, to put a vision of post-fossil fuel, it's needed. It's needed. So what is very much needed is to have architects, designers that understand complexity and are able to put forward an alternative future. And that's really needed. And you're like a super candidate for that. So I think the vision needs you, Louisiana needs you. We all need you. You know, we all need that type of vision that is articulated, that is grounded, that is also articulated, you know, as to be implemented. It's super consistent. It has, I mean, the three nodes of economic, social, and ecological as a system that moves from the Cancer Alley region down to the side. It's over time. So it's advanced in the social media instead of incarceration rehabilitation. So it's advanced in many ways, and it's beautiful. So I think you have achieved that an education. I think is really, really needed for you're in a cutting edge of what is needed.
Thank you.
So it's a pleasure to see you. I have to say. Then we can talk about the project itself and perhaps the three dots are touching so many things that in a way the architecture, the architecture as a traditional understanding of the production of the object might be like a third is not in the front row, right? Because architecture is not only to put together materials, so it's not material assembly, systems reassembly also. And in your project, system reassembly is a big part of the architectural response. Because I think you think as an architect, don't let people classify you as a landscape architect, urbanist, economist, social, blah, blah, blah. Don't let them do that. Because they will try to classify you in silos as they have been taught. So you're an architect, you're designing, redesigning systems, redesigning materials, and you're a designer of systems. And I think I totally depend here, and I'm like thrilled to say that you are an architect, and an architect is also this. Okay, because you will explain that you don't know economics, you don't know about landscape, you don't have things that you're not. You're a generalist, and you're an architect generalist, and this is the maximum thing you can do.
Congratulations, the work is so consistent, so well, like it's really impressive.
Thank you.
And I think the way you move from the really big scale and the general problem and the social and economic problem to your movement to how to approach the physical interventions, understanding how that long stripes of the plots. No? So I think the movement from big scale and analyzing to how to achieve the proposal, I agree that maybe the materializing is not as developed as is logic, because what is behind is so much bigger. No? So maybe each of the parts, how it's materialized is not as developed, but it's completely normal and completely fine. But I think it's so great that you already give the guidelines of how to approach these plots, how to guide these interventions. But when I thought it was beautiful, like whenever you jump into one specific building and you create the turnaround grid compared to the residency and the other things that they're for proposing the public amenities, just working with the grid. I think that's kind of really sensible and really smart readings of the place, not the typologies.
This is not a project that was part of the briefs that were given. It's kind of, you came up with your own, right?
Yes.
Congratulations, because this is really impressive. There's a high level of maturity in the project. But to be able to set up the framework for your project, and you obviously are passionate about the topic, and it's not something that just to do a project. It's something that probably you'll be working on for years, decades. I really enjoyed, the level of maturity in the process from the beginning, your conviction about the topic, and the progress you made throughout this semester, and how there are, like any creative process, there are moments of struggle or questioning, or you question yourself, but that's part of the process. But how you were able to navigate those moments and keeping, the focus always, even if the focus, shifted or moved, it's not a fixed target, but the idea is, the general idea is, but how to achieve it and how, the best to make those decisions along the way. It's really interesting to watch you do that and try to work with you on the process. I think it's a great, it is something, again, hopefully you will use it as a springboard to publish it, to put it in places where, it gets visibility, and you can get more than just a degree in architecture from it. How this is the typical example of a piece of product that should help you, get the next decade of your life set up.
I feel like I must say that, Margarita, your studio Future of Urban Ports gave me a really good framework for how to go about something at this scale. So yeah, thank you for that. Gave me the confidence to feel like I could do it. So thank you.
Initially, in our first discussions, when you came, when you presented the main idea for this project, and it is partially our role, I have to say, we have to ask questions and we have to question things, but we were, not doubtful, but I think, we were hesitant to say, this is, or we were, wondering, right, how this would find the level of resolution that's needed to really understand the full capacity, right, and the full potential of the project. And I think by really structuring it and breaking it down into the three components, right, and anchoring it with these more, detailed moments in the project, or through those detailed moments, where arguably some, again, architecture, right, in the traditional sense also plays a role. Right, that's really helpful, right, to break down the scale of such a large project and really make it legible and also approachable, right, in a variety of ways. So I think that was really useful, right, for the resolution of the project. But yeah, I mean, altogether, you always knew what you wanted to do, right, and and then yeah, we already said it. Super impressed. Thank you.
But I think, going to what you were saying, it is also sometimes our job to, kind of ask questions that are destabilizing a little bit at the beginning to see the level of conviction.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, it's, how, how much you are.
How much can you take?
It is really important to see, if there is conviction or if it's something that just, let me do this, because it is, and you saw it. I mean, it's not an easy topic or, an easy project to succeed with. You can, easily, it's much easier to take a project that is more contained. I mean, there is a lot of things to this, from the scale of it to the topics that are involved in it, right? And if there is no conviction in that, it's very easy. You can fail very easily. So the first question is how, what is your level of conviction in the topic that you choose? And I think you proved that it is very high level. So that's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe every time we take the topic of the role of architecture, because I think as you move forward, you're going to be in your own, and I think it might be interesting to insert yourself into this lineage of architecture of new, I don't know, this new generation, old generation, that is really truly a generalist. And it's not only a specialist of the building scale, but also a generalist of several scales in abroad. I mean, we do that in the thesis, no? But I think getting to know who your allies are in the past, architects that were architects, urbanists, and landscape architects at the same time, will be helpful for you to have a conversation with people who try to encapsulate you.
Right.
Right. Because they will easily tell, oh, that's a landscape architecture project, or that's a, whatever it is, because it's time, because it's succession, because it's an urbanistic, it's not an architectural, because it's not the object. No. So I think you kind of need to know who your allies are in the past to defend that position.
But I mean, the history of architecture is so, from recent, Niemeyer, Rem, all these people.
But then we go to the 19th century and 18th century.
Sure, but we can go to metabolists, they all are, even if you work on the object, but you have a vision of something that is bigger than it. And that's, I think it's not new. I mean, this is something that architecture has been dealing with, even before 19th century.
In the 70s from now, it has lost. We have shrunk into the building scale, the facade, and the economic pressures.
Do you say that about Rem? I mean, Rem is probably
Rem,
in the
Rem is
80s.
but Rem is until the 90s.
Yes.
Then no one.
Well, I think, like this whole, like looking forward, like all of this is tied to a much more a rise of urgent issues that have an effect on all of on many professions simultaneously. And through that, the necessity for
They were thinking about industries and housing and all of it the same at the same time. It wasn't about the object, even if they design objects, but it is throughout the history of architecture, it always has been.
I would say maybe it's just the 70s from now that has been.
And I agree with Gordon saying the topic that right now, professionals have to look at and take care. I think that you have proved your capacity of reading about the topics, but being able to read on those topics the spatial problem that they achieve, how to bring to an spatial. Because I think there is also like many people in architecture, I think at least in other schools talking about this topic, but without being able to make the translation into the space. Right. And how to, as architects, do that approach, because the people that are going to take up the social economy, other ones are going to be the only nature, but I think you have been really able to read from those other disciplines and see what is important in your approach of a plot, in a really specific place. So I think that translation, multidisciplinary translation is what is needed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Katie. There were already some final comments embedded in here, but are there any final comments to the morning as we're wrapping up the morning?
Do you have plans for this besides, just
I can make some. I can make some plans.
You should definitely. I mean, I really think that at least get it published, submitted for some publications and some awards or you should. I think it's
I mean, they all have this zoom out, zoom in that makes from the larger territorial scale systems approach. You have mobility, you have water, you have vegetation, the different natural systems, and the human systems on a large scale, and then they finish with the object, which I think is a super sign for education. Leading into a world of the problems. So I commend you all for the level of detail of architecture, so capacity to do this without to do
I think all the topics and all the topics were super well approached, linked to data, linked to reality, to the present day time. So I think all the topics were great, and I agree with Margarita that the research was super interesting. But sometimes I think in the research studios or in the thesis, the jump to also achieving a clear project and a clear object, a clear strategy is really hard to move your mind from the research to the proposal. And I think in all the examples that we have seen today, they were really clear. They were responding to the problem that they have found. So I'm really impressed. I enjoyed it a lot.
Advanced, no, and really progressive. I mean, the charity, like pushing the boundaries, so they're like realistic but pushy at the same time. Like, the mobility, the infrastructure, and all of them.
And I think all the presentations were really well articulated, graphically, the way you explain it, it was really easy to follow the whole process. Really great graphic.
Yeah, do you have any questions? Comments so far? I know we're not done yet.
I think perhaps one important thing is to go into reality with it. You know, these projects are seeds for, as you were mentioning, 10 years down the road. It's a fertile soil on which to grow several lives, several plants, several projects.
Don't make it an end, make it the beginning of something the next 5-10 years.
That's where you have fell in love with the topics and the time of thinking. I think that's the best thing you can get at.
In a way, up to me, the first phase after this project is to finalize. So meaning that projects are like sexy things that attract like honey to the, like bees to the honey, you know, it's like when you show, I mean, these models that everyone is like, whoa, it's like a magnet. So it's a magnet of interests and people, oh, where is that? That getting a group of people around the theme, it's almost like explaining the project in several forums first. You know, finding, you're a free lecture of your project everywhere that you think is interesting for them to listen to. That will generate a cohort of people interested, maybe then a website on that project. And that is the beginning of, then suddenly people call you, you were thinking about that, you know, I'm thinking also about that, then it emerges, collaboration emerges in 5 years from that of the lecture round. And then you never know. Then you find grants that are attached to it, etc. I mean, beside you were working in an office getting, but if you put that outside, it's. I mean, we started this way. We started with similar, you know, like publishing and.
To me, the interesting thing is, you know, we saw it this morning. Everyone is passionate about the topic. None of you just, you know, picked the topic or is working on a project just, you know, just project to you know, your academic career. So keep that passion, you know, in what you're doing. Find opportunity to keep working on these topics, even if you have to get a job to pay the bills at some time. Don't forget about your passion. You're at an age where passion is really important, and the more you keep this passion in life, and the more you enjoy your life, again, is something that you're passionate about. Life is much more. You just Good. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
It's great having both of you. And we'll continue this at
You both to
1:30.
1:30. Is it 1 or 1?
1:30.
1:30.
Your boards are up in Q1. So now there are going to be square tables in the center of that corner. You could put your models there today or and get it tomorrow. That'd be really great. And then we're going to come back for each model.
Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you. We'll see you later, right? We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
It's 1:30.
Yep. Let's get started. I would like to welcome everybody to the afternoon session of our thesis reviews. Let me just see if this, yeah, there you go. As I mentioned before, unfortunately, a couple of our reviewers traveling from out of town couldn't make it. But we're very lucky to have Jason Harrell and Ben Smith as reviewers this afternoon, who are so gracious to share their time with us. Jason is the founder of Harrell Architect Design and Construction in town, and also a sometime or former instructor here at the School of Architecture, hopefully back at some point. And Ben Smith is assistant professor in architecture here at the School of Architecture. And again, we're very happy that both of you could join us. My name is Cordula Rosa Gray. I'm a senior professor of practice, and Amar Eloini, who is a professor in architecture at the School of Architecture. So just briefly, we went over this morning already, but for those of you that are joining us via YouTube and for our reviewers, quickly, these are reviewers. A thesis at the School of Architecture is explored through a couple of components: a research seminar in the fall, and then the development of a design proposal in the spring that tests some of the assumptions and questions that are asked in the fall through research and through developing a set of hypothetical questions related to the discipline of architecture. The outcomes of these combined activities are considered an architectural thesis. In the process of this, we're considering the development of the framework that frames the architectural project in order to formulate the thesis statement. We also try to locate personal trajectories and positions within that framework and extend those positions into really, broader fields of, or broader environments of societal, cultural, and political thinking. And then we investigate an architectural proposal through the incorporation of this initial framework and the position as a means to contribute to discussions that we have in the field of architecture and in the broader society. So again, quickly, research and proposal: research in the fall, proposal in the spring. We dissect the research into 3 parts: the project as a thesis, and here you see some of the beautiful mappings that came out of this endeavor. The thesis as a project, your thesis as a project, looking back at your own work and identifying potential thesis threats that are inevitably embedded, as you found out, in your work. And then segueing into the spring semester, we offered a series of briefs to which you will see responses this afternoon. We saw this morning already, and we'll see tomorrow morning again. The proposal for a storm shelter in coastal environments affected by consequences of climate crisis, right? So how can we anticipate or build for, or think about the climate crisis in the broader sense and develop architectural responses to it? The Underland competition in San Antonio, we'll get a more detailed introduction to that in a second. The center of the competition is a cave, and the competition asks to think about thresholds, paths, and boundaries associated with the cave. The ASCA competition in Atlanta, timber competition with the mixed use programming. We saw a project this morning. And then the Beirut port competition, which we will see tomorrow morning. And then the students developed a timeline and roadmap delineating their and anticipating their endeavors in the spring semester. So we're going to start with 3 proposals that that respond to the cave competition, the Underland competition. We're going to start with Dana, I believe. Okay, so let me just reconnect this. This seems to kind of crop out. So there you go. And I can share the screen.
Wait, can you share the whole screen so then I can switch between the PDF and
the desktop?
Yeah. Oh, wait. How do I make it full again?
Go to the menu view.
Oh, make that go away.
I'm sorry. There we go. View full screen mode. Great. Okay. Oh, it comes back up. All right. Well, hello. My name is Dana Ridenauer. My thesis is titled Architecture in Time, a Transitional Space as a Protector of the 3S and Hen Cave. So my thesis is based off of the Underland Competition, which calls for the design of a Pleistocene Research Center for the Friesen Cave and San Antonio, Texas. And the brief states that the primary task is to create a boundary and a threshold between the buildable portion of the site beyond the cave offset and the interior portion of the protected historic cave area. Conceptually, it is a boundary between the present day suburban condition and the interior protected cave or deep time of the Pleistocene epoch. The competition also comes with its own prescribed themes of boundary, paths, threshold, and section, and also has required programmatic elements. So the site is located in the northern suburbs of San Antonio, which has seen relatively recent rapid growth, which has cut off the site from its natural context. Which brings me to my thesis statement, which is historic and natural areas under threat of suburban expansion need active barriers to filter access and protect local histories. Design strategies that explore architecture's relationship to the concepts of time and threshold can aid in the continued protection of historic sites. So my thesis was kind of originally based off of my research into historic preservation, adaptable strategies, and the competition themes. But over time, I narrowed it down to sort of two key themes, time and threshold. And with these themes, I developed two primary objectives with my design. The first is to create an experiential transition between the newer suburban condition and the deep time of the cave. And then the second one is to develop a formal and organizational system that approaches the idea of threshold as a continuous experience rather than a singular moment that facilitates the experiential transition through time. So my site and formal strategies have been derived from the existing site conditions and boundaries. Currently, there's an incomplete boundary around the site. Existing right now, there is fenced space all around the edges adjacent to the surrounding neighborhoods, but along the access road, it is fairly open. And within this dashed line is the subterranean preservation zone. And within that area, you cannot penetrate the ground plane. Sorry, there is quick.
Sorry to interrupt, but the Zoom is muted, so the YouTube is muted. Sorry to interrupt. Please unmute your microphone on the Zoom.
Sort of just kind of like a parallel parking situation right along that road along those front walls.
Seems like there's a little bit of an opportunity there to drive it. It's a little, it seems like they could have pushed that a little more.
Just Uber.
Just Uber.
Or walk.
Or take those
So what's the what's the critique?
Yeah.
You know, like I think in the thesis, like there's usually like a layer of critique somewhere, or like position. I think position is a term that gets used a lot. What's your position? And it has to be about architecture.
Yeah, I think I would say that my position, well, I was trying to explore ways of protecting the site. My research was originally rooted in sort of like I'm in the preservation minor program and rooted in like how to protect the site, protect the cave. And so my position is probably, in this case, how do you make a barrier and to protect the site without like completely cutting it off? I know that's not exactly a very strong sentence,
I'm
but
trying to understand like where you kind of like level some sort of critique of, you know, like whether it's the visitor center, whether it's the site, whether it's, I guess you're trying to do it with the site about protection. So architecture as protection or something like that, as protector. I don't know. I mean, on one hand, I think like a radical perspective on that would basically just be like, don't do anything and preserve it all, because if it says cordially suggested that there's presumably a lot more cave structure somewhere, another building would just sort of problematize that in a number of ways. So I don't know if that's the right line. I don't know if that's the rhetoric that would be sort of substantial to architectural thesis, really. At least like it's not sort of coming across that way. It's a beautiful building, you know, like you know how to do that.
Yeah, you did that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know I'm left with the critique on it. I wanna like it, but it's a little too nice for me right now for where it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little too tight. It's like needed like a little more ugly. And then combine that. But it's also, I gotta be honest, I'm looking at it and I like this kind of architecture too. So it helps when you're critics at all. I'm kind of in the walls and stuff like that. But in shifting things. But there's a lot of it going on here too. It's also, you're curving it. It makes me want to think too, did you ever look at having the walls terraced, but maybe not completely curved, given the complexity of it? Also, the metering of this in this direction. On the one hand, there's kind of a, whether intentional or not, some relationship to these other little suburban scales of the house and all that. But it's also a public building too. So I'm like, does it want to take that scale? Because when I look at this, there's lots of different rooms, right? I know there's a big axes coming through here. But I want to know a little bit more about why it's so chopped up and why there are so many walls within it. And I know one answer would be there's a lot of walls because of the contours themselves. You need them as you go down. Can you talk a little bit about the rhythm, north, south, east, west?
Yeah.
Do you want to go back to one of the images of the project? Maybe that also would help to.
Go to this. So part of the curving and the kind of arcing came from the topography, but it was also meant to transition from the angle of the road to being square with the cave. There were a couple of iterations where it was all rectangular, but it felt a little dissected from the site and just kind of plopped in there. Part of the number of spaces was predetermined by the competition and like the programmatic needs there. But they were broken up to create some flexible space in between. So if like this is a very intensive intervention into the site. So in the future, if they ever needed to expand program or larger spaces or something, they would have the room to grow within the existing building. That came from some of the research into adaptability, just so there would be, should there be needed changes in the future, it would have minimal impact on the site.
The presentation.
Oh, it's changed.
Okay. Sorry, I just got a touch.
So I think these questions are really interesting, and this is a competition, and you will submit for the competition.
Yes.
So, you know, the question is for the competition submission, most likely you're going to submit a small description of your project.
Yeah, the competition has like very specific things that they want. I can't tell you what those are off the top of my head, but
but you know, part of it, or even if it's not requested, you are going to sell your project, or there is something about your project that will make it a winning entry beyond the architecture. If, you know, let's say they like the project, they can, you know, they're going to go through the first round of selection, looks interesting, they're going to put it as, you know, something we're going to go back to. Again, then they will read your description. You will not describe the architecture or, you know, needs or the relationship, but you will talk about your project in a way that will make it interesting to them as a project that is better than anybody else, why they will select your project. And I think the questions that you are being asked is, how would you describe them? What is in your project? And I think this is something good for you to think about.
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry. Well, what you raise is a really important thing, actually. And it's what I started thinking about, actually, was like, in competition, like, you're never going to reference somebody else. That's just like, that's like,
and probably the jury, I mean, it's not only architects,
Exactly.
so.
Then chances are they don't know who you're talking to.
they don't know who you're talking about, why you're not going to put yourself on the shoulders of other people. It just puts you in a negative sort of disposition. So thesis is probably then different a little bit than a competition, perhaps. But I still think like what Amar's talking about is super important, because you have to figure out like what's the thing that you do or that you care about, or the unique sort of disposition that this has that sets it apart. You know, like the joke, I think, in architecture is like the best competition is usually second place or something like that. There's a few examples where that's certainly the case, but you know, because they take the most risks. And you know, what's the risk? What are you taking any risks here?
I mean, on the technical side, my project is pretty large in comparison to the programmatic square footage. So that's definitely a risk, because if they are looking for something that's a smaller impact onto the site.
That would be like, oh God, we're gonna have to pay a lot.
Yeah, I also, in addition to the 4 themes that the competition asked for, I really focused in on time, just kind of a hard concept to nail down. That's part of what my exploration has been, is trying to figure out what that means.
So there's 2
like
concepts
time and architecture.
of time in film that I think are really useful for architects and architecture. It's Roman Panofsky, I think I'm getting that right. Forgive me if I'm not. Panofsky style medium in the motion pictures. He describes two different characteristics in cinema, the dynamization of space and the spatialization of time. And the dynamization of space is when stuff moves, when the camera is still, then the spatialization of time. Well, and it's like when the camera moves and stuff is also moving. But I think like you want to sort of get to like that kind of level of like kind of critique or commentary within like the way you move through a building. Like the spatial, like they're beautiful concepts, right? Like the spatialization of time, the dynamization of space. Like I think you're doing something with dynamization of space actually with these planes. And I think that could be, you know, you could start to riff on like Nice in that manner too. So like the way that the planes sort of create like these rhythms. So one thing that's really beautiful, I think, about the planes is like the rhythm. And you create these sort of like tight moments, more expansive moments. So it's like speed, and so you can talk about duration maybe. Like maybe duration more than time. Time as a construct gets complicated because it's like, you know, it's like another really sort of qualitative property, but duration actually, you can be a little bit more precise with that in a description of a project, like how long it takes to get on a corridor before you're given this expansive sort of aspect of back onto the site, how you frame views, how you control movement through a site. You know, so I think like you want to sort of land on some concepts like that, you know, where you make up your own, let's say. They can start to kind of help you sort of critique and walk somebody through the project where you can really point out where like those characteristics exist. One thing that's sort of interesting to me in this plan view actually is I see the poché walls and I get super excited, and I wish I didn't see the other stuff. The other stuff sort of gets in the way of the diagram. So like if I'm going back to Nice, I'm thinking brick country house drawing without the programming in there, and then I'm thinking like butchered Nice with the programming in there, because the walls don't relate to the planes. The walls seem to be like a secondary sort of, they're on like a separate grid, because you've got like these other sort of orthogonal walls that aren't really, they're just sort of like plopping in and they're setting in. And I don't know if that, is that because like those are conditioned and the other stuff is not conditioned? Or why is there such a discrepancy between like a conference room or something that I'm seeing and like this beautiful sort of like subtly curving, you know, thick wall?
Yeah, I think the way that we had been thinking about it was the interior spaces are, despite being conditioned, are almost no different from the exterior spaces. It's supposed to be a blend between the two. And so overall, the space is the thick walls, between the thick walls. But due to programmatic needs, there had to be interior spaces and exterior. And that's why the interior are kind of like their own floating glass boxes in a way.
So I would, like in the presentation, I think you want to talk about this, like the floating glass boxes within these dynamic shifting planes. Because then you're talking about like a project within a project. So you've got two sort of different systems going, or two different sort of schemes going on. And then you can talk about the contrast and contradictions of those ones, or where they come into sort of when they're more integrated, and then where they're really kind of amplified in contrast. And that starts to talk about like some of those qualities that I think you can really push with, whether it's time, whether it's like, you know, spatial extension, I don't know. But I think you want to like read the project carefully so that you can get more nuance with the qualities.
Where in that plan would you say is that moment where it's the sweet spot in that plan, where it's an aha moment? Because you talk about it, we're talking about expansion of space. Actually, when I'm following the wall, what's amazing about something like this, be it in caves, you think of, be it Richard Serra's subtly curving walls, or not so subtle. But there's always a moment too where I can't see anything, cool mystery, but then there's that moment too where it's a crack. And that can be just walking also in the Southwest from a cave as well, where you finally get that vantage point, right? It's pretty amazing. It's like the whole point. Maybe it's like slightly torquing, but I can see through, or not, where it's all steered, which is fine too. That's also amazing. But there should be that moment in a plan like this where I'm swooping through and I'm blocked, but I'm swooping through and I can see, but I cannot go. That's always something I like. I can see, but I can't get there. And with the terracing, you can do that as well, right? You can come and I see where I should be, but I still got a long way to go to get there. And it's the device you're using, and I think why so many architects are attracted to strategy like this, it sets a game up for us to play, and we can control that game, and we can set all the scenarios. There's a view down 20 feet. I know I'm going to end up there, but I've got to go back another 150 feet to get there. And along the way, I'm going to experience all that stuff. And I may not be inside at all. It may be all for the sake of procession. I think for me, there's a diagram missing, a series of diagrams missing here that describe that procession and describe that system that's in place and why it's so important. I would also say the length of the wall and why certain walls are very long versus why certain walls. And that's what some of the previous stuff I know I was getting at, and I'm only now just getting my head around just saying it the right way. Why that metering is so important, because something should be extremely long, but then the contrast, how something's coiled back and are quite concise, that's also important. And that may only occur once or twice, maybe it's all long, a little bit of, but that moment, and that's that sweet spot, that aha moment. Does the project have, the other thing I would say is your project about one moment when the there of it and everything else is procession, or is it about a couple different things that allow these wall devices to get you there? And then you can start having a real discussion about the cave and why you're there is something different than that there. Mm-hmm. And for me, that's what would be fun with this system that you're playing. And I agree, the program isn't, it's maybe too dispersed and too random for me right now, or at least I'm not able to understand because of the representation quite why it's all there the way it is. My other additive, and I probably should probably separate comments because those comments are contained. But is there's this idea of archaeology on this site, which is interesting. And the other interesting thing about visitor centers and museums, and it may be inherent in the proposal, in the competition, I just didn't read it carefully enough. Is there a space here where they can take the bones and study them, meaning the research side versus the visitor side? And is there a relationship between the public and the private with those two functions, one quite technical and scientific, the other voyeuristic? And is that quality even there where I can see the archaeologists studying it, or is it closed off? And that's my other comment. And then overlay that.
So I think, to your comments, I think the project is more about a field condition than, and a moment. So if we're saying that the cave is the object, this is the field filter, and it's more about, the time and time. I think, if there is something to me about how you approach this is through the question of time and not describing the spaces architecturally. There is a long tradition in architecture with time from Panofsky to Quinter, to even Toomey in the Manhattan transcripts and his entire thesis about, the relationship of time and event and, architecture. And to me, if there is one gateway for you to talk about this project for the competition is to do that more than, describing the architecture. Yeah, because that becomes something that it is, if you go back to, when is the competition due?
Towards the end of the month, I don't remember the exact
So you have a little bit of time, and the project is pretty much done now. And I would recommend, like, the next few weeks, all the time that you have is work on your description, because that is what's going to make for, your entry a winning one. Because to me, I think this is really important, how you position or how you present this project. And the last thing you want to do is just to describe the architecture, but more position it and, tell a story about the experience. I mean, all the references to Sarah, to things where it is about the experience and less about the architecture itself, in a literal way, right? So it's just that story that you're going to tell, like the Manhattan transcripts, and how, he connects cinema to, to architecture, to events, to Central Park, to, and that becomes something where you describe how you go through these spaces, and it's that experience that is a very long one, and you meander and you filter through even visually before you get to the cave that is very contained and very object.
Have you read any of the Quinter stuff that Mara's talking about?
I have not.
It's probably worth it, because I mean, especially in this project, for this competition, I think he points out that he differentiates the geologic time versus like human time, like experiential time versus geologic time. And you're talking about geologic time in a lot of ways. And and I think that might also be a way to talk about the contrast between the planes that you're making and the rooms that exist within those planes. Like, part of me wants to see a diagram of just what's in Poche right now, and then a separate diagram of just the boxes.
I think you would have to have three of those. I think you have to. Well, I don't care if you submit it. I need it at some point in my life to see it right now. I gotta be honest, another thing. There's another thing here, just from an image standpoint, is this drawing, this axon is highlighting the lines moving perpendicular essentially to your major lines. And I'm wondering about that as an overarching, if the graphic's correct on it. This drawing reads like barriers. It almost goes against the thesis a little bit. Like if I just squint, which I often do, like I'm making stuff, because you get in the middle of making it, and like, oh, I had that, let's get those details thing about it. But then actually when you squint, kind of what am I seeing when I squint? And when I squint on this, I'm actually seeing the barriers in it. And I wonder, for one, it doesn't show up on this plan. It kind of does, I can see them. But then I wonder why. And it may just be a printing error, or it may just be the scale of this drawing. But when I think about an image that's compelling, or an image that's supposed to just give it to me, and I say, okay, I'm good, it was. I'm not sure it's there yet. And I'm not sure this set of diagrams in this aerial image are there yet. For me, I know the project can be good. I'm just not sure that this layering is there yet.
What do you suggest?
For one, I think something will occur. I don't see diagrams as static at all. And I don't know, I don't present them much unless they help me, right? But I use them personally as a tool to reconcile my own logic. And my sense is, if you will do that, you will learn more and your project will change. And I don't have that answer right now, but I know if it was me, I would be studying that and understanding what I'm doing a little more. I would understand my thresholds more, my sense of arrival more, and a little bit my sense of some of the relationships with the edge conditions. And this is not just being pragmatic. I think for instance, if you look at some of these other projects that people look at film, they would try to take the architecture away, but they would look at just a series of images maybe. And so what's the graphic if it's about procession? How hands-on should you be if you're going to use these references? Because often they use vignettes, right?
Yeah,
they use vignettes. So what are the vignettes here and why? Because we can say they're not strategic, and we can kind of dodge the topic of space, but then we still have to create the image, which may not be about formal architecture space, but it's still an image.
Yeah.
It's still an image.
So I think
the image is important.
I think a more likely winning entry would be something, I don't know the jury is, but if it was me, I mean, one thing that made me think about is take away all the stuff that's in that, all the programming in that one, and that's a diagram. And then submit 5 vignettes, and that's it.
That would be
and you pick the 5 best views, and you got it all drawn and modeled. So like you could curate the 5 perfect views. So you sell it through this series of things, and you talk about it in the way that like comic book artists talk about the frames. So like there's this article I read a number of years ago called Blood in the Gutter. I forget the name of the author. But the idea is that the beauty of comics is that our minds reconcile the differences of time between the frames. Okay, so like we understand it, and that's the way film works too. Film with a jump cut, with you're just switching scenes and views. our minds are able to accept that. It's not like we have this disjunction of like content or narrative, but you sort of sell the idea through like these series of vignettes that encapsulate time as if somebody is moving through a project. I think it can be really striking, you know, and then they have to be like, you know, consistent in terms of like, you have some vignettes. Where's like a perspective? Are they good enough yet? These are too like clean. They're antiseptic, and they're very like what I would present to like somebody who doesn't know anything about architecture.
So many railings. We need a bunch, but there's a lot. And we've got all these walls, right? Like, I just want to read those walls. I want to like move alongside them.
Like this is where you could also take positions, is like in the graphic reality or the graphic sort of nature of the visualization of these vignettes. And I don't know, like you have to, like these are just really clean and antiseptic. And I think they could be much more sort of, I don't know, critical of the idea that you're trying to communicate. So you have to figure out how to sort of get the right planes in view. You'd have to figure out how to encapsulate these boxes inside the planes.
This view is also very oblique. I'm not saying when you've got to be careful with obliques. And now a project based in filtering, that an oblique may be clever. Like in a way, if you could remove all the guardrails and some of that material, I am pushing through a lot here with no clear layer. And on the one hand, that is filtering with no objective. You're not giving me the layer. I'm just filtering. So maybe that's good, but my sense is it's not as sophisticated as it should be, and it's oblique, and the oblique feels random, like I'm just in the computer. It has that obliqueness hasn't been curated. Because otherwise, a project that has such a clear grain, I would start with these one-point perspectives that vignette me through it. And then there may be this thing that wants to display, and then it's oblique.
Yeah, I wonder.
But this oblique isn't selling it on.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how different it would be if you just used line work in for the vignettes and not try to texture map it. You could use color fields, you know, and just sort of make it much more sort of intense. Like I think it wants to sort of intensify it. Like it's muted. It's like,
there is too much noise.
There's too much noise.
So, you know, go back to the Barcelona pavilion. You know, you're talking about Nice. Perfect. And see how, you know, the photographs of the Barcelona pavilion are depicting that space. And try to see how, because there are parallels between, you know, what you're doing here in Nice and you're putting it forward, and see how that space is depicted in photography, and see the difference between different photographers and how they, you know, how they take photos of that space, and maybe, you know, kind of edit your renderings to reduce the noise and talk more about the space and less of, you know, things that are apparent in space.
No, but you know, the reason why you arrived where you are is because you had a very precise program, right, that you strove to incorporate, right, and make work. For the sake of the competition, by the way, this is not a competition that is going to lead to a build project, is my understanding, right? It's an idea competition in that sense. So, right, in terms of, you know, winning it or placing in the competition, it's probably not necessary to really adhere to the specifics of the program, right? If you know, if that means that the idea is strengthened, right, in terms of eligibility, is my reading of the competition. You know, I think that will get you further than being very specific about answering to all the problematic points, you know. But to what is being said, and we need to move on, right? I think, you know, I think it's okay to be at this point, right, and hear the critique. Yeah. You know, and you know, I think it has, you know, led to a very well resolved project, you know, but with this idea of really, and I like the commentary about, you know, like, how do you, like, now that you look back at what you've done, right, and you've come very far, right, now that you look back at it and really go back to your origins, right, in regards to, you know, time and architecture, right, and what that like what that means for you now that you've gone through this exercise and really understood the site a little bit better. Like, how can you diagram it, right? How can you now analyze it and package it, right? And how can you reduce it, right? So it really becomes about a very, curated exploration in regards to that topic, right? As we said, without the noise, without the necessities that the program brings with itself. Because the basics are there, right? You just need to kind of reframe it in order to go back to where you started, right? And intensify that even more than you have. Right. Would be my recommendation. And I think it might be useful. When is the competition due? We have 2 more people doing this.
I mean, you have 2-3 weeks. And
You thought you were done.
Yeah. No, but you want to place in that competition, right? You want to get at least, like an honorary, mention or
first prize. You have to aim
high, aim high. So, right, with what. This was useful, right, in order to understand where the real potential of the project
You shouldn't
is.
be posted on YouTube then.
Delete the ideas.
Still gonna work so much on it.
Yeah, it's gonna look.
Whoever is gonna try to copy you, like always, it's gonna be pale compared to the original.
Correct. Good job.
Okay, thank you, Dana.
Thank you.
Very well done. Good conversation. I like the cinema and sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kubrick. Hitchcock.
Always have
It is.
always have
And that's why transcript is he did it. That's the question. But if you understand it, that's all the foundations are. Do you want to take that bar out?
Oh, yeah. All right, I'm Melina Pickard, and this project is also part of the Underland prompt from the Lyceum Fellowship competition. In the following presentation, I will argue that dematerialization, the curated reduction in the quantity and visual impact of materials, can connect architectural space to the immaterial temporal qualities of a surrounding landscape to advance spatial visual continuity and limited disruption within a sensitive site. The Fresnhan Cave in San Antonio, Texas requires this light touch and low impact due to its sensitive site conditions. So what is a sensitive site? This is a site of importance to its occupants, ecosystems, or society where conditions could easily be altered or damaged by external forces, disrupting the activity of the site functions. Some examples of this include existing and limited vegetation, sensitive soil conditions such as contaminants, weak ground condition like a cave or a sinkhole, and natural elements essential to the site's ecosystem such as a pond or river, as well as invading context, for example, the threat of a harmful development on the site. The Fresnhan Cave has many of these elements, making it a site to explore how dematerialization can increase users' interaction with the landscape in a controlled and conscious way. The cave is located in the northern suburbs of San Antonio. The site has a dense forest condition that stands in stark contrast to the invading suburban context. The cave, although small, sits within a sensitive condition called the subterranean preservation zone. This space contains potential new caverns and needs to be met with a low impact design that does not break the ground plane. Maintaining as much of the natural landscape as possible while still providing a holistic site experience for visitors was the ultimate challenge of this project. Through cataloging the ecosystems and species within the site, I was able to better understand how the architecture could enhance user interaction with these elements.
The driving language behind the design argument focuses on using the architecture to prioritize the impact of the site visually and spatially. Dematerialization and immateriality focus on material representation in order to achieve focus on the internal-external spatial relationships. The best verb to describe this is dissolve, the idea of the architectural boundaries losing definition and becoming the landscape. Threshold identifies the boundaries within the site. On this site, this includes the site boundary, the subterranean preservation zone, and the cave itself. Last is the path that guides users through the site, dictating their interaction with the ground plane based on the path's adaptation to the landscape. Here are the conceptual tools derived from precedent research that can be adapted to achieve dematerialization within the design. Multiple, meaning increasing porosity through multiple small components rather than a few larger components. Embedding, burying the massing within the existing landscape. And reflect, which increases the presence of the site by reflecting the colors and elements onto various built planes. The last is contrast, which provides contrast in material and form to create low visual impact. To develop the design within the site, I extracted the site elements based on program and path by locating the existing site and clearings for the program and new path to limit the impact on the forest. Then I identified the important site elements that would need specific program, such as the cave entrance and the site entrance along this west edge of the site. For the specific geometry, the form is shaped by the topography using radial curves for easier replication. You can see the development of the program and path relationship. The users enter into the plaza and are then directed to the visitor center. The path then splits with more public access to the north and more private access to the south. The cave entrance is connected through stone paths that are low impact due to the SPZ boundary and dissolve into the natural wild threshold of the cave. I explore various sectional conditions within the site, both embedded and elevated in relation to the ground plane. These studies are then connected to the required program based on purpose and practicality, again, trying to increase the spatial visual continuity between the architectural space and the landscape. The canopy plane is the third component of the project. The canopy reflects the path plane with adjustments for shading. The canopy has moments of dissolve to create a gradual change between covered and uncovered spaces, as well as visual disintegration into the landscape. So you can see in this area here, as well as here. Over. Here you can see the development of these initial sectional studies into the design with the specific program. The project exposes subtle reveals of slight sectional changes. The light touch sectionally hints back to the goal of spatial visual continuity with limited disruption on the sensitive site. In perspective, you begin to see the ways these three components, the path, the program, and the canopy, play with the landscape to connect architectural space to the qualities of the surrounding landscape. The view of the path by the library is this one. With this view, you can see the conceptual tool of contrast at play. The low visual impact of the white material pushes your focus towards the landscape. For a site that provides educational opportunities and works to increase awareness of its sensitive condition, utilizing framed moments such as this can increase understanding and appreciation for the site itself. This is the view of the lab with both the interior and exterior research spaces. Using glass for the program creates low visual impact and allows for interaction with the lab without having access to it. This can be useful for the educational component on the site. This is the cave entrance. The components marking the cave entrance are more natural in form and material. This comes from the design of dissolve with having the built components dissolve as we approach the cave. With little intervention, the cave stands alone in its importance on the site. You can take a look at the model over there. There's also a study model next to it as well. The model is derived from these first conceptual tools that originated from my initial research. There's contrast in color and a subtle embedding of the path at the site entrance. There's also the use of the multiple small acrylic rods to hold up the canopy. This almost gives the illusion of the canopy floating because of the low visual impact of this material.
I knocked off.
I'm sorry. This project allowed me to explore the representation of these dematerialization techniques. While exploring ways to best represent the project, I was able to better understand the intentions of the thesis and the qualities of dematerialization. Being able to adapt the drawn representation techniques into the design itself helped create a more cohesive project. And then I have a quick animation. Let's see. This looks at the project with the interaction from with the site from day to night.
It's really beautiful.
Thank you.
And I do have to say, I said that this morning, that this project consistent doesn't do any of these comments, any of these presentations.
Well,
the colors look different.
Yeah.
The resolution.
If you don't mind, it'd be wonderful if you have a concept of children. It would be nice to see them in their property. These are beautiful drawings, and they're really excellent. And this is I love this animation. It appeals to me in the role that Moss's Romance of Systems appeals to me. It also appeals to me in the way that the country stuff. You should look at it. I mean, it's all like hand drawn stuff, and then it's erased, and then it's all about like the ratio line. They're really beautiful. I mean, they're very different. Like both the Moss drawing and the drawing are very different from this, but I think like you appreciate the I think the drawings are beautiful, and I think the drawings really encapsulate the dematerialization. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, in a weird way, the drawings perform maybe better than they did. And so, like I mean, the building's great. I mean, the building's super cool. Part like my own affinity for it, I would do the film differently, but that's a stylistic kind of preference. And then you can talk about the shapes I like. I mean, part of me wishes it was more sort of simple.
Yeah.
And like that's kind of weird for me to say, but I guess I am a minimalist in a lot of ways. So like there's a real minimalism to this as well, which is very and I think like the way that it relates to the landscape, I think if you just keep playing that out, like how the building sort of dissolves into its surroundings. And I think you're right. Like I think where you're probably right about the building is when you're in it.
Yeah.
When you're out of it, I don't know if it's doing the same things as some of the drawings are suggesting. When you're in it, I do think it would be like what you said, where like the you'd have to know what kind of glass. Like I'm thinking like the perfect glass, I think, where would be the glass that's used in the glass museum in the Senate. I don't even look at that building, but but you'd want to know what kind of glass they're using.
Yeah.
It's perfectly clear. No, what you wouldn't want is like a kind of glass and you can see it. And then you have to think about the volume. Like the volume detail is super important in this project. And like I'd love to see it. Like competition is probably different, but like for a project, I'd love to see like a volume detail, like how you look like really precise sort of ability to make the glass as clean and clear as possible.
There are no more.
So it's not buckets. So where's the structure? This is the interior stuff?
Yeah, it would be within the
Okay,
program.
great, even better.
And
You're
then,
involved.
yeah, and then you have the like the rod, the rods as shown.
But
So how
that's interesting, you're saying the drawings.
would probably perform the thesis better than the building.
Well, don't you think that it is in how the architecture is implemented? We're talking detail, we're talking volume, we're talking glass, we're using glass, how reflective it is, how transparent it is, and what glass you use. To me, it's a great compliment to say that the drawings are performing very well, and they are echoing the concept of the project, which is great, so it's not just a representation of the project, but it is the conception of the reinforcing the project. And if you were to build it, then, this is where the real test will be, but now you're not going to build it. So this is, again, to go back to this, because to me, this is a really interesting conversation. This is the competition in what makes this a really true.
Well, in the aggregate, I think it may be good for what I call laypeople. I think if non-architects see this, because it's as an architect, I have some issues. Some formal stuff. It's really skeptical, but the representation and the way you describe it, it sells it really well. Your vignettes, how you do a good job of creating it's the device, right? How's architecture device? And you do that. You take out different components and you talk about why this thing. What's there to reflect, right? You have to be better and talk about that. You show the vignettes back up. As a layperson, that's a pretty provocative way to do it. This is provocative as well. I tend to be in that what I'm seeing here, I like a lot. When I look at the plan, I do think a little bit if it's doing that. And I wonder, in some ways too, right, this is good. It's almost like when an artist makes architecture. It's funny. There's always that kind of
yeah.
But sometimes when an artist, sometimes they do stuff and you're like, you should do that. This project has a lot of that. You're working with that. And it's that you're working with keeping to align concept and image. Concept and image. And as architects, we got that.
Right.
Sometimes, unfortunately, you could argue in some cases it's unfortunate that we have to do it. But I don't think so.
What if you never submitted a plan?
Yeah, this would maybe be a project where you just kind of, there it is. It's great because the plan is a little bit and your drawings are not. These drawings, they're serious drawings. It's very, it's very amazing drawing. There's a series of other ones. Those were pragmatic level. There's a series of things that they're like you didn't image. And it's very thresholds, indoor, outdoor, where you have a roof, a sidewalk, and you have a partial shade, and you have kids working with things they found, and they're kind of strategic or not. They're not on the sidewalk. It's on this little sidewalk, and it's a really compelling way to think about this project. It gets me thinking a bit about the previous project too. And in this case, you're solving this idea of studying and walking simultaneously in a very, very fascinating, right? This could be out in the country at someone's farm barn. It's very not architectural, but then simultaneously incredibly architectural. Like this is like actually your granddad's barn isn't that aligned. Didn't make all those decisions, but you may in the country play that way, right? And so that's why that's a compelling image to me. It has multiple things in it, but it has architectural devices in it that are telling you to act a certain way, and that is important.
There's something that's holding that. I just want to see that. We have a
this is part of the plan. This is part of the architect plan issue that
So you have a series of
That is way less. The other one is
like inset columns, but joint plays.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the project that you mentioned, right? That's where there's this,
super expensive place.
yeah, very expensive too. But I mean, this is what Terry spent.
Yes. But I think, Ben, your comment is the serious one. So, it's, you did it and it is a studio and, but you're submitting for the competition.
Yes.
And I think that the vignettes of the section, the images are very strong. And it is true that when we get to see plans or something, there's something that gets into the blocks in this. And I think for the competition purposes, it is good to edit which drawings you're submitting.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
maybe give a little bit less and be more suggestive. And there is a better position for you and better chances to win. They know enough, almost like I have everything. And let them, Ben was talking about comic strips and how your mind kind of fill in the gaps. Let them fill in the gaps with whatever they want to imagine, rather than showing something. And in competition in general, this is a great strategy. You never want to be too precise in a competition submission. You want to offer enough information, but let the jury, because typically a jury is a diverse body of, group of people. Let them fill in the gaps. And, and just because there's something very powerful about your images, everyone agrees on that. All these images that you develop and the vignettes about the section and how, the project sits in relationship to the ground and your story, the story you're telling is very coherent. Maybe just edit in terms of like taking some of these elements that the least, the ones that will show the project in its entirety, right?
It almost feels like, with the plan, right? The project, the idea was already there, right? And the idea for illustration, right? It's a series of illustrations, it's almost like a book, with a story attached to it, some the narrative. Right, so that was already in place, and then I had to fit the program in, so I created shapes that followed what I already had in place that now hold the program. And that's not to say it doesn't entirely work, but I agree that that's probably, where, what's not necessary to sell what you have, right? And to really explain what it is that you have.
What's cool about the storybook kind of example, I think too, is like, and maybe even the comic book one as well, like you're never given the plan. You rarely are ever, if ever, given a plan, like a storybook. And I think it is in part that imaginative capacity of the views to put the reader in place and let their minds wander through that story. Can you go to the plan now? Yeah, okay.
Don't ever show this. No, seriously, because I think that this is like if you listen to the feedback that you're getting, what you're hearing is, I like the project, but formally it's not what I would do or what I like. So that's really interesting.
Well, what's cool is,
so if you're in a jury for a competition, someone might love it, the other person might, it's not his, choice or what he likes. But if you stay with the vignettes and let them construct this mentally to whatever they imagine it, I think it will be much more interesting.
It's also all of this, because you never know people's backgrounds, and these days people get kind of crazy if your backgrounds different. So that's a box with people in it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Joe and Jane and everybody else, everybody can like that box with people in it. We're in one right now. So, and you're using it as a device, right?
Right.
I don't know. That's just a plane over my head. I'm not making you mad, am I? But so same thing with being uncovered. You just go outside and you're uncovered, right?
Yeah.
I didn't do anything. I did some stuff. Got kind of weird. Started drawing some amoebas. I don't even know how that works. But so that's why these are clever. they like rationalize your spaces, and then your images are just like, yeah, I did that in the image. What's the problem? You're not mad at me, are you? And this is problematic. And then truly, I believe like that image that's really compelling where you're looking over this field, I'm almost positive this space isn't the same as that. Like what's in the image is really beautiful and kind of elongated, and this I almost know for certain isn't quite right. And I don't know how you're doing it. And again, I don't want to know maybe. I don't want to.
It's weird, like
I know it's not quite right.
Like I don't know, like I don't really have a perfect thought on this yet, but like part of me thinks like the plan wants to be like a landscape architect's plan.
Yes.
And then but the elevations or the perspectives are really architectural. And to me, like you sell architecture through that kind of moment. And what's weird to me is like how kind of like I'm not totally into the plan, but when I see the elevations and the perspectives and can start imagining the elevations, then I'm like, this thing is amazing. So it's weird to me like how differently I kind of react to the project when I see it in like these moments, or even better, I think the ones that are outside of it, where you're looking at it in the landscape. Like some of these are just like really beautiful, and like I can sort of understand it. Like I'm given hints, you know. So I'm trying to figure out like what is that weird sort of like hooky thing at the top, and you know I can start to imagine that it's like a curving form, but I don't have to understand it as a seed pod. You know, so I see seed pods, you know, when I look at the plan. And
I think it is like
it's funny because at some point I think we had referenced the Petit Prince.
Okay.
You know, in their drawing of the Seneca.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just the elephant and the snake.
Sure.
The elephant and the snake, but it looks like a
Or else you want to you may want to make some story if you did. You would want to know more about the form and why, right? Because it could be, otherwise it's a landscape architecture drawing. I first, my gut would be to make that site plan look like, and there's a whole series of examples you could think of people drawing. You're going to want to draw the architecture as a material, just like you would the plants next to it. So it's all a series of patches and materials. And that's the way I would draw that plan, because you're drawing a real hard line around the path. And you're making the path look like architecture proper. That's one of the problematic things too, where the path should just be a material in that whole thing.
But I'm serious.
But
I
I'm
mean,
not sure
no
I'm sure.
plans for the submission.
I'm not sure.
Just focus on these images because I think they're really attractive, seductive, you know, and people read into them more, you know. It is so important that there is something really interesting about leaving room for people's interpretations rather than making everything like solid you know, in a competition submission.
Did you do model photos at all?
I mean, you showed some, I will Photoshop these. I mean, the later one, there's another one, this one. The columns, I will Photoshop that to make them much thinner than this. So
that is a photo model.
Yeah,
this is a
this
photo
one,
model. So that's interesting, you know, to me, but it still needs a little bit of Photoshop work.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're getting so much more out of these than you're getting out of the illustrations.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm not sure what this is adding. I'm glad you tried it out, but I think the windows or illustrations. I love this.
That's a fun section.
Yeah, it's really so much fun.
Yeah, this is fun to make.
It needs a story or something to it. And I think it'd be a really fun like illustrated kids book.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really cool. But okay, so let's talk maybe a little more seriously about the representation. So like go to the elevation that was sort of like looking like yeah, you're fine. Okay, so like whatever like okay, so what I immediately start thinking about is like Ishigami.
Yeah.
So I know you're probably referencing that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing? What are you taking from Ishigami, and what are you doing differently from Ishigami?
Yeah, so in a lot of his work, it was mostly hand-drawn, and he went with a lot brighter colors to imply the dematerialization. in the representation, whereas I went a little darker with some of the colors and a lot thicker with some of the line weights as well. But similar in the contrast in the colors is something I really got from that as well. And putting the detail into the landscape was also a big part of it.
Yeah, I wonder, like, it'd be interesting to just pull up an Ishigami drawing for a minute if you can, put your own, whatever.
Do like a theme park site plan or something somehow.
Do you really need a plan?
I don't know. I'm going round and round. Like, how do they do you submit it where there's no way, no understanding of that road? I'm fine. I just want it to be clear.
There is a story.
There's a story.
And there are spaces.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
I like drawing.
Yeah, I looked at these a lot.
Yeah.
This is the sort of
So look at that.
I see. That's where I'm.
Yeah.
You did that stuff early on, where you did, like showing plant species and stuff.
Yeah.
Like there's these very like landscape drawings, making plant things. But maybe you could do a drawing that merges plants with program, and blend it all together, and so it's completely a field, and you don't care. You're specifying and noting trees. Oh, yeah, coincidentally, that's also a bathroom, but there's also some trees. And it's all of that on a drawing, so it's more blended, because I think we're having issues with the way you've really outlined your funny forms. They are funny forms. And where everything else you've done, for instance, is backed up. Let me say this about your form. I have no problem with form. But where everything else you've done, you've got these vignettes that kind of back it up.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I'm like, I've got this form, and I don't know if you're interested in that, and that's fine. It's your intuition. Make it. I think that's some of the issue too. Is you don't let us into your brain enough. And again, back to the competition. I'm not sure anyone cares about that.
Is there?
I think it's helpful to know why we do something.
What's that one that's sort of pale pink? That we're right next to it. Yeah. Is that a perspective? What is that? That's something.
It's this one.
Yeah. Is that?
This is like an axon sketch.
Axon.
Like a model. That looks like a model also.
Go down. I'm just curious. Like, I don't know of elevations. You know what I mean? Like perspectives. I don't. Is that an Ishigami?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. That's like you. Okay. So. Are you too close? Is that a problem?
It's good to learn and apply.
Yeah.
You gotta watch it. This is giving me anxiety.
In what way?
I mean, I also need some help.
But
yeah, but it's, it's always, like, I mean, I guess the point is, where does the reference stop and where does, your take on it.
Definitely.
I mean, good company. Okay, like it's a good problem to have. So go back to your stuff. And then, yeah. I wonder what happened if you traced over these drawings, the hard line in pencil, scanned that, and laid that on top of the stuff that has color. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like what the method, like the technique of representation could do that would sort of add another layer of kind of yourself in it.
Do you mean like overlaying over the like the build part or the more the
it's like part? What I'm imagining in my head is like, what if you took like a couple of light line pencils, like each I don't know, 2H, is that the light one?
Yeah,
I don't know.
2H is light.
anything age. You could get a
I never
handful
draw, I
of
wouldn't
PDFs.
have to pick up an H pencil. I just
I
know
mean,
it's
I
like
think the thing that's
As long
most
as you don't have any
comparable is
diseases.
probably the plants,
Don't
right? The
need-
Yeah, yeah,
landscape.
yeah.
So,
Like
you know,
HB
if there
is
is, you know, like, I'm gonna take this in a different direction, or I'm gonna take this further, the question would be, what can be done within that depiction, right? That now becomes your own or becomes proposal specific, and enhances even more so in terms of what it is that you have.
Well, I mean, Ishigami stuff mutes the architecture
Yeah.
to like blank white, and which this does. So that's it's the contrast of like the blank white architecture with the, you know, the transparency of glass to see the foliage. And then I start wondering, like, what would happen if you gave the architecture as much sort of density of content as the outside has? I don't know what that is, but it is either like subtle shading. Maybe it's like the nuts and the bolts of things. I have no idea. Maybe it's the seams of concrete. I don't know. But like, I wonder, like, or it's like maybe the detritus of like somebody walking after stepping in mud. Like, it's not going to be that pristine. Like, this is going to be something where somebody's going to be walking through the muck. Well, I don't know, San Antonio, maybe it's dry, but like, I'm just interested to think of like how you can deal with it where it's not like, oh, that's just copy. Maybe that's okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but like, you know.
But at the beginning, you talked about something, you know, what if your elements is the reflection?
Yes. Yeah, that's great.
So,
that's
you
great.
know, and where that somehow along the way get a little bit lost. And here, I mean, if that ceiling, if you're in, you know, what Sana did for the Serpentine Pavilion, where that you have this very reflective roof material, then, you know, you will see something different. And maybe it's not someone who walked in the mud or something here, but I mean, you have a lot of trees and you have a lot of foliage. And
Mars is better.
That, you know, that's gonna, you know, it's not gonna stay like this. I mean, even if you have somebody, you know, walking around all day with a leaf blower, I mean, it's gonna get a lot of leaves all around it. And maybe that's, you know, you need to get some of that, you know, kind of almost imperfection out and get your element of the reflection into this. That get lost.
And it would be exaggerated, it would be distorted. You know, I think like the reflections would be like soupy. You know, like what kind of material is that? Is it a metal? Like, what is it? Is it pure mirror? Yeah, like I don't know, but like it's
They've also got a really good glass.
It is metal. I mean,
but is it mirror?
no, it's what?
Highly polished.
It's metal. It's polished.
Highly
Yeah,
polished.
But you see reflection.
it is like the Anishka one in Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
We'll probably,
Polished stainless steel.
They
Yeah.
spend so much time with this.
Super fun.
All this, wells and just stuffing all these.
It's like Google, world's most expensive metal fabricator.
all right, we're gonna move on.
Okay, thank you so much. That was great.
And we have one more case.
One more. That's it. Oh, one more.
No, one more case.
That's not it. That's not it either.
Do we have any volunteers for?
I'm gonna get coffee. Iced coffee, just cold milk. Or smart like this. What's your name?
Jesse.
Thanks, Jesse.
Jesse.
Thanks, Jesse. No, hey, Jesse. Yeah. Nope, you do not.
Okay. I guess I do.
All right. Hi, guys. My name is Zia Rodriguez, and today I'll be presenting my thesis, The Underland Beyond Contextualism, Preservation and Emotional Reconstruction. Like Dana and Melina, I'm also responding to the Underland Cave competition prompt. I'm hoping to gain some last minute advice as I prepare my submission in the next few weeks. I will be the third and final of the cave people today, so we can get into this right now.
Sorry.
I had a,
movies I watch.
Y'all can talk about us behind our back.
I had a roll going on. All right.
What's it?
All right. All right, get it going again. Okay, the 22 underlying competition is a design challenge posed with Lyceum Fellowship, an organization that does annual architectural competitions that offers travel grants and recognition for finalists. The underlying competition focuses on the themes and narratives explored in Robert McFarlane's book, An Underland Deep Time Journey, in which he visits a series of forgotten underground spaces and describes humans' impact on Earth and our relationship with landscape. This year's site is located within Bexar County, San Antonio, one of the many rapidly growing suburban communities just 35 minutes north from the downtown area. A lot of growth in this city can be attributed to the sprawling suburban developments in the last 50 years. However, while the city is sprawling, there are many preservation efforts put into place to help maintain existing historic sites, as well as preserve natural resources and ecosystems. The two largest preservation bodies that exist nearby are the Campbell's Military Reservation and Bracken Cave, which is home to the world's largest Mexican free-tailed bat colony. Zooming into an aerial view, the site is approximately 4 acres and surrounded by two major gated suburban developments. The site itself is covered with a dense brush of ash juniper trees, native plant to San Antonio that dates back to the Pleistocene era, and two temporary lab structures that act as a point of transfer and holding for any excavations that occur on site. Near the center of the brush is the old entrance to the cave, which is barred to prevent the destruction of artifacts, as well as to stop anyone from falling in, because it's just a hole in the ground. The cave itself is accessible by a single access point, which leads to a 28-foot vertical shaft, descending to a relatively flat cave that's approximately 30 feet wide, 60 feet long, and 7 feet tall. The Friesen Cave is significant for a number of reasons, but the biggest are the vast amounts of bone and tooth samples that were collected and are still being collected from the cave, as well as the uncovering of multiple scimitar-toothed cat skeletons that date back to over 15,000 years ago. For this and many more reasons, the cave has been compared to having the same level of paleontological significance as the La Brea Tar Pits in Los Angeles. Competition calls for a design that adheres to a very specific program, research center with an on-site living quarters, as well as the mission to find a way to create a boundary and threshold between the present-day suburban condition and the deep time, which is represented by the cave. The three main concepts I want to explore in this thesis were those of contextualism, emotional reconstruction, and preservation. As I'm sure we're all aware, contextualism is a philosophical approach to designing in response to the physical and abstract qualities of the site. It has been a major part of my design philosophy so far in school, and also relates closely to the next term, which is emotional reconstruction.
Can you restate that? Just say what you just said again. You said something about something that's been a long-standing interest for us in school.
Yeah.
What is that?
Contextualism.
Okay.
Yeah. And emotional reconstruction is a concept that speaks to creating spaces and atmospheres that can evoke feelings of the past. This idea originates from an interview between architectural history professor Marie Lending and renowned Swiss architect Peter Zumthor about his at the time latest developments with the Allemagne Zinc Mine Museum in 2016. The third but not final term is preservation, which is the maintenance and repair of existing historic materials and the retention of the form over time. While I came into this thesis with my three big ideas, I realized that rehabilitation is a core part of this response, altering the existing function of the space while also retaining the historic character of the site. In a lot of ways, these concepts overlapped, left me wanting to know what I can do as a designer to combine but also push these ideas forward. And this leads me to my thesis statement. Architecture that serves to convey the message of a site should preserve the feeling of history by disappearing. The impact of architecture is felt through the experience of senses, and through the concealment of the formal structure, the presence and history of a site can prevail over the object. Ultimately, the stance taken in this thesis is that to preserve the narrative and feeling of a site, the architecture must take a step back and focus on creating atmospheres rather than becoming the object of focus, which led me down a series of design developments where I researched a wide variety of strategies of disappearing or invisible architecture. This diagram charting a few of the major precedents I studied to help me develop my own attitudes and ideas about invisible architecture. Across this graphic, the two major projects that influenced my approach were the Chi-Chi Art Museum by Tyler Ondo and the Tirpitz Museum by Big. The aspect of sinking in underground architecture inspired what I call the rules of disappearance. And these are to adhere to the invisible boundaries, the paths must always ascend, and thresholds revealed to the sky. Throughout the semester, this thesis took on many forms of strategies with varying levels of visibility charted by the presence of the building and how it evolved over time. Ultimately, the strategy that carried through was one of sinking and masking the site, a step beyond the previous iteration that fully sunk the structure in the ground, but didn't provide a connection to the above and below ground conditions. The narrative that organizes the program and circulation of the site is one that mirrors the biology of a cave, where there are three major zones: the entrance, the twilight, and the dark zone, each having varying levels of access to direct sunlight, varying temperatures and maintenance of those temperatures, and the ability to house natural life.
Are those your terms?
Those are like cave terms, and I adopted them too.
Are those, like twilight zone, dark zone, entrance zone, those are cave terms?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on board now. Rock and roll.
So just really,
What do you mean by cave terms?
like in normal
cave
cave terminology.
Bunker,
Yeah.
whatever, they would know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, I didn't make it all. In these two sections, I highlight two significant moments of organization, the top representing the narrow passageway to the dark zone, where are spaces that are regulated and receive no natural light, and below which is the full sequence, the descent into the entryway, connection to supplementary spaces, and the cut through the archive and office spaces. Three main zones that can be simplified by this diagram show the zones that receive different qualities of light and space. The light is receiving the most direct access to sunlight, the entrance and the classroom spaces. The next level being living quarters, bathrooms, and office spaces. And the last and most regulated spaces that receive no natural light, the library, the laboratory, and the archive. Here I'll go through a few renders that kind of highlight the atmospheric experiences of them. Starting from the entrance, we have these like large opening spaces that reveal to the sky. And you have the living quarters, which serves as a temporary dormitory for overnight stays for scientists. And then here is the classroom with access to the sky. The next zones are the transitory spaces, areas between light and dark that contrast between the open rooms and the atmospheres of the dark zone. And here is kind of the final destination, the arrival to the archive and the spaces in the back. That kind of show the qualities of light and space that are to be expected at the end of this procession through the site. And for now, this will conclude my treatment of the below ground condition as I move above ground. As for the above ground, the rules of disappearance made their impact on the method of choosing the space to build, of having a strict limit on not taking down any of the existing trees, connecting to the existing pathways on site and always ascending. The main areas of focus became the southwesternmost corner of the site. And it's here where the larger sequence of entry and connection to the site can be explored in the parking sequence and entry ramp leading down to a path that connects to the research center. To this overarching loop that ties the entry of the cave to these large open air spaces on site. Most notably are these forms that are abstract and have varying heights that stick out above the ground. And these create a new quality of space that is more art construction. In conclusion, this thesis has provided both a medium to explore new building typology and methods of construction, as well as to connect with ideas I've been studying over the years. I came into this research with the goal of exemplifying atmospheric qualities of the cave in a space that needs to be delicate, needs a delicate touch, not to impede on the historic significance of the site. It's also a conduit for understanding the history of the site, as the cave itself is not accessible to the public. So it becomes this secondary access that creates the atmosphere and understanding of the cave. And I hope that I was able to accomplish at least part of that. Thank you.
Just like contextualism. And I'm interested to know how your sensitivity to contextualism has changed over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
As you've grown and matured.
Yeah, I feel like I came in not having a very strong architectural knowledge of contextualism. I think it was just kind of understood in my surroundings. And as I went through school and gained kind of like an education here at Tulane where we talk about vernacular architecture and we designed a lot of projects here in New Orleans. And then I explored different precedents by other architects over time that kind of reacted to the context that they were in. I think that kind of led me down to like really enjoying Peter Zumthor and his work. And that was actually one of my major focuses in the last few semesters. And that kind of led me down to this idea that I developed for this thesis.
How do you relate Zumthor to contextualism?
I think it's the use of materials that he uses, like using local materials, but also the atmosphere that he creates new spaces that tie to the space to the different like historical qualities of space. Like the Almanjivad Zinc Mine Museum, the interior qualities of that space were meant to mimic the mine in South Norway from the 1800s, and the way he accomplished that was through different uses of materials, creating compressed spaces and differing access of light.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, so I think like one way that I'm hearing that, I think that's it's a nice understanding of it. It's the way that an architect can use the materials to establish context, to establish an awareness of context, to sort of establish an atmosphere that sort of makes you relate to your environment or your surroundings. Was that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was kind of getting it. I think the model can be great, but I think you did it wrong. I would have done it. This is maybe stupid. I don't know, but I would have tried a few different methods for it. One way I think that could have been kind of cool would have been just doing it laser cutting. Like it's like strata. You just laser cut each level. It's this thick, heavy mass, and the volume of your architecture is sort of excavated through the it's not rather than being built up, it's carved out. You know what I mean? And then even like, I mean, not to push the Zumthor thing too hard, but like then you can think about like the charred edge of the thing, like Brother Clausfield Chapel or something like that. But that might be too much of that might be too sort of analogical. But I think if you did it that way, it would read really different. And I think like the mass, like the thickness of the walls, like they feel thick in the drawings. In the model, they feel less so. But this is a project that can be sold really well through model. Like I think it almost like more than the drawings, the model can be like the thing that drives it home. I'll add more later. But
yeah, I think this is a great suggestion.
Yeah.
And like before you submit for the competition, you have to redo the model. No, but seriously, I mean, this is it's
It wouldn't take that
photograph the
long.
model and add it to your submission.
Arguably, we didn't get a chance to talk about the model
Yeah.
prior to its execution, in terms of how it would materialize, because I think all of us probably would have had other suggestions. In terms of how the model can really help and illustrate what it is that you're after.
Yeah, the bounding box and all that stuff's super distracting in the case of this model. No, but the concept for this, I definitely representation kind of across the board on this one. I think how the project you enter it, meaning how you intro it with your narrative, then the way you get to talking about the architecture and the devices and strategies you're using to resolve your thesis, right? For one, with the competition, they will not care about the development of the project over the months. In some ways, it distracted what I do think now that my brain's had a chance to focus and think. I like the proposal. Not that even me liking it matters per se, but I think I've had to kind of get here with it because of how the project, how you enter with these other fair amount of reading, but also that design development thing about the different strategies you use. Because to me, it's like in the end, you're just like, yeah, this is what I'm doing. And that's fine, because we have to do that a lot, right? It's not perfect and it's not all academic and surreal. Sometimes it's like, I've got this thing going on below and now it's doing this thing above and now I'm going to work with it. And it may be that it just happened kind of slowly in your case, but you kind of had to find your way into where you are right now. And maybe this is just what we're left looking at, but definitely Ben's suggestion on the model. But I also think if you go back to let's go back to some of your drawings, because you can also draw this project. I think you can draw this project. You should be able to draw it well. This drawing's very strange because it had the lack of context. Also that it's all black. This would be below ground, and actually the plan would probably want to be white, and the walls would relate to the earth. So again, you'd be carving out the space, and I'd feel myself in the ground. similar to the model. I think it would be really easy to relate this drawing and the model. It's just that it would not all be black. The inside should not be the same as what's outside these walls. These are big bearing walls that are holding back the earth, the context.
And so you wouldn't even see two lines. It will be just the one line, and it will be black on on the earth side, and it will be white or gray on the interior.
Yeah, and these are basics, right? I mean, I'm not saying anything very interesting right now, but they would be really, because the project is clear if this is what you want. And some of your renderings, I think, are clear in that there's these objects that come out of the ground. I think I want to know. Well, let's go back to that last one. You ended on this, by the way. You said this is the place, and this is where you end up. And it's very strange image that this would be the thesis of the moves you were making. Let me say this. It also lets me know that I'm uncomfortable with these spaces that you've carved out. I think very different than the other projects. This project is very different, by the way, than the other two projects we've seen on the site. In a way, it's nice. You've positioned almost like when you showed an original aerial image that was different than the other aerial images we'd seen too. And there were two tents where it said the researchers do their stuff. And in a way, you've tucked your building right where those two tents are, which is kind of good because they're already used to working there. People already organically, or however you want to call it, pick that place, right? So you've cited your project there, and look at it, it's here. It's not sprawling. It's not a filter. It's not vignetted, although you are representing it right now with a series of vignettes. So let's just say that yours is pretty finite and architectural in that regard. I mean, we're talking about ways of representing that architecture. Now back to your images and the curation of these spaces. Why did I do that? To me, you have clear spaces here. You are creating these real architectural forms for form's sake. Because for no other reason do I understand why they're here except for form's sake, right? And that's fine too. But so you've got dramatic conical forms, you've got these triangular cuts, and then you just have like true light wells. But when you presented this project, and now it's taking me a while, but when you presented this, you ended on this for your subterranean space.
Yeah.
When you have a huge cone going in the ground that I would love to think is amazing below ground. You talked about Zumthor, where he always has these moments, right? And your project gives us a chance to have a spiraling ramp that takes me somewhere. Maybe I've spiraled around, had to go through these little boxes to come back to it, but I probably do not end up at a museum vitrine of a jaguar skeleton or whatever, saber-toothed tiger skeleton, unless the saber-toothed tiger is like the mascot of this cave. I don't know why I'm ending here. I don't know. That was a long way to get us to why I'm unclear at why we have a backlit skeleton for our architectural crescendo, right? Think about that, because this project has two things: spaces below grade, objects above grade. Those two things need meaning, you know, and I'm unsure of the meaning of those forms and spaces. As a strategy and as a way to create and curate this building, I think it works. As to why you're doing it, I don't know. I should say that.
So I think like one thing about like the way that it's relating to contextualism, what's sort of interesting, and like you basically removed context almost entirely. So, you know, how is this not just any place? You know, because being contextualism would want to sort of have an understanding of where it is. And I think like the exhibit is one way, but I think that's not the way you want it. I think you want the architecture to sort of be in relation with its context in a clear way. So then I was wondering, okay, try not to take it away from being underground, because I think that's a really interesting thing. But then maybe it's through just light, you know? And then I started thinking about like the Parthenon ceiling in Rome. Is that right? Parthenon?
Oh, Rome, correct. Sorry.
So, like, have you ever been there?
I've not been there.
Has anybody been there?
You're thinking, no, I'm right. The other one's at Pantheon.
Sorry,
Pantheon's
sorry. Pantheon, Jesus Christ. Pantheon.
Right? Yeah.
Pantheon. Jesus Christ.
Y'all can make.
Am I in the story?
They're not dealing on.
Yeah, Pantheon. Has anybody been to the Pantheon?
Yes.
The ceiling.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Correct. That's a good example.
Right? So like the ceiling of that, what's incredible is like there's the light of that is so like the where the sun is in the day is so critical to how you understand that through the oculus.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing. So if you go there at dusk, I mean, it's kind of otherworldly. But then I started thinking like, okay, so how do you sort of replicate some of those qualities where it's like, like the oculus of the Pantheon, but then I think it's like the ceiling detail or the floor detail. So do you wash the light across somehow through the ceiling, or do you wash it through at the floor? So how do you get it sort of spill out? And so then I'm thinking about like the Kahn Museum in Texas, and how that sort of, the Kimball, so how it filters the light, through that sort of curving, that section, it bounces it and reflects it. So I think like that would be a way to be contextual, the way that you can use light and sort of situate like some sort of awareness to like chronological time. Because
I think, but don't you, at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is you're rationalizing these forms too, and you're giving some strategies to push it forward, and you're trying to apply light to why maybe some of these forms are useful, why they're devices, right?
how they're contextualized, like how you make
But
context
you're also trying to
legible.
tie back to his thesis that he said.
Yeah.
Which is good, that's nice, but you need to feel that too, though. You're doing a good job of curating, but do you feel what Ben's feeling? Do you feel like, because you said context a lot.
Yeah.
And then you created these devices, and Ben is being very nice and trying to connect these things, but you have to feel it.
Yeah.
Are you feeling it?
Yeah, no,
Are you feeling it?
You don't have to feel it that way. But
I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
But like,
You're
there's a
doing a
lot
good
of
job
ways.
of giving it.
I mean, there's other ways to do it where like, what if the ground wasn't concrete? What if it was just the earth of the site? Like, I don't know. I think you got to figure out a strategy to like amplify like a person's awareness to place. And like right now, this is no place, and I think the saber-toothed tiger thing is trying to be like a referent, but I think you want it to be literal. Like I think the referent, you can't be a referent. It has to be like of the substance, somehow. And maybe the light's washing in ways that, it's sort of doing that, but I think you could do a real study of like how like the light moves in there. It'd be interesting to do like a time lapse video of like the deepest room in that space to see how the light entered it if there was no, if you're only using natural light from one of the oculuses, because there's like a couple of things in there, right? Like they're perforated.
Yeah.
Like 2 or 3 or 3.
So these forms with the slits, those light the main hallways going to the descent. Then there are the 3 major courtyards.
3 courtyards?
Well, not courtyards, but this is an open space that reveals to the living quarters. This is the classroom.
This is the entry sequence. That's the classroom, and that's like a cloister type scenario where they people, if you're staying here, you can go into this. So it is like kind of a cloister monastic scenario.
So let me try something here. We're looking at 3 projects, right? So there is the first one, which is the filter, between the world and this environment, the cave, and the architecture is trying to do that. The second one, where almost there is no architecture, the architecture is, kind of trying to dematerialize, to not exist. But this goes back to what you were saying at the beginning, Ben, is it an object? And this is really an object.
Yeah.
And it is sitting in, whether it's in contrast or dialogue with the cave, right? So there's the cave object and there's this object. And for this to exist as a project, if it's too pristine, like you're showing us, it can be anywhere. But how does it, through materiality, through the which you worked on throughout the semester, how this can become, an object, a space, something specific. You showed this image of the cave, and when you were talking about the 3 zones of the cave, is that has any relationship to the architecture or to your object? Is your object again taking back these 3 moments of what a cave is, and through materiality, and whether it's obviously there is the light, there is is it the earth, is it something that you're talking about simple, you're talking about materials that are from the site here, again, it is too pristine, it is too museum-like, and I think it needs something that is more, a little bit more ruffled somehow to create that, it needs to have a little bit more personality, and it's too generic for now. I don't know if that makes sense.
Are you familiar with the Walter Memorial?
No.
I don't know. I mean, part of me is it might be a useful reference maybe, but it's a beautiful and sad memorial. I mean, it's at the site of where he committed suicide, but it's a slice through a cliff's edge, and it's just basically a steel tube, and it slices through the landscape, and in one direction you see the water, the blue of the water, and in the other direction you see the blue of the sky. It's amazingly contextual, and it's amazingly sort of like experiential. I haven't been there, but the photographs of it are just incredible. You just imagine descending into this space toward water, and then arriving, going back up towards sky. And I wonder how you could create some of these, you could really create some strong narratives really simply, I think, through what you've been doing, to start to relate it within its environment more tightly.
Yeah, I mean, it could be all of that, the earthwork movement, 60s, 70s. I think any of those examples.
Well, even Sumtor, right? If you look at the projects, like the Untitled and others, which we're all familiar with, right? If you think about, you talked about the use of materials, right? And it's very specific. It's never polished in that sense, right? It really explores the material qualities, right? And the construction techniques to a certain degree, right? That are regional, right? To create certain effects and textures, right? And legibilities, right? And the ruggedness, right? That again, integrates or situates the project within the landscape that exists and creates a dialogue with it. So, and we've moved from very polished and shiny interiors to this, and I think there's a few more steps in the other direction, right? But to me, the thing that has always seemed strange to me, and I understand why you did it, and we talked about that at length, is the siting. And you use that area of the site because it's you disturb it, the rest of the site less, and it's already cleared. But it doesn't. To me, it has a certain limitation on the project in terms of how it can be experienced, right? Because it's so confined in that corner, right? And it doesn't give you much room to breathe or work with, or any kind of length or area for expansion. And maybe that's some of the limitations that you ran into. That's not to say that you couldn't make work what was already referenced, but to me, it has always felt like it's shoved in that corner, and what it's trying to do can't be really realized because you don't have the freedom to work with these moves at your full extent.
Could be like a found object quality to it, or something with these things popping up. I don't know. But there's some narrative in everybody here on the panel searching for it. But I don't know if it's one move or more. Right now I see like 4 objects. I can't quite understand. Is it one object? You're kind of simplifying it to one move. My instincts would do that as well, but it would also, does it operate where I know where these objects are? Is the point to, and this is for you and like what you're interested in, right? Is, do I want to stumble upon these objects, or are they clear contrast? Or is the thing I stumble upon the cave, and these things are quite obviously man-made? For me, there's a reality of, is this thing's very man-made, especially the way you make rectangle, right? So putting on building this rectangle. And then for me, it's a lot how you feel about, and that would be context too. Do I stumble upon these objects and then the objects lead me to somewhere else, or are the objects always clustered together the way you've got them? And to me, I could see multiple you can have a couple different theses there about stumbling upon objects and then doing things, or finding all the objects. And I don't know, some of the objects are dummy objects, and then I go, I don't know, but, or it's one move.
Well, and I think there's another,
digest.
what Cortland was saying, I think is actually really interesting, where like if you loosened it up, if you weren't so sort of constrained by this little rectangle, but maybe you had a series of just like these objects. Like this is all about objects. Like I totally agree with Amara about like this is an object project. Like if you had a series of objects sort of scattered across the landscape, they were more about being curiosities, and then each one had a slightly different visual effect, you know, with the way that it sort of sunk into the ground or perforated the ground or exposed something about the sky or exposed a tree or exposed the cave. I don't know. But like you pick like a set of them to do like a slightly different effect. It frees it up a little bit from being this sort of quotidian building. Like when you take the roof off, it's sort of like, okay, there's a building in there. Like you made a building. Like I think it would be more interesting to think about as a series of effects, where like each sort of incision into the landscape is like a different effect that you're trying to sort of achieve with an architectural form of movement. Be easier, so I think it'd be easier to do that, but
I do think in part we have this conversation because the way the model is built.
So you know, it goes back to how you represent this project. I mean, we can redo the project, but you don't have the time for it now. So the question for the competition, I think with, you know, Melina succeeded the best in the representation in how to, you know, her concept align her representation with the concept. And, you know, we're talking about Zumthor, and I don't know how much the advantage that he has over you. He built his projects, you can go and visit them, and you know, they exist versus this is you just are showing drawings. So the drawings need to convey the concept, and for now the drawings are too conventional, too generic, and not talking about the concept. So, you know, your task in the next 2 to 3 weeks is how to redraw the project to align it with the concept, your concept. So it's really representing the concept more than just the architecture, because all these are very conventional in terms of how we represent the space. They're not talking about your project in the conceptual framework of your project.
You guys remember Gianna Morelli's thesis project? Like the way that she rendered the underground, it was just amazing. You know, and I think like it was about like you felt like the weight of darkness. You know, like it made me feel like, I don't know if you've ever read Paradise Lost, but like when John Milton writes about the, you know, like Satan's disposition of being like chained in the burning, you know, lake of hell, he talks about what's the quote? He says, "No light, but rather darkness visible." I mean, holy shit. I mean, talk about a powerful statement. No light, but darkness visible. That's like, that's power, right? I mean, that's the power of feeling. And that's what I sort of want in this project, is like, there's something that's about really raw that you can kind of access with like these qualities. And it, to me, like, I think you could do it through 5 photographs. I mean, I don't know if 5, I don't want to get saying 5 all the time. A series of photographs of a model. And you've done all the work. You've already done all the work. You just have to make like a few models that are doing what you're already doing, and just take photographs of the model. And they have to be excellent photographs. And then maybe you like overlay the same sort of perspectival view with some line work or something. But think of it. I mean, think of it. Then you're basically doing like why a lot of people think Zumthor is good. Like nobody goes to Zumthor for his drawings. Right? I mean, like nobody thinks Zumthor's drawings are like, oh my God. They go there because they saw the photograph. And everybody and I'm not a Zumthor fan, but like, I mean, I like it, but like, I'm not a super fan, but everybody that's been to the baths, Vols, it's like a spiritual moment for them. And everybody that I know. And I mean, that's what you want to try to connect with, is this kind of deep connection with a place. And you can do that through form. And that's where I believe in form to do that.
But you can also take, and similar to that other project, you can take your form. Hers are very simple. So her form is actually, when we look at it, it's strange, but actually she explained it by using these simple things. It's just kind of the opposite of that. That is actually a rectangle. But then you have these devices that are very idiosyncratic. I don't even know the way to say it. You're kind of doing these things, right? So you need to show us why you're doing that thing. So it could be something like build a model and represent mass, but bare minimum, I think you need to describe the devices you're using relative to context, which is your overarching thesis. How these devices frame context or don't frame context, right? But I think you have to do that. I think you can draw that. And I think you can describe that with drawings. And I think a better model that Ben suggests as well, cast or whatever, would be way, way, way better. This idea of carving out or casting even would be fun.
Contouring
would be fun.
the model, and it
And the
needs to be
landscape.
at a much larger scale where you're in it, like you can put your almost head in it and photograph it and do a few other drawings and that will
Before you do that, because I don't think you understand the space you're creating, why you're creating it. Before you do that, make a series of these things that say why I'm doing what I'm doing. What? It's like breathe, I'm creating a cone because it's a lifeblood. Breathe, it's a courtyard because I want people to gather in light. And do that, because to me, you're gonna have a hard time building the model and taking photographs if you don't. And that's very complex,
Yeah,
actually,
you go
right?
back and
I think you need to be able to vignette it out. It can be on a napkin.
Go
I
to
want
the
a cone from
spelunker,
this one.
the spelunker thing that we were talking, like I was asking about a long time ago. Go back to that slide.
Yeah.
Because I mean, to me, like that's the way to do it. Like that's the starting point. You talk about the entered zone, the twilight zone,
Yeah.
the dark zone.
Yeah. That's a good thread.
Biology of a cave, narrative for design. I mean, that's that's narrative.
You should be able to do that with
And those are your
project
three
photo.
photographs.
Yeah.
One, and they're all high contrast. Like they've got to be high contrast.
Right.
Yeah, no, I was.
Yeah.
It is good.
Yeah,
It's
great
there.
discussion, and great presentation.
Very good.
Thank you, David. It's good to be able to have a really good discussion about the project. It's part of the success of it.
Yeah, these are all
We're moving on from the twilight zone. I'm not sure.
No,
about that.
like I'm in the dark now.
I know, we're gonna have a pretty hard
I'm
time,
getting, like,
guys.
more and more sort of like brooding.
You need long arms.
There we go. And you're going to.
Oh yeah, I was talking about hell. I
See
mean,
Walter Bentley.
I was talking about
We never
what
figured-
if any suicide, paradise lost, Jesus. Throw me down with it.
We're switching gears.
We are. So now we're in Seattle, right?
Yes, there's still digging involved, so I think I know why I was placed after David on this one.
Well, sometimes it's just your location and critique that set your fate.
It is fair. That happens.
Yeah. So,
Oh, because then you hold off.
It's all very well created.
Right, hi, my name is Zach. This thesis is entitled Love Thy Neighbor, Digging Deep for Housing Solutions in Single-Family Seattle. This thesis speculates on how the sentiments of the "in this house we believe" signs, which are well dispersed across affluent neighborhoods, might translate to action to create more space for more neighbors. So the thesis reads, to begin addressing Seattle's housing crisis, single-family neighborhoods must be redesigned for density. While population has soared in recent decades, housing strategies have remained stagnant. New infill strategies will serve both existing and future residents more effectively than conventional tear down and rebuild methods. So this image is looking at how form has both changed and stayed the same from the late 1940s. This is a Cape Cod styled tract house built by the Lavelle brothers to 2015, where we see how it's evolved to a McMansion built to spec. So looking at present practices, Seattle has historically been a boomtown from its genesis as a trading hub, then as a gateway to the Klondike Gold Rush, to Boeing's aerospace bonanza, to the present dominance of Amazon, Microsoft, and other tech companies. Throughout all of this, developing new housing has been predicated on tearing down what was there before, whether a forest, farm, or older house. While the upper images, the new construction, might be higher quality than what it replaced, the privileging of the garage above all else results in lower quality of the pedestrian realm. Moreover, typical replacement strategies occur on a one-to-one scale, as with the right two pairs, in essence only working to drive up housing costs. This is largely due to restrictive zoning by the city of Seattle that allows for little beyond a single-family home. In areas where densification is allowed, the strategies remain car-centric and impersonal. The jury for the AIA 2021 Housing Awards noted that Seattle has a glut of high-volume, low-quality housing. Many of the city's neighborhoods have transformed into a sea of generic modern boxes built using low-cost materials and disconnected from the outdoors. Sorry. What Seattle knows, with the zoning Seattle has, results in subpar housing outcomes for all.
Yeah, that was a quote. Yeah.
That was a quote from the jury. At the scale of the city, 20% of developable land is designated as an urban hub or urban village, which constitutes the vast majority of multifamily housing, from high rises of the downtown core to townhouses everywhere else. Between 2016 and 2021, 83% of new housing was constructed in these areas. Conversely, 80% of the city's land has only seen 17% of those new units. And during the preceding decade, for every 25 new housing units, King County saw 38 new households and 87 new jobs. So while economic growth has outpaced housing creation, policy has prevented new units from being created. And it's very hard to see on this, I apologize. But around 80% of residential land in the city is zoned for single family. And there's 3 categories organized by lot size minimum. So if single family zone land, 53% has a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. 32% has a lot size minimum of 7,200 square feet, and 15% must have at least 9,600 square feet. So those standards make it really difficult for new lots to be carved out to create new housing in the vast majority of the city's land. Seattle's past policies have also been actively prevented people from attaining housing. In a practice dating to the early 20th century, over 13,000 lots contained language in their deeds proclaiming something along the lines of said property shall not be conveyed to or occupancy thereof given to any person other than that of the occupation rights. So in order to start selecting a site, first the existing zoning was considered and narrowed to the SF 7200 and 9600 as the prime space for infill housing, as the larger lot size minimums translate to more buildable land. And sorry, it's hard to see, but it's mostly like up here and down here, so the northern and southern fringes of the city. Next, we narrowed to places with adjacency to urban hubs or urban villages, as those areas already have concentrated resources that will need little additional infrastructure to accommodate new residents. Finally, distilling to areas with access to major transit lines to ensure car-dependent culture is not propagated, and revisiting areas that have held racial covenants, understanding that areas that have historically been exclusionary perhaps have an extra impetus to be explicitly inclusionary in the future. And then this is just adding on another layer of all the places that either one bus and a transfer north of the Ship Canal, which is this body of water bisecting the city horizontally, just to further examine kind of the current axis of transit. So looking at some of the more immediate context, there's a large amount of single family housing in close proximity to cultural institutional hubs like parks, churches, and schools, in addition to the neighborhood commercial with the typical block selected for further examination in red. Looking slightly closer to the focus area, this is the areas of the land that have historically held restrictive covenants. And the US Census estimates that 58% of residents living in this collection of tracts have done so for over 10 years. At the same time, only 11% of homes are estimated to meet the Department of Housing and Urban Development standards for affordable, which is defined as a sales price of less than 3 times the area median income. Anecdotally, an examination of home sales data will reveal that that 11% is largely confined to a single wood condominium building built in the 1960s. Looking more broadly, even after adjusting prices for base year 2020, sales prices have risen dramatically higher in comparison to a modest increase in the area median income. So the hypothesis emerging from this is that people aren't really moving around or leaving because they can't afford to move, and there's little availability outside its area.
There's 2 graphs. One is the change in house price.
House price is above.
That steep one is income.
Yeah, and so this is income times 3. So this would be what an affordable house is as defined by HUD.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, got a little. Okay, so then we'll jump to this one. And I need to reshare, don't I? Share. Okay, that's grand. Okay, so this, no, that's not it. This video, so this is looking at how the study block has developed over the years. It was initially subdivided into 10 lots as part of HE or Park Division 7 in 1909 and received its first large wave of housing in the late 1940s. As the outside of the block filled in, people began to subdivide their lots and sell their backyards to developers, resulting in the newer housing being concentrated towards the center of the block. Based on SF 7200 zoning, this block can theoretically accommodate up to 50 parcels, and as of 2017, it had 43 single-family homes across 44 lots. King County also assigns a grade to every building under its purview for tax assessment purposes, ranging from 1, a cabin or inferior structure, to 13, a bespoke mansion.
So cabin or inferior structure, they
Yes.
rank those two?
Yes, that is what A1 is called.
So where- and then the other end is what?
Custom built mansion.
Also be
that-
inferior structure. That's the problem. Great cabins and bad mentions.
So perhaps to add on, so 6 is considered the baseline for meeting modern building codes. So I would imagine a 1 is like not insulated, just a bunch of boards stuck together. And the vast majority of homes fall between 6 and 9. So 6 is below average, they call it below average, and 9 is slightly above average. So each, on this site, the vast majority of homes are between 7 or 8. All that is to say, while these structures aren't necessarily architectural marvels, they are still more than effective at maintaining their function of providing housing. So absent any intervention, the future of the site probably looks something like this. Seattle knows how to build generic modern boxes, so it'll probably get that. This is purely speculative, as right now the site is still limited to only single family uses, so the only legal redevelopment would be this one in the lower left. So this map accounts for all the current blocks in HUR Park Divisions 6 and 7 that retain a recognizable grid, with the original lot lines dashed in where they no longer exist. Each block has taken a slightly different approach to adding housing, some only driveways, some of the new cul-de-sacs that were added in, but most of them have reached saturation decades ago as far as adding any more lots. So going back to the block, quite a bit of space is devoted solely to the automobile realm. Between off-street parking and the space required to access said parking, there lies a contradiction. Eliminating the curb cuts required for off-street parking would result in a net loss of only 36 parking spaces, despite taking out 73. And that's something that's quite palatable, considering that the block was developed with, at the latest, standards of the 1970s, and transit and work have changed a lot since then. This eliminating the car space inside the site would also free up a significant portion of the land for redevelopment, as pedestrians require far less space to access the street than cars do. So the partie for this project is to simply take the Platonic form of the house with the gable roof and invert it to cut into the ground to create new spaces for housing. This is not a wholly new concept. At the same time as this block was being platted, downtown Seattle was being terraformed in a project known as Denny Regrade to make its notorious hills less steep. So that's these images here. This land excavated from this project was used to create Harbor Island, a critical part of the Port of Seattle. Looking forward to upcoming infrastructure projects, there's been a movement to place a lid over Interstate 5, a major freeway bisecting the city with noise and pollution, and also adjacent to the site, so potentially used for some of that soil that's being removed. So next we've got another animation. So in this scenario, 2 homeowners band together to form a lot assemblage for densification. So they're selling their kind of land together and packaging it to developer. First, auto-centric infrastructure is removed to reclaim the land for people and to use it more efficiently. Detached garages can be demolished and attached garages can be retrofitted to a shop, gym, or additional living space. Next, a 15-foot square grid is established for the infill housing with a 5-foot offset from the existing structures in sight. Then a cut and extrude strategy is implemented next, with no extrusion occurring within 1 square of the existing homes or between them and the street. The placement of each cut or extrude depends on the aggregation of the units across the site. So types follow a small, medium, and large taxonomy, including a 1-bed, 1-bath, 2-bed, 1-bath, and 3 variants on a 3-bed, 2-bath, one of which has an additional bed and bath in a self-contained accessory dwelling unit for increased accessibility to homeownership. The goal of the unit types is to fill gaps in the market for smaller living spaces and accommodate a wider variety of household configurations than exist on the site. So in a typical redevelopment scenario, the homeowner would sell the property and move away, which remains an option with this framework. However, by retaining every home on site, greater potential remains for existing residents to simply stay and develop their space around them. Property owners can invest the money they gained from selling part of their property to renovate their home to better suit their needs, or retain some of the units built for friends and family members. Similar to how this block developed historically, it can continue to develop in a peaceful manner, as little as one lot at a time, or as much as half the block of homeowners get together and visit the land as a package. So this is looking at how it's started out, and then over time, kind of taking it over and looking at how we can add to the effective use of space on this whole block. So some lots might be less developed depending on the preference of the homeowner, especially if they're choosing to stay and not sell their house, only selling the land around them. However, others might try to maximize revenue and potential for new neighbors. Governance might happen by a strata council for each batch of redevelopment. And in the end, the site managed to densify by a multiple of 6 while increasing FAR by only a multiple of 3. Sorry? The site managed to increase density by a multiple of 6 and FAR by only a multiple of 3. So that's 6 times the units, but only 3 times the, yeah, exactly. So starting out with existing conditions, and then into the cut down here, we see opportunities for stormwater retention, and to also introduce natural light to the unit while retaining privacy. Some of the cuts act as egress to the unit, while others are only accessible underground, as this one over here. And then next we see an ADU above one of the larger units, while roof decks maintain the datum established by the many split levels who also have decks on that level. Continuing to pan, we see the integration of the existing homes with the new shared spaces right there. And then to continue, access to natural light, no unit extrudes more than 2 stories above grade. There's also plenty of skylights around to introduce light into the areas that are fully underground. So every bedroom has access to at least 1 skylight, and then every kind of public space within each unit has access to one of those private courtyards. So this is cutting through a small unit right here, and then a medium unit right here. And again, having that mix of public and private courtyards that access the units and bring light in. Again, cutting through one of the existing homes and showing its kind of integration with the surroundings. And again, this is something that either the homeowner can choose to stay and just sell the land around them, or they can just completely move out and maybe have maximized revenue even more that way. And this next cut is cutting through a former garage. So demonstrating how it might be retrofitted to accommodate more uses. Again, this is a really common practice of people taking their garage to the next space and turning it into something else. But removing the driveways and vehicular access is just further codifying that. And then towards the end of the block, we see what happens when a larger assemblage can create an aggregated courtyard that has more opportunities for both shared space and stormwater management. In total, 205 units are added to this block through this high density, low rise development. By retaining the existing buildings, there's a greater opportunity for residents to remain on site, ensuring that displacement is no longer a given with new development and new housing. Introducing a language for housing that utilizes the underground will hope to finally provide a housing solution for Seattle's boom periods that has longevity and speaks to the capacity of more residents already present in neighborhoods, and expressing the sentiments of residents who proclaim in this house we believe on their lives. Thank you.
That was that is awesome. I just gotta say it's fantastic. It's really one of the best drawing scenarios I've seen. So
yes.
It was fun and really smart all the same time. So pulling off of that, really difficult. It's gonna go in a few months.
And there's a note.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I mentioned this. Do you know Moss's romance system?
I've seen some of their. We talked about some of their work leading up to this. I don't know.
You gotta watch it. You gotta watch that and watch it a few times, and then also read Jonathan Mills, Moss movies, because he explains how it works. And so you need to. So like they don't have any sound, they don't have sound, but they don't have any like, verbal sound, they have audio sound. It's not a word. Right? It's all that's all closed caption. It's a 2 hour. But But like what would be interesting is to start to think about like residents talking to the city. Like, I think like the merger could play out, like you know it's, and so it's super clear how much like done as far as like, the research goes to understand like, the numbers and the data and the context and situation. But I think like think of this like how do you present that without having to like, how do you present all of that other like data? And I think like watch that, come up with your own strategy. Think of a different way to do it. But, I think there's got to be a way where you can start to do some of that work where you don't have to do your own, but it's a packaged thing out there for. I'm gonna pause for a minute. And
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And you do a good job of working on the definitely do a lot of the things with housing. They're cliches. In most major
Yeah.
They're creating housing inflation, inflationary conditions. And a lot of it's a cliche. So I've dumb it down. And so take a national piece of shit
Right.
and quickly talk about why Seattle. Boomtown, that block thing. Once you got to the block, I started there. All the other stuff was like housing cliche, housing cliche, housing cliche. You got me to the block in Seattle. That's a pretty weird block condition. All about the center. And get me under that again more. I don't know about the fact of the city, the ports, and that feeling you get to your project. People don't farming a little bit as an architectural operation, right? But there's precedent to call it.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yeah, and that the city can, dig and it's not.
Gotta still, that's a precedent, maybe it was fine, sure. And maybe it was just by that point. Let's forget us there quickly, because you know all this stuff. Because then we're gonna end up debating, okay, so you think this thing that is an interesting system. If you think the system, whether it solves housing problems, I'm not sure. It's a very interesting system. And it definitely, the conundrum with all those things comes, right? Like square footage is square footage, and the acres and banks attaching them to it.
Right.
So if that 1,200 square foot is underground, sometimes they're so stupid they don't even drop over there, so that drop over there, and you get 10% less or more. And that's how the process works. It's that dumb. Bankers don't know, the places don't know. They just say stuff. Inspectors just say stuff. And so what would be interesting is if you position that cliche, solve that, because it's a cliche. Bogo town in North Carolina, Bogo town, Nebraska, Los Angeles, New York. Same condition, same bag of appraisers, same underwriters at the banks. That's kind of, and let's be clear, your scenario is a private scenario. That's also interesting. I'm glad you kind of play the chosen from a bootstrapping 1950s American who's pimping out the garage and I'm gonna pimp that garage up. I'm gonna make $1,500 on that. And that's kind of cool. And I like that. You're not subsidizing this thing. It's not right. I'm sure we'll see some of that. Because the future is going to be all of these things, right? But yours is like a chop it up privately and make a Swiss cheese out of sight and plug more parts.
Right.
To solve a financial problem. I mean, I think that could be interesting. I think it would be good. Not that architecture can solve the banking part, but you could, if you're running on a lot of other assumptions here, that somebody would actually allow them to do that in their backyard. Right? That would be horrible to live in that house when that's happening. Pretty much to live in this neighborhood, I would think organically, this would be a physical experience. But it's great, right? You represent it so well that you want to believe it. But I do think the project, part of me thinks that, I mean, it may just be a graphic. And another data point, but somehow how you rationalize that in your head. Like your little 1,200 square foot, you make 900, even 600 square feet, how it relates. Like if in Seattle, this thing is getting 500 a foot for the 1950s rotten thing or whatever it is, but it's still getting the money because people want the houses, right? It's not good. AIA said it's subpar, but they're still making the money, aren't they? Because people want it, right? Right? Doesn't matter that the AIA called it. Does it matter that the AIA called it subpar? Is it still selling for huge prices?
Yeah, still going to sell in a day.
Yes, that's great. So then what the AIA said it was subpar, but no one cares because they're still buying it. So then it would be interesting for you to position your new units more in that argument. You did a really good job of like positioning and graphicking this, and it's provocative. But if you could position yourself about how you're sliding into this comp world, and if you yourself could understand that comp world, and it's a dumb world. It's like, we want $400 a square foot instead of that dumb. And so just figure out what that is, and figure out how your little subterranean unit or your little attic unit or above your garage unit, maybe how it plays into there, and then give us another site mosaic, that block mosaic, about the value that you've created on the site, not the FAR, because that statistic wasn't interesting. Immediately I said, all you did was make small units. You didn't solve the problem, because if you attach the comp to your small unit or a unit of the same size, the density doesn't matter. It's the money that matters. It's the money that matters. So you need a statistic that talks about money and value on the site, a slide. That would be interesting, because again, this is a private deal.
Right.
You're not subsidizing. Subsidizing deals you can juice up with public money, and the comps can level out because the government's backing the difference in the income, right? This one's not. This is mom and pop chopping it up, either cover the mortgage, sell some off. When they sell it off, normally what happens, mom and pop's keeping all the equity, right? They're keeping the value that they're. So actually you got your new Google employee or Nike employee, mom and pop's taking your money, like on this deal. Because they're going to take the money.
Yeah.
These people are going to make the money on that thing.
Right.
And so the problem still goes on, right? The problem, the high cost of housing. But the project's great. You just need that extra. You somehow try, make an attempt to show the value, the money side of it. And then that'll be all. And it's hard for us to do as architects. But as you go as an architect, if you can position that and you can show clients that value, and you do that, you're going to win. And it's going to be a big deal. So you talk, and it's fine to talk. It's good to talk that way. Actually, it's really good to talk that way.
Yeah, I guess one of the things that came up was like the housing crisis is just so ingrained. Like there's no way to simply just like build out of it. Like it does require external measures that are, you know, way beyond my wheelhouse, right? So like even this, like if it's scaled across like all the north end of the city, like that wouldn't really make a dent in it, right? So it's thinking about just housing, another way to simply create more housing and like start that first step.
Yeah, and that's great. And it's, as an architect, it's beautifully represented project, and you've been working with systems.
Where do you want like the? What do you want us to talk about? one thing that the presentation is great, but like you spoke so fast, it's really hard for me to keep up, and you gotta get that a little tighter in terms of just the way it gets sort of different. And was that mostly written?
Yeah,
that's fine. Like I'm not a stickler about that stuff, but like you gotta. That was sort of driving the pace, and you needed moments of pause and sort of allowing us to sort of hear what you were saying. And you got to nail down the through line of the project. Like, I'm a big believer in that, and so I don't know. Maybe it's what Jason's talking about, but you know, I don't know. Like I still don't know what the through line is. Like what's the thing I need to take away from this project? Like one thing. The one thing I need to take away from this project, what do I have to take away?
I guess around like maybe the retention of like what's already there, like building around that rather than this kind of constant paradigm of tear down and plop something new on it.
Seems like it's density on suburban lots.
Okay.
Go back to the like the site plan, like I remember this from like a couple months ago.
Yeah.
I saw it a while back, and the thing that made me so like.
This is the thesis, by the way. of your project.
It is.
I'm
It is.
sorry,
Yeah.
I don't want it to get lost. This is the thesis of your project.
Yeah.
And I would just have some like sleazy banker flash graphics that pop on this thing, used car sales. But the beginning was so damn dry. It's like I was listening to like we were going through a zoning change that we knew was already done in another room. I'm like, just take me in the other room and do the deal. It was driving me crazy. Don't do that. This was great. This was so hard to do, and you did it. And that's your thesis: density on suburban lots. And then you're going to have someone annoying like me that's like, this is your thesis. This is your thesis.
I think what would help this would be to actually draw the streets.
Okay.
Because so like when we go through these things in portfolios, when we go through the magazines, street magazines, when we're going through Instagram, you won't understand it as well without the streets.
Okay.
And you sort of need to articulate the driveways a little bit stronger.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that's the curiosity to me. It's like, what the fuck? This is so weird. Like this to me is very weird. I mean,
This is a weird walk. I
Yeah.
didn't know about it. Actually, I thought it was fascinating.
yeah,
It's a fascinating set of
super
drawings.
weird. And I think
Good job, drawing. I mean,
yeah.
this breaking down.
It is weird, but I completely agree that this is the thesis because, like, and the power really lays in you finding out and documenting, that this transformation is already, right? It has
It's a natural
happened
progression.
and it's a progression. It's like,
Yeah. And like this is again where I do think like the thesis is visualized in the work. So like, you've really done a good job being able to demonstrate the concept with the image. And is this a competition?
No, this is just me.
So where does this live after this? Like, what's the point? Like, what do you want to do after this?
Like with.
I don't mean like what's the competition? What I mean is like, what do you want to? Where does this live? Where does this go from here? You want it to just sort of sit in the archive?
I guess I hadn't gotten that far. I've just been too far in the
ULI. I mean, like Seattle, because ULI, which is the more conservative version of the Urban Land Institute, they do more zoning, real estate developers like it more. But to me, if you wanted to really position it, I would present it. It's a fun way to view it, and then you could get a dialogue into your own growth. And then, of course, the AIA, maybe more, but ULI would be a fun view.
But like from this though, like what do you?
I think it is really interesting, to go back to your question, Ben, where does this live? I mean, in second year, they do the, how to densify the New Orleans block, and think about, the 3 people that are staying in it. It's much more hypothetical than this, because this is reality. I mean, currently I have a client who has a house in the city, and he wants to build another house in the backyard. And what do you do? What is that project? So, and this is, this is what this is talking about. I mean, it could be Seattle, it could be in cities. It is, it is going to become about density and how to respond to density, how we densify. Your critique is saying developers are coming, knocking down houses, and this is, one option. But there are alternatives to this where residents can stay, but can, build on, creating this density and getting income equity out of their, initial investment.
Is this a diagram or is this a proposal?
These are existing lots.
No, I know.
So.
I'm
sorry.
I mean, is the project that you presented, is it a diagram?
Oh.
Or is it a proposal? You understand the difference? One is a way of thinking, a tool to think and critique. The other is like a plausible scenario that you find value. One is about good, bad. One is about logic, intelligence, a system, thinking, etc. Where do you see it?
I mean, I think it's trying to be both in a way, but probably leaning more towards diagram, like, just gonna dig out their backyard, right?
I think it's probably like you're more neutral at least at diagram. in some ways. Like I get nervous about this, but nervous, but like I start to have more questions about it when you start, if it starts to become about values, like good and bad. I don't think the project precludes that, but I think the good and the bad isn't necessarily in the design. It's more in the way you think about design. It's the way you think about densification. It's the way you think about how people spend money. Like there's the value judgments in that. That's about equity. It's about something else, right? Like that's built into this narrative somehow. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Like how do you, so talk about how this helps equity.
Yeah, so it mostly benefits like the people who already own the land, right? Because it suddenly says, you know, if it's valued at this now, suddenly if you can develop it, it's worth like this much, right? But it's also creating equity for the people who are able to buy into it and start to like live in that space and then sell it in the future.
It creates equity if they can buy into it at a slightly below market level, because then they have equity. If we're talking about money. And
I'm talking about people.
And you're talking about people.
Which are you talking about? Money or people?
When you say equity, when we say, so there's equity, which is
I was thinking money.
You have in the deal.
Money.
You're thinking money. Good.
Okay. Does this do anything for people and equity?
I mean, I think on some level, like any act of creating new housing that's like not in the 7-figure price range is going to at least contribute to that. But I think to truly like make an effect of that, it either happens at a much larger scale or it happens like intentionally, like very affordable and subsidized by the government.
Is there room for this to critique that as a model? Because is that a good model?
Yeah, no, I that's the thing with like going towards the kind of owner occupied model is, right, like as an architect, I think like the tools the profession has is really limited in addressing that. And it's like, you know, yes, like building wealth through home ownership is an incredibly problematic model, and is also entirely outside of the purview of an architecture thesis, at least at my level.
Yes, I think that's correct. I think that is completely correct. I don't think we have, you can be, I think that is good to answer the way you did.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the architecture profession, as well as our constitution, democracy, all these things are set up where we can have all of them. I think this is one proposal for it's like the mom and pop, chop it up solution. It's not big government. This is a little bit even DIY, get a little, shake a little wealth out of my pockets, maybe give a little to some people over here who are maybe my nieces and nephews. And no, it's not good, but you just play it. We need to play it out. It's good as a side.
No, and that's fine. You know, we had a lot of
because
discussions.
there'll be another public housing project coming up that's juiced up with all the money.
Exactly.
Big
And we
government.
had a lot of discussions about how this is actually, and I'm glad you incorporated that, right? How this is actually working, right? What is the within this configuration, right? What are the scenarios for, like orchestrating, this transfer of property in a variety of ways.
Correct, because then you're gonna have a project coming up like, Green Coast is doing a job in Central City. Different type project than this that's in New Orleans. Good projects, needed projects for a city like New Orleans, but in Seattle, you're not gonna take that block and in the middle of it, city council is gonna pass an amendment to tear all the, how do you piece of big urban blocks, even mixed income housing deal on that block? You're not going to do it. But if for school district reasons, which would be people equity, not money equity, but if for neighborhood amenities, more people do want to live in this neighborhood, your solution could be a way to get more people in the neighborhood to have amenities to higher end, higher demographic stuff, possibly at a lower cost. So it is a good tool in the tool chest. So there's urban planners and politicians, and then there's us as architects. He's solving the problem that somebody already doled out at city council. But it's good, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, then I start, the way this conversation is going, then now I start to ask, who can do it? Who can do this?
What do you mean by who? Who?
Only people with a shit ton of money.
Oh.
Right?
Not necessarily. I mean, again, but
I mean, I think that goes back to like how many people in this area are long-term residents, right? And like who haven't been able to afford to like leave or do anything else, right?
You can borrow against the house.
Yeah.
And you can
clever.
You can just build it and all of a sudden your equity has doubled, or
But
you gain
but somebody who's already a homeowner already has a lot.
Correct.
To begin with.
There is a
Well,
middle
they have the
classness to it already. Yes, I would say there's already and I think it's good that we have class conversations, by the way. We don't do nothing there because we kind of pretend stuff just falls out of trees and people become stuff, right? But like, it seems like for this one, if we're doing stereotypes, it's already the demographic. What's the median income in this neighborhood?
So that's a really interesting question because it's changed a lot over the past decade. Right. So the median income for Seattle is around 100,000 per year for a family of four. And historically, this area is tracked near the area median income. I think it's depending on the block, it's typically slightly lower in like 70 to 80 range. But like if you.
So that's interesting. It's kind of it's a neighborhood that could come up more maybe. Or in your case, you would try to keep it the same so it's slightly affordable.
Yes,
but it's still slightly lower middle in context to Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, like going back to like this image, like this is a almost brand new house, right? And that's rated a 9, and that's like the highest on here. And most of these are in that kind of post-war kind of stage that aren't great quality, and that historically have been very like accessible to like working class incomes, but recently that is no longer possible.
I think the other way to look at this would be the cheesy comps like on Zillow and stuff is a great place to get data. As architects, we're annoyed because like comp here and comp there, like the quality of the housing that like said the AIA may not have anything to do with it. But it's really important to overlay that data. For a project like this, I would have that data overlaid because it would say something about entry into this housing market, demographics, context, and all that. And I would definitely want it in here. You've got to have it in any real estate type scenario that your project is based in real estate, 100%. You have to have it.
It's a hard one for me. This is a hard one for me. Because like I don't know where to end this actually, because like this is stuff that's outside like intellectual scope. I'm talking about it more as a consumer at this point, not as a scholar or a designer. So like I don't really know how to talk about it from a thesis perspective.
Right.
I think you've developed a thesis like clearly. Like there's a thesis, but you have to be clear with the way that the conversation needs to go, I think.
Okay.
And so I don't know where the project wants to be. Like, is this something that is better for? I don't know. I don't know how to place it.
Couldn't he make a thesis that it may not be necessarily architectural? I think that's good to go back to. But it was that.
Well, I just think I'm probably the wrong person to talk. Like my expert, like I can't talk about it as an expert. You know what I mean? Like I'm on set and I realize.
But I think if you're, because inevitably the housing inequity thing is, there's all these studios and housing, and everyone's talking about equity. Inevitably, you can replace equity with a couple of things. If it's not money, then it's access to things other people have in other neighborhoods. And the idea is to get those things more equitably dispersed in the city. That may be schools, healthcare, grocery stores. That's at its core level, and that's about people, right? Nicer, higher demographic neighborhoods often have all of those and then in abundance. Lower income neighbors have less, sometimes none at all. And then put on top of it the fact that they may not have trees or parks, it's even worse. That's one understanding of equity. Normally directly tied to that understanding of equity is also wealth equity. And so it is very important to think of them both, because there's a reason those people in those other neighborhoods have all this other equity and stuff is because they have the wealth, which is also this, which is the cream on top. And it's important as architects, whether we get our hands in the cream, we understand it, because it's inevitably what we're all talking about with housing. Because housing has, for the longest time, we're working on 100 some odd years in this country, provided all this equity and wealth. And either your thesis is trying to counter that and saying that it's going to, this is too loaded to say socialize the housing, but in a way that's what subsidized is doing. And that will make, to be clear, kings of somebody. When they do that subsidized stuff, there are people behind that, people, not governments. There are people behind it. They are kings in the old world sense. So everybody needs to understand that when they talk about those other proposals. There are true kings and queens behind those deals, where this is not. This deal has no kings, but it does have some people who may go on an extra vacation, who may go to Disney World. And it's important for us to talk that way, because that's where America's at right now. And we're banging heads, the two sides are banging heads over, is it grandma and grandpa going to the beach on the panhandle, or is it, what is it? Or is it, what is it, right? Or is it not being able to afford a house in Brooklyn and but still having lattes and all that? So it's like, either way, and that, right, and that's an area. That is an area that can go on comic books.
So I think this discussion is like the fallout of the thesis. Like I think like it's stuff like there are multiple threads that this can go.
Yeah.
That's one. It's one of them.
Yeah.
Okay? There are multiple, and I think you need to figure out where it goes from here in the venues and curate it correctly relative to the venue and the audience. And you did it right for today. Right? Like, don't worry. Like, what I mean is like next iterations. If it goes to the AIA, it's one thing. If it goes to an exhibition museum, it's a different thing. If it goes on YouTube, it's a different thing. If it go, I mean, I'm serious. Like you need to sort of think about like the audience and the role of curation of what this stuff is, so that it impacts very clearly in the way that you intended to. And it's a fantastic piece. And I think like for me, what I get most excited about is the ability to analyze the block. The money stuff, I have no ability to work with that. And that's my own deficiency. So, that's fine. But like the analysis of the block, I think is incredible. You stumbled, I don't think you stumbled. I think you rigorously worked and have a little bit of background with this location to identify a context that is kind of atypical, but also very typical in another way. And I think like, to me, it's like a merger of the atypical and the typical that I think is maybe something that's very exciting architecturally. So like atypical in the sense that it's sort of this asymmetrical sort of organization of a nebulous sort of system. I don't know how else to say. But then typical in the sense that it's dealing with development, growth, redesigning of neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera. And, I think like, that's where I get excited of it as a diagram. So like, if you, like this stuff, but I like the architecture too. So like, that's the other thing. It's like, I like what you've done as like a design object, but we don't talk about it.
Exactly.
We're not talking about that at all.
Which is good.
I mean, would you ever want that to be a part of the discussion? Like, would you want us to be evaluating?
It could be, and
it absolutely can.
So this is really interesting because this is one of the few projects where if you wanted, the fact that you can present it to the AIA, you can present it to an exhibition, a museum exhibition, you can, talk about it in academia. So all these things, to me, that's the strength of this project. Or you can just talk about the architecture.
Right.
And this is maybe the least interesting of all the conversation.
By far.
And it might be the least successful aspect of
it. But that is really interesting, and that is really rare to be able to have a thesis project that you can discuss, through multiple lenses. You can be very, pragmatic, and it's all about the money and equity, and money-wise, and how you make it work, or it could be about equity and people. So that's really interesting, and that's really successful. You managed to win the competition. I guess one of the words in the presentation.
I guess part of the reason I also brought up the issue of like social was the very first slide. It was pretty declarative that was an issue in that was a thread in the work.
Yeah.
Right. But it never really came back into focus.
Yeah.
It started off that way with a very clear, and then you have to figure out if that's actually something that you discuss with it or not.
Yeah, I think it was kind of stemming from like one, the idea that single family housing, like you have the sign in front of your house, right? But like the mere act of creating like the single family house pretty exclusionary towards like just more neighbors and like housing more people. And just kind of the difficulties of like the tools available in the profession versus like what actually needs to happen to create that more housing. And that was maybe something that didn't get fully resolved.
Yeah, I don't totally follow that. That's again,
Okay.
The other thing you do with density is you're thinking about this, and this relates to equity. You can create equity for the individual, and then the individual pays more taxes, and then that equity can go out into the community. That's not saying for comment. But that is another way that equity is distributed in a good, well-functioning government.
In theory.
In theory, in a good, well-functioning government, and that is the thing. But so all of these conversations are very interesting. I think it's good. This is like it. That would be the thing you can present. And then have your reviews process when data pop up, things that pop on it, and splashes with new data. Reduce how much you have.
Okay, well, thank you so much. This is a little discussion.
I don't know if I've ever been able to get this process. Now I can get it out 3 or 4 times. That's amazing. That's so hard.
Okay. Yeah, the sun's plugged in.
I know.
I was wearing that too. I just started swimming up, my face was sweating.
All right. My name is Hugh Jackson, and this is my thesis project titled A Machine for Thermal Comfort. And this image is of the first ever patent for the electric air conditioning patented by William Carrier in 1906. And to be honest, not a lot has changed about this technology since. So this thesis was developed in conjunction with a submission for the ASHRAE annual ISBD design competition. And ASHRAE is the American Society for Heating, Refrigerant, and AC Engineers. So throughout the semester, I collaborated with these colleagues of mine, most of whom are in the School of Engineering. And together we developed a scheme for a sustainable building. So our first step was looking at the climate of Sydney and finding the equivalent US ASHRAE zone. We found it was zone 3A, which is analogous with this Bible Belt zone of the US where Atlanta is. And looking a little deeper into this ASHRAE zone, we found that the cooling EUI was a lot higher than the heating EUI. So early on, we decided we would need a robust system for cooling. Then zooming in to take a look at Sydney. So the program of the building is a 23,000 square meter performing arts center on a college campus. So we mapped out the existing performing arts centers and college campuses in Sydney and found a few campuses that were without PACs. And then we cross-referenced this data with a heat map, mapping the heat island effect of Sydney, and chose a site closer to a cooler microclimate. So now looking a little bit at the climate of Sydney, this is a psychrometric chart. So basically humidity is mapped on the y-axis while temperature is mapped on the x-axis. And these psychrometric chart. Yep.
What?
Yeah, it's basically, this is the convention of HVAC engineers and people who work in similar fields. But basically it's a way to sort of display how the less humid air is, the less energy intensive it is to move left and right on this chart. And the darker squares here represent hours of the year at that point of humidity and temperature. And early on, we realized that a lot of the hours of the year are already in what ASHRAE designates as ASHRAE 55, which is pretty much the comfort zone that's allowable in a commercial building. And we found that a lot of the hours of the year were already within this zone. So we decided from the beginning that it was a good idea to pursue passive strategies that are less energy intensive. And this leads into the thesis of the project, that the building itself is a machine for thermal comfort. And by combining cutting edge HVAC technologies with tried and true passive strategies, thermal comfort can be achieved solely via strategies implemented at the scale of architecture. This creates a more energy efficient building with spaces that are uninterrupted by mechanical intervention and sustain a healthy environment for occupants. So with this thesis in mind, we came up with a catalog of formal moves for developing a sustainable building and the different effects we wanted these moves to have. So the first was elongating the north and south facades so we could maximize the north facade and the heat gain coming from the north while minimizing the imbalanced morning and evening heat gains of the east and west. Then we divided the interior into different HVAC zones by program. We lifted part of the building mass up to create a semi-conditioned outdoor space conditioned by the shade from the mass of the building. We perforated some of the scheme with courtyards to provide greater daylighting and to facilitate cross-ventilation. Created sawtooth forms to apply solar panels to the roof to get maximum sunlight. And then we tilted these sawtooth teeth forms east and west to drain gray water to the courtyards. And then we started to look at some systems, both active and passive, that were implemented in other projects. And we came up with the goal to synthesize both the active and the passive systems and to relegate everything to the exterior wrapper of the building. So now looking a little bit more closely at the site that we selected, we chose this site in Macquarie University against a few other competitors. We chose this one because it offered the greatest area to experiment, the greatest east to west length, and it also had a proximity to sort of green infrastructure implemented on the campus that creates a cooling microclimate. Yeah, and we came up with the ambition to add on to this system of green infrastructure, both for the intended purpose on the campus of managing stormwater, but more importantly to the building to sort of create a cooling microclimate around the building. So these are the steps applied after researching the site. We applied the steps we developed to the site. So we elongate the northern facade, we zone by program. Our programs were sort of a performing arts drama department, a student center, a music department, and a visual arts department. Lifting part of the mass up to create a shaded public plaza, carving courtyards for daylighting and ventilation, sawteeth facing north for maximum sunlight, and then tilting these sawteeth forms to drain to the courtyards. So with this form, we applied all of the systems, both active and passive, that we wanted to the outside wrapper of the building, and we mapped these out based off of our radiation analysis of the scheme. So there's a louver system as the exterior sort of skin of the building, and on the north facade there are horizontal louvers to control passive heat gain, while on the east, west, and south facades there are vertical louvers to block the gains of the morning and evening sun. There's cross ventilation throughout the scheme to provide natural passive ventilation. And there's a bioswale on the north edge of the site to condition the air and to create microclimate. And all of this is in conjunction with the active systems of the building that I'm going to get into. So we calculated the energy use of the building, and we wanted to perfectly offset this with energy production from solar panels on the roof. But more so than to just meet the energy demands of the building, we wanted to outweigh the demands of the building itself, so that when the building is not in complete use, it can act as sort of a power plant for the rest of the campus. So this technology is called a ground source heat pump, and it's one of the many newer HVAC technologies that in our scheme we tried to size up to an architectural scale. Basically, this uses the consistent temperature of the ground to exchange heat in both the heating and cooling seasons. And this is in a continuous loop with the radiant slab system. which is basically a system of pipes that's embedded in the floor of a building to condition to heat and cool the space directly through conduction, so that the supply of fresh air is totally separate from the heating and cooling of a space. So the active way to bring fresh air into the building when the windows have to be closed is the dedicated outdoor air system, which we ducted through plenums embedded in the exterior walls of the building. And the important part about the separation of heating and cooling from natural air ventilation is that it provides us with more opportunities to turn systems off. So ventilation can act independently of heating and cooling. And this creates a variety of neutral and semi-neutral modes where maybe systems do not need to be turned on and be completely active, but instead we can rely on passive systems for the more mild parts of the year. And this graph represents temperature in Sydney, with the green area being the more mild hours of the year. And there, as shown in the previous diagram, there are a lot of mild hours of the year in Sydney. And this is mapping out these configurations psychrometrically. And we started looking ahead at coming decades in climate change and realized that the EUI of cooling is going to become a lot more intense than heating naturally. And the bright side is the heating bills are going to go down, but not super bright juxtaposed to the other things. Okay, so this is the northeast axon, and this is looking at all the components on the north side of the site, which is most important because that's where you get maximum sunlight. So this is where the bioswale can act as a heat sink to cool this outdoor plaza. There are horizontal louvers on the north facade to optimize passive heat gain. And then the entire roof area is dedicated to solar panels, which all face to the north as well. And the south facade of the building is a lot more concerned with making connections to the rest of the campus, both pedestrian and vehicular. So there's a sunken driveway that can bring people and vehicles to the amenities of the building that need to be more accessible, such as a convenience store, pub, and food court, along with providing a ground floor entrance to the Performing Arts Center. Now we're going to start looking at the plans. So like I said, this is the ground floor where the most important part is sort of making connections with the public amenities, as well as providing vestibules for people to vertically travel into the upper parts of the building. The second floor is supposed to be as opaque as possible, so it can act fully as a shading structure for the ground floor. Yeah, and the third floor, some of the spaces on the second floor continue to double heights, while there are other independent spaces on the third floor, offices, and generally smaller spaces. So now we're starting to look at some views of the building. This is the northwest approach when the building is in active cooling and ventilation mode. The louvers on the east and west sides of the building are rotated north to face the sun and to absorb evening and morning gains. Then this is the northeast approach, where you can see in passive ventilation mode, the windows open, and the clerestory windows provide daylighting and fresh air ventilation. And this is the approach from the bioswale. So we took the existing site of a parking lot and we displaced the parking to subsurface parking below the building and replaced some of that area with a new quad for the campus, as well as a bioswale to manage stormwater around the site, as well as to create a microclimate for the building.
What are those people swimming?
They're doing yoga. They got the crop a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I didn't realize the colors aren't showing fully here. Yeah. So this is looking at the art gallery space when it's in passive heat gain mode. So you can see that the warmth is emanating from the northern windows, and the artificial active ventilation system is being used. So air is forced towards the vestibules on the interior part of the plan.
Drawing is of a time and direction.
Time, yes. Direction, unsure.
Well, I don't know, like, you said it's, say what you said again?
Oh, yeah. So this is when the building is in passive heat gain mode. So the heat is generated from sunlight entering through the windows and the heat gain of the people and operations within the building. And when the building is in this mode, it needs active ventilation because the windows can't be open, allowing all the hot air to escape. So instead, artificial ventilation is used and the air is moved towards the interior vestibules.
Is this a good look for it, or is it a bad? Is it good to look this way or bad to look this way?
To look at the systems and
the shade of the pink is meant to indicate something of value.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And what I'm trying to understand is what am I supposed to read that has better value?
Right.
I've never seen a drawing like this before. So
yeah, and it was something I was trying to sort of.
Used car load.
No, but I need to know how to read it.
Right. So my idea was to sort of create a greater intensity of color, and the color is actually orange. The screen is reading it as pink. Towards the center, like windows of the building, so you can see that the heat is sort of emanating from the windows, and the northern windows.
I mean, section diagram.
Yeah, agreed.
So it's hotter toward the edge.
Well, it's the heat is gained at the windows in this situation. So that's what I was trying to illustrate. And in this rendering of the recital hall, this is when the building is in active cooling mode. So the radiant slab directly delivers cooling to the occupants inside, whereas ventilation is achieved passively here through open windows and cross ventilation.
I guess on the S note, go back to that last.
Sure.
I don't need to interrupt. I guess.
No, yeah, go ahead.
But,
Yeah, well, that's actually my presentation, so go ahead.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you? It's great. So like, are you constructing this, or is this based off of like a software analysis?
Both. It's definitely like more expressionist than like software.
You gotta be super clear with that then, because like on one hand, it's like there are softwares that produce images like this, right?
Yeah.
And then it's a heat map that then we read relative to values.
Right.
And then there'd be like a scale, of what the color means. But this is like an in between of, well, I kind of mucked around with it so that I could get it to look the way I want it to look. And it sort of defeats the purpose.
Right.
Because like the research would basically be like, well, I have this method and I have this stuff, and this is what the method relative to this stuff yielded. And then I have an analysis that I can then make decisions about the method of analysis.
Yeah.
But probably the stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And so I think like how to do it analytically. And I think you want it to be analytical.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to do both. So this entire semester has sort of been a struggle balancing the architecture with sort of the performative engineering stuff. And I feel like showing an engineering type color-coded diagram can sometimes be.
But is this to make, did you do it this way to make me like the drawing? Because it was more evocative with an atmosphere?
No, I did it to be diagrammatic and informative.
Okay, but it should be a struggle for you, the architecture and the performative. It shouldn't be a contradiction. It shouldn't be one, or for you to combine or work with both.
Yeah.
It should be something that will help you to get to better architecture, and there shouldn't be compromise. A successful project is not a compromise between these two things.
Yeah.
But the addition of these two things, or the overlapping of these two things, because very often is one or the other, and you're capable. It's either engineers looking at data and just spitting data in a very raw way, or architects not taking into account the engineering side of it. And I think that a successful thesis is not a compromise between the two, but an understanding of both and being able to navigate both and overlap both in a very successful way.
Yeah.
I think, I actually, coming in as a little suspect, your approach in thesis, but I mean, I think the project is interesting. You do have a series of compelling graphics. I guess for me, thesis comes into where I have issues maybe a little bit with thesis would be yours is a huge assumption based on analytical comfort, right? Because your thesis is a machine for thermal comfort. And like a blanket has thermal comfort. And
right.
A little bit of it is psychological.
Yeah.
And so I guess for me, yours is in like an ASHRAE interpret, and you say it essentially, but there's some built-in assumptions on your thesis that are directly in line with mechanical engineer and not necessarily an architect. Although I do think it is architecture and more, and I do think your project, and that's what I was impressed with, is very close to getting it there. I do think you got close. I think the built-in assumption of the thermal comfort and just the word comfort and how we perceive comfort. I also think the final images are problematic big time on this understanding of the image as comfort and what we think of it as comfort and how you would represent that, both in a project that is using programs and software, which is very interesting that we can do that now. But there's kind of a breaking point with it. With architecture always has this jumping off point.
Yeah.
Where we're like data, I'm running out of data. And it's like, and then I'm going to kick it back to the best engineer in the world or the worst. And you know, we're going to take that data, but then there's this point where we take control, or else someone else takes control. And I can tell you from experience, it never turns out well if they take control.
Tied to that commentary is
never
actually
works.
is actually the observation that we've discussed throughout the semester, right? The building doesn't have to look the way it does, right? As architects, right, we make decisions that, you know, are, you know, like take data and, you know, like work with it, but then ultimately we can make some other decisions.
Through material.
You know, disguise the data, right? You know, or transform the data into something else. But you made, you know, and that's, I think the project is, you know, like has always been caught in between, right? Because it's not pure performance that we're looking at, right? It's architectural decisions, right? But it's not really decisions that led to a completely different thing, right? It's somewhat working with the data, you know, but not, you know, then also deviating from the data for, you know, many reasons.
Right. And going into the project, I felt like there's going to be more of a one-to-one sort of connection with that kind of stuff, but there's always going to be a disconnect.
What was I have a couple of thoughts, but first thing, what was the disconnect?
I mean, the disconnect is that like there are always going to be subjective decisions in architecture, no matter what. I think it's like there's always going to be some form of bias. So if you were to design a building that were to be optimized for thermal comfort, the most thermally performative building in the world, I don't think that exists. It's like the notion of an unbiased news media site. Like somebody's always going to pick what's going on the front page, no matter what. Like there are always going to be decisions.
I mean, there's always going to be interpretation. I mean, I don't know about subjective necessarily, but I mean, I think interpretation maybe where like a program, like you said, I mean, you show those little diagrams of like a performing art space, art studio, something else. You have to interpret what those programs mean and then make something that theoretically satisfies that desire or that need. But I'm kind of interested in like the first image you showed was a hat, right?
Yeah.
And then so like then I started thinking about like the diagram again. Like is your building supposed to be a diagram, sort of in a manner that that is pure performance, and you can patent it. You know, I'm thinking then like what are we talking about? We're talking about like the Maison Domino. We're talking about like the modular. Like trying to think of like Bucky Fuller.
Yeah.
Like, Bucky Fuller is maybe your friend.
Well, that's what I named the project after.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. I know in your mid-review, well, you should quote that. You should.
Yeah, maybe I should be a little bit more blunt.
Because that is literally a quote from Fuller.
Right. Well, yeah. His was a machine for living.
I don't think that was Fuller.
I'm pretty sure.
That's cool.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's okay.
Pantheon, Parthenon. We all got it wrong. I was like, Rome. Oculus. Column.
Oculus and Rome. I always Parthenon and Pantheon. It's so weird. But okay, I would put the.
You know your Greek and Latin. You would be able.
We're making fun.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, where's my thought again? Okay, so patents. So then Cord works better then, but I do think Bucky Fuller is like, I don't know, like I think he would be somebody like the Demaxian house.
Yeah.
You know, like I think that would be like a good sort of ally. And I know in your mid review I referenced Rainer Banham, the well-covered environment or something.
Yeah,
like
you
that,
did.
which is basically just like the air conditioning unit and the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like when you end up with this thing, where do you see it in the span of like Maison Domino, the Demaxian house? Well, maybe Maison Domino, a patent diagram, and the Demaxian house.
So Maison Domino, I feel like, was a product of technology of its time. In that case, reinforced steel and concrete. Well, I mean, it was like it was possible because of the technologies of its time. And I think the Demaxian house was also possible because of the technologies of its time. In that case, it was like forced air systems, electric systems.
So you should have like a big X through the air conditioning unit.
Right. Yeah. That might be a little more clear. Agreed. Yeah, that's a good point.
But,
yeah. Well, and that's the other thing is like I wanted to treat this as a synthesis of passive systems and active systems as a way as sort of a strategy to move forward with thermal comfort instead of just relying entirely on forced air active systems, which are incredibly inefficient and interrupt architectural space and don't work a lot of the time. So I guess like the goal of this thesis would be to come up with like sort of like a blueprint or like a catalog of steps for like a new holistic strategy for thermal comfort.
But this is where, you know, to me, it's a little bit, we're talking about diagrams. I mean, Maison Domino is a diagram, it's not, right? So, and if we look at the history of architecture, I mean, today we build buildings that are, you know, 10 times, 100 times more efficient at every level in terms of the, you know, thermal and efficiencies and all of that than we did 100 years ago or even 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And there is not a specific architecture for that. It's just take any building that is built today is much more efficient than the building built 30 years ago or 100 years ago.
And yeah, in some ways.
So there is not an ideal architecture that is the result of the advancement of technology and the integration of the technology into architecture.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of that is like, okay, there's the advancement of technology, and then there's the advancement of like wisdom on how to apply technology. And while like, yes, like buildings now have a lot tighter envelopes and are able to retain energy a lot better, they also use a crazy amount of energy that like if you take a building from 100 years ago, like the open air tuberculosis ward of Alvar Aalto, that uses zero energy.
It's in Finland.
Well, like it's in Finland, but yeah.
And just in New Orleans, I mean, God forbid you end up with that in the center of New Orleans, you know. You
Yeah.
have to go over past Christian and sit on the beach. But it's
Yeah.
like, I mean, there's context and then there's context, which, by the way, HVAC design ranges wildly from
Oh, yeah.
northern climates to southern climates.
Yeah.
From hot, humid to dry. I mean,
Mhm.
it's tricky.
Yeah.
It's tricky. I do think if we stick the conversation around thesis, it's all about there's three things. This is a catalog of steps.
Right.
And it's extremely abstract.
Yeah.
Its relevance to architecture. I mean, obviously, you think of like the function of ornament and things like that, which to me are always more. I don't know. Somehow, I mean, because yours is there's that balance between The mechanical thing is hard. I mean, you're in the southern hemisphere. The bioswale's on the north, which even for a while.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, oh, why are you showing it the north?
Yeah,
West
yeah.
corner?
Yeah,
I'm
you
like,
probably
oh,
gotta
because
point
you
that
chose
out to a
Australia.
Yeah.
Northern Hemisphere audience.
Yeah, I know.
So there's already this specificity to it, right? It's just
Yeah.
really tricky.
Yeah.
I will say, let me give you this one too, because you've been working on like engineers. We actually work around them, hopefully as a professional architect and with other professional engineers. What you'll find fascinating about engineers is, because you talk about the subjective. And I actually think it's more what we're using instead of subjective. Interpretation, which I also think is a good word. Which engineers, specifically like civil engineers, I'm not trying to trash them too bad, but for the most part, we are all just architects. We do that right now. Do you give like a civil engineer a ramp? Just because sometimes that falls in their scope of the project. You have it drawn out. And for us, a ramp can be we whip them around things, we lay them out real long. You know, they're these amazing fun things, or they're horrible because they don't fit. But you give that to a civil engineer,
An inclined plane.
Interpret that into wild amounts of terms and landings. They can't analytically figure it out. And it's at that point that you realize who we are as architects, because we know how to, it's like nothing to make an elegant ramp if you're halfway through weight.
Yeah.
And it's like, in the stuff they draw, you're like, I actually don't even know how to objectively draw the garbage that is on the sheet right now. And they're engineers.
Yeah.
Not from efficiency of concrete pours, welding, anything have they done to make it more efficient. And they're engineers. And we run into it all the, get an HVAC engineer. I never, ever allow an HVAC engineer to lay out ducts.
Oh my God.
They'll twist them. You're like, listen, it's a straight line. I made it straight so you didn't have to think. And they're like, but I thought it could cross through and then do that.
Yep.
You're an engineer. They're objective. Are they bored being objective? Do they want more subjectivity in their life?
Yeah.
And you worked with these people. I mean, it is unbelievable. And electrical engineers, they don't count. So, no, not spatial at all. Thank you. They deal with wires and circuits.
Yeah.
But it very important. If you never get good ones, it's great. If you ever get good ones that can think like an architect, that is an amazing experience. Some structural engineers as well as mechanical. More often than not, it's shocking how they actually don't do well with the subjective, and that our training, that's when you see the power of our training. That's when you see the power of our ability to interpret and synthesize the whole and create clear objectives.
Yeah.
They get lost in the maze. They have no objectives. They get in there and they have no idea where they're going. They're lost. They're like children. And it's fascinating. And we are not. We are above that. We can see it all.
Yeah. Well,
Is that clear?
Yeah, it is.
And there's raw power in it.
Yeah.
And if you're good at that, others see it. They're lost too, but they're like, look, that person seems like they see something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
the ducks are twisted.
Yeah. And I think that's part of just like the role of the architect to like imagine stuff instead of just the engineer who's entirely
super important
quantitative.
This has come up on other reviews sometimes. The master plans, pie in the sky, huge plans. The architect still has to come in and say, okay, guys, it's not about just bike paths. It's not just about planting trees. Like it has to have an image. It has to have a thesis, right? And it's often the architect who are, and it is the importance of us. So this is an interesting project. You've been very thorough. There's some very good graphics in here, but don't sell your own architectural training short. And don't be suspect of this understanding of objectivity. Be very suspect and be very, data is actually, what's interesting about data is how you interpret the data. The data doesn't necessarily have, for what we do, the data, you have to pull out of it. It's never going to give you the answer.
Yeah.
There's no holy grail in there. It's just going to take you places, and eventually there's going to be other data that have to overlay on it. So don't
be beholden
have
to
faith
data.
that it will be you or some other team think you're going to help come up with it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just going to give you the answer. There's a faith-based thing.
Yeah.
We're getting good.
Yeah.
Good with that.
Thank you.
So anyway, you talked about a lot of engineers and how they're objective. I'm like, my gosh, I've seen so much total utter nonsense.
Okay, so maybe they're just not good at being
Well, I mean,
subjective.
it's just fascinating. Well, it pisses me off that people talk about architects as if, well, you know, it's because it looks. No, shit. Half our job is rationalizing this garbage out there. All these McMansions. You know, just having to rationalize all this nonsense. That is so much of what we do.
Yeah.
So we get a bad rap, man.
Yeah, I think so, I guess.
Don't continue to. But it's cool. You took it further in your graphics. Yeah, nice.
Thanks.
I like these little buttons.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
I'm exactly always.
You know, I mean, I think the neat thing I think that you did was you did figure some stuff out. You actually had to work out, so you had to crunch some stuff, which doesn't happen that often in school. And you also had to work with other people, which you have to do in a job. And so, you know, I think so you learned a lot. And I think a good thesis also exposes what was learned. And I think like in this case, it may not have executed like the perfect architectural building, let's say, but I think in terms of what was learned, what was gained from that experience was incredible.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah, and so, you know, I think it's a really important step. I think like you have to sort of figure out where it lands. I mean, you have to also kind of figure out like, what do you want to do next?
Yeah.
Where do you want to work after this? Like, what do you want to do after this?
Yeah, and I think on this, I do want to keep on working on this project, and I think I want to move it sort of in two directions. I think I kind of want to zoom in on the building and focus on the architecture of that, because I feel like that was left a little bit incomplete. And then I also kind of want to zoom out and take this idea of creating like a catalog or like a set of steps for designing for thermal comfort and look at that sort of globally in different climate zones.
Who are the architects that you're like excited about?
I was, so last semester, David and I studied Francis Carey, and we were looking at his passive systems. Then I was studying Hassan Fathi for a little bit, and I was looking at his entire passive systems, but both of those exist solely in dry, arid climates, which is where a lot of this passive architecture does. Yeah. So then I started looking at like the machine architects like Norman Foster, Pompidou, all that stuff. Because it started off as sort of like creating like an entirely passive building, and then I realized that was impossible. So then I sort of drew upon like the machine architecture movement to sort of combine active and passive strategies.
Like, where do you land on machine? Like, what is the image of the machine here? Is the machine like the organization of elements?
Yeah.
Or is it is it an object that does something?
Yeah. So the machine to me, like when I was developing this, and this could be right or wrong, but I think it was the synthesis of the systems. And for me, like if you take passive systems like louvers, envelope, that's always going to be considered architecture no matter what. But if you take like an air compressor or like a forced air like machine, then nobody's going to consider that architecture. So I was looking at ways to take the active strategies.
The machine architects like Foster and Rogers and Keanu and Pompidou, like you're talking about the way in which machinery is expressed.
It's so if you look at Pompidou, that's something you could look at the pipes on the facade and consider that machinery, and you could also consider it architecture in a different way than I think you would a normal building. So I was trying to take that idea and sort of synthesize passive systems.
These are two different things. I mean, there is that aesthetics. I mean, Pompidou is nothing other than the aesthetics of the machine, which is kind of something inherited from modernism and Corbusier's, you know. But even, you know, that before him, the pure modernists, Corbusier and all these people worked with the idea of the machine, but they were fascinated by the machine as an object, as aesthetic object. And the Pompidou has, you know, it probably is one of the worst in terms of efficiency, thermal efficiency building. Exactly. It's not great. The machine is just the object.
Still aesthetic.
It is the aesthetic of
raw aesthetic.
Yeah.
And it is, you know, it is as you know, the idea of having all the mechanical system on the outside so you can have more flexibility on the inside, but it has nothing to do with the efficiency in terms of engineering.
I would say
mechanical engineering.
So I wouldn't say that that's aesthetic. And this is like, I always hear the word aesthetic get used in reviews, and I always get a little kind of rambunctious about it. I think what is actually meant is a style. It's stylized. Aesthetic to me is the combination of attributes that make something what it is. So like music is aesthetic. It doesn't look like something.
Yeah.
We're talking about the stylization of like the image of something, not the aesthetic of it.
Okay.
And so, you know, you need to be clear with that stuff.
Yeah, very clear with the architectural history thing.
Right, and
That's the one thing your project should be clear with.
Also ask yourself through the word machine, you know, what type of style is referenced, right? And to me, it has always actually seemed like a style that is rooted in the past.
Yeah.
You know, it's something, you know, like, I mean, with the projects that we're just discussing, you know, those are past projects, right?
Right.
But if we think forward, do we still talk about machines in that same way? You know, I
No.
mean, like, or do we need to designate this completely differently? You know,
Yeah.
like as a, you know, like as a forward thinking agenda.
Yeah.
You know, like as a projective.
But this is where also, when I was saying earlier, any building built today is a more efficient building and maybe is more, you know, a thermal machine or what you're referring to than the Pompidou. So you can't bring the Pompidou into this conversation and say, I'll look at the Pompidou to, you know, to birth
That
my
would be like
project
your
because
enemy.
it's almost a contradiction.
Yeah.
So, you know, and it could be if any, you know, any style that you want your building today can be much more efficient than the Pompidou. So is it the look of it,
Right.
the machine, or is it the efficiency? It's more the efficiency that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So the style or the look of it can be anything. And this is the argument that I'm trying to make. And going back to this idea, as an architect, you shouldn't shy away from the fact that you can make, you can have both. You can make a very efficient building and you can decide about the style, about the look of it. And there shouldn't be a contradiction in that.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be a conflict.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
To me, where it's, and I think the question too about what architecture you're looking at is very important. And as you move forward, I do think whether you're on the like Foster end, but then there's smaller firms, if you think of a Lake Plato or Kieran Timberlake, or some of these other mid-sized firms that are operating in different environments, all of those firms, whether you like them or not, are going to talk. And there's people in those offices that are very interested in all this heating and cooling stuff, geothermal. They're all those people are doing all of that stuff, and all of those they're serious firms. Again, maybe like they're not very good architect staff in them, who are working through these problems. And you can say, no, I don't want to deal with rammed earth. For instance, rammed earth is a way that, you know, you're doing this thing and getting, and it's a passive system, right? And there's people working with that. I think we'd want to be clear, because this thing too is also huge that you've got here.
Definitely.
It's meant to be off, like create its own grid. And you know, and it's, and I don't know if the more in that direction.
No, but it's really interesting.
It's huge because you can have a house that's also
my house. I you know, I have geothermal. Yeah. I have a rain screen. I have, you know, so I can talk about it and talk about style. I mean, you know, somebody will just look at it and say, you know, it's just about form. It's, you know, it has nothing to do with about efficiency. And I can give you the list of efficient items that are in this project, but people will not see it that way.
Would you consider your house a machine?
Absolutely, it is a machine. It's a vessel machine, super efficient.
I think it's a good point. It's also scale. What's interesting there is scale and how scale may or may not apply.
Yeah.
I think that's what's also interesting. As an architect, our job is to, we don't care. We get hired to design that, but then we may get hired to design a ridiculous pool house.
Around, I mean, you have it all. It's just, you know, rainwater.
I don't
call it. It's you can go down the list of efficiencies, but again, you can, you know, I decided for it to look a certain way, and you can go and take that project and do it completely differently and check all, you know, the boxes. and it will look very differently. Neither one is going to be more efficient. They're both going to have the same efficiency.
Yeah.
They're going to look very different.
Yeah, they are. And I guess that was part of what I was trying to go for, and maybe didn't pull off all the way, but was trying to understand how the choice of systems and the choice of how you implement the systems affects the space more so than affecting the efficiency. So like the radiant slab floor, for example, affects the space in a completely different way than a forced air duct would. So I think like there's still sort of I don't think the systems are entirely independent of the space. Like I think there's still a connection there, and I was trying to sort of think about it in terms of space rather
but
than
ultimately,
efficiency.
you know, the point, and we talked about this throughout the semester, what space do you want to create? Because,
Right.
you know, I had a very clear vision of what I want the space to be. And that could be very different from your, you know, vision of the space or your vision of the space. And it's not about the efficiency does not contradict your vision of the space. You can have both. And as an architect, you should be able to work with both.
Do you
at
like
the same
the
time.
Smithsons? Do you know the Smithsons work, like Allison and Peter Smith?
No, I don't.
I mean, like new brew lists. Okay, so like the honesty of expression.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that. Or the honesty, materiality, things like that. I mean, it's about expressing some of those features that you're talking about. Like, I would wonder if you're like interested in that or not interested in that. Like, do you want to conceal the environmental effects? Like the environmental effect producing implements that you're doing through the design, you want those to be visible, like you want them to be part of the experience, or do you want them to be concealed? Because like what Amar's talking about, I think is really important, because his house, he's saying it gets evaluated from what it looks like,
right?
Not from how it performs.
Yeah.
And so that's the question. And like, where do you land on like, the expression of these conditions?
Yeah, and that's a good question. And I think in this project with the active energy intensive systems, I think I was trying to conceal them, but the passive sort of more architectural systems, I was trying to show more.
But I would actually say that falls in line with like, I don't know, the majority of like architects practicing, right? So it's like, for one, practical. Like, rule one, oh, I gotta have a vertical fin on the western side. Well, I may think about it. Yes, I have to.
Did you read any of the band stuff?
Yeah, I did a little bit.
Did you read
the well-tempered environment?
You should read all the band stuff and then take a position on that.
Yeah,
because like he's somebody that you need to reference at some point in this work.
Yeah.
I know that forced air is created.
Like who's the new band? Like who is the new band? Like who are the people that deal with that kind of stuff? I don't know. Like my references are limited on that kind of thing.
For who?
Like who is the contemporary band? You know. But
well, maybe we can turn this into a, you know, like kind of like wrap up discussion. But I just wanted to say, well, first of all, good job. But I also wanted to say I really appreciated that you took. It seemed like you took the initiative to form a campus-wide team, right? Or reaching beyond the borders of architecture school team, and that you assembled a team and led the team, and I think that was a useful, a really good learning experience and a really worthwhile effort.
It was
we need to do more of that. Actually.
It was super helpful, and actually, if you're interested in making this competition a prompt next year, I've been talking with a professor at the University of Vermont who does pretty much, I was having trouble with a lot of the engineering stuff, but I started talking to him about maybe our school and University of Vermont collaborating next year, which would be interesting. But yeah, thank you.
Great.
Final comments?
Perspective on that.
The audience is 6 people.
Well, this is a tough one for me, like in a lot of ways, because I was talking to Cordy Lamar earlier, the first review I was on tonight was their review for thesis, and the last review I'll be on as a faculty member tonight is their review for thesis. So like personally, I'm going through a whole range of emotions, and it's been a fantastic experience, and I've loved every minute of it. And you know, in this group of students, I've seen you all begin as first-year students and now graduate. And like, my God, look what you just did. Look what you're capable of doing within 5 years. It's incredible. And so I'm so proud of all of you and what you're able to think about and produce and execute and draw. And you know, I'm excited for the future of this field because of what you're doing. The work today was fantastic. I mean, all of the work was phenomenal. There was never a moment where I didn't think I could like talk on and on and on about anything. And you know, I have a problem with that. Like once my mouth opens, sometimes it's hard to shut it. And it's really good and powerful work. And you should all feel very accomplished. And you know, I just look forward to seeing what you all do next. So I hope you all stay in touch in some manner. And I'll be watching from a distance and seeing hopefully all the good things in the next couple of years you're all doing. But thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's really very good work. Very wide range of topics, and from more poetic, teacher qualities down to last two specifically in your page. Intensive data-driven architecture. And that's a great place for thesis to be. These discussions on answers. I can start saying stuff. Logic to the project. But that's a good place to be, because otherwise, if there's nothing there, we're just going to come. Project, y'all had stuff there. And that's what's important. And it's always important. Always try to have something there.
It's always interesting to, you know, the afternoon discussions were much different than the discussions that we had this morning. You know, different projects also, but you know, different reviewers bring different perspectives, points of view, and I think it's you know, very interesting to compare that, right? And know the breadth of feedback that you will be getting moving forward, you know, and know how to filter that feedback and through the stance and positions that you're taking, right? And take what you need, but also leave out what you think is not necessary, right, for moving your agenda forward. So I think any feedback is good feedback, you know, and again, it's up to you to, you know, not to be derailed necessarily, you know, by some things, and know where you stand and keep on working on it. So I think that's really useful. And then I also thought it was really useful to see 3 proposals submitted to the same competition and the variety. Right? I don't know if you felt as competitors as you were developing them, which I think is always very productive, you know, to feel like you have competition. Did you feel like you were competitors, or did you feel like?
I feel like the projects were different enough where it like didn't feel like direct like competition.
But you are competitive because you're competing for first.
I was interested in that too. Very soft, diplomatic, edge, sensing. It's a good thing. I think they're kind of comfortable with your own sphere and presenting, comfortable with your own ideas. I didn't sense any insecurity up there. It's hard though. It's easy when somebody presents before you, or you know they're coming after you. So not. And what we do, we put a lot of effort in it. We work a lot. It's easy to get some of that edge, a little insecurity. And so for y'all, that y'all both kind of presented in your own world, that's good. That's a compliment. I'm always impressed when I see that kind of soft. Let it come out. I admire it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I love thesis, and Amar and Corey will know that that's been like one of my things that I always loved that I get to do. And you know, this is, I said this last year, but I'll say it again because it's what I believe. I love thesis because of the speed and the density of ideas. And as a reviewer, you know, it's a luxury to be able to move like that. like my brain is having to work at the pace of, you know, if I'm writing a book, you know, it's moving at a different pace. But here I get to flex a little bit of a different sort of side of myself that I really enjoy. And, you know, the range of the projects was so good. I mean, they were very different. There wasn't like, oh yeah, that's the common thread that ties. I mean, there were certain threads, but it wasn't like they were all the same project, which can easily happen sometimes. So, you know, I love that, like, your own sort of personality shown through, and that your instructors are able to guide you through exciting projects that were very different from each other. And yeah, I mean, lastly, the thing that I think is really important as you continue to sort of work on these ideas or present ideas of this kind of gravity and quality, be able to maintain the idea of the through line. I know I've said that a few times probably as well, but it's a really important skill to be able to, like, have the audience lead with like one or two things that they have to remember about the project. And because these presentations, they're not like the whole year that you've had to look up. That would just be an impossibility, right? So you have to be able to distill a year's worth of effort into like a 15-minute talk and then a 30-minute Q&A. That's really, really difficult. And you have to sort of, you know, control that presentation. And as you continue to do it, you know, think about the audiences and how you put this work in particular venues and how you want it to live. Because the work's very good and it needs to find life beyond.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, and congratulations to all of you that presented today, and we'll have another round tomorrow morning.